Remind me of the jumper kid that walked into the bar. Bartender.
We should do a meeting on one of those steamboats or whatever that's on the phone.
Get on it.
No, one of these.
The point they're going in.
Good point, Dan.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Today is April 22nd, and look at the work we get to do on Earth Day. Isn't that amazing that we get to do this today?
Yeah.
So we have a very packed agenda, and we're going to try really hard to stick to the timing. And for all of you doing public comment, we are going to stick strictly to the 3-minute mark on public comment today. So thank you. So I'd like to remind all that the meeting is being streamed live on OWEB's YouTube channel and recorded. The meeting materials are in the board and committee sections of the OWEB website. Viewers can click on the relevant board meeting date and have access to the meeting materials. And then we are going to save introductions for our board member reports. And
Did you introduce yourself for the record?
I did not.
Whenever you're ready.
Barbara Boyer. Okay. So Kelly is joining us virtually, so we've had to tweak the agenda a little bit. So bear with us as we play this baton game today. So anything else you want to add? Any late agenda items? No? Okay. Thank you. All right, Kelly, I'm going to pass it to you for board member comments, please.
Great. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Okay, awesome. Good morning, everybody. Kelly Coates for the record, OWEB tribal representative and board co-chair. I apologize for not being able to join you in person. I would definitely rather be there in person with you all today. But we will go ahead and get started with our board member comments and updates. And I am going to have to rely a little bit on Barbara to help me out here, but the person that I do see next to Barbara is Lindsay in the room. So, I'm sorry, Lindsay, you are the only other person besides Sarah and Barbara that I can see right now.
So you can't be sitting at this side of the table.
I thought that might happen. Thank you, co-chairs. For the record, my name is Lindsay McClary, public at-large voting member. I reside in West Salem and I work for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde Natural Resources Department. Since our last meeting, I attended the newly formed Partnerships and Capacity Committee in March and became co-chair alongside Woody Wolf. I participated in the Oregon chapter of the Wildlife Society's annual conference in coordination with the Society of American Foresters and gave a presentation about tribal conservation and restoration in the Willamette Valley. I also attended 3 different listening sessions for the FIP Ecological Priorities to provide feedback as an on-the-ground practitioner, as a tribal partner, and also as a board member to listen to the feedback that we're hearing from our partners on the ground on those priorities. I am also assisting the Luckiamute Watershed Council with a U.S. Forest Service log donation from the Detroit Ranger District. And on the Grand Ronde Tribal Campus, I participated in hosting a Toxics Takeback event that's funded through an EPA grant. It was for Yamhill and Polk counties in April, and that's under the Columbia River Toxics Reduction Program, and we hope to make that an annual event. That's all my comments today.
Thank you, Lindsay. And then I was just going to go around the room with the person that's next to Lindsay. That is not Barbara, the other person next to Lindsay.
Thanks. So, Mark Webb, EQC liaison. Where's that supposed to? Is it all right there? Okay. Yeah, I don't like things in my face. So I submitted a number of updates to Nicole, but I think two things of note. One is that DEQ experienced a cyber attack the week of April 7th, and it's just royally fouled things up for them. Yeah, it's a mess. So still recovering from that. And then fortunately for DEQ, EPA and DEQ were granted an 18-month schedule extension on all remaining TMDLs, and so it's going to be more reasonable in terms of getting that work done. It was pretty unrealistic, so we're thankful for that.
That's it?
Good morning. Bonjour, Madame, Mademoiselle, and Monsieur. This is an explanation why my report is going to be very short, because I came back in country on Friday at midnight. 8 hours later, I was at a soccer game, and then Easter, and then drove up here. So just a short little report, and because I had my priorities right. Okay. The department kind of continues on under the interim leadership of Kate Skinner. And so in March, we just had a one-day meeting. So, not to impact a department that is moving forward in transition. So it was a one-day meeting, and we moved forward with the draft letter as required on the PFA, and it got general support, and we continued with that. We're re-looking at our governance policy and trying to expand that and update it to be, I would say, just more inclusive of the entire board. But probably the big thing that we continue to focus on as a board is to fill the state forester position that was vacated in January, suddenly vacated in January. And so as we move forward, there is the Bill 1051. The title is Relating to the State Forester, Transfers Authority to Appoint the State Forester from the State Board of Forestry to the governor, subject to Senate confirmation. And included in that is the option to not have the state forester be a forester. So testimony was taken on March 24th. And there were a variety of well-spoken people testimonying, including past state forester, conservation and industry folks, and a student from OSU in forestry, which I thought was, really important to speak of that sort of the legacy. And there was one person in support of that, for the proposal, and the rest were not in support of it. So it'll work its way through, and we'll continue to watch that. In the meantime, before this bill was dropped, the intention was for the board to have a selection as early as we were trying June. So that's probably not going to happen, but tomorrow I'll step out of here and attend the Board of Forestry meeting, where the one day will be getting comment on those skills and characteristics that one would want in a state forester. So that'll be where I'll be tomorrow. And I could stop there, but I just want to say one thing, because I have this background in working with just state foresters across the nation, and the 14 state foresters in the South in particular, and the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, is that there is something pretty unusual with the state foresters in the US, and is that they have an expansive tenure, that you see state foresters in states that have 18 years, and I've worked with legislatures, gone through 3 governors. And it's sort of what I look at like Jerome Powell, is that you're supposed to remove yourself a little bit and look at the natural resources in that respect. So I go back to what are the problems that we're trying to resolve, and are resolving those problems or creating something different. So that is what I think I will end. And just if, on the PFA piece, we were supposed to go out tomorrow to look at some of the tethered logging in Coos Bay, but because of the storms, we're not able to do that. But if y'all have questions on that, I will get back with you. We're supposed to hear more of that. I'll check in with Josh tomorrow and see where he is with that, and we'll get some information. So end of report.
Good morning, everybody. Jessie Kirschner, OSU Extension Representative, Oregon Sea Grant, non-voting board member. So just a couple of updates to share. First is that OSU Extension finally got their permanent vice provost extension and engagement person. So Chris Elliott, who is acting in the interim role for the past year through a competitive search, was selected as the final and candidate. So he's taken over that role permanently, which is great. Chris has been a really great asset to OSU Extension, and I'm glad to see his leadership continue. I mentioned this in January, but OSU's Vice Provost Ed Fazer had taken a position at St. Louis University, and so they have currently a search ongoing for that, and there's going to be candidate interviews coming up for that position at the end of April and beginning of May. So I think they're trying to fill that Vice Provost role very quickly. And then on April 30th is OSU's Damn Proud Day. So that's a 24-hour fundraising day where they're trying to, different departments and different units within the university are trying to raise money for different things and have challenges and all the fundraising things that happen in 24 hours. So April 30th, I'm sure you'll be getting, if you haven't already gotten, please, or you'll see it on social media and other places. And then the last thing that I want to mention, I'm putting on my Oregon Sea Grant hat right now, which is just we are navigating all of the federal funding challenges. Over half of our budget is federally funded via NOAA. And in the FY26, as you may be aware, we have been zeroed out. And so a lot of our efforts right now are around getting sign-on letters and support for the work that we do. So we do research, we fund research, and then we do extension in our coastal communities. So we have folks located up and down the coast that do extension work in those communities. And we have a very robust education program as well. And so we're doing just a lot of work right now to try and encourage people to support us. And so if you have any questions or want to know more about it, I'm happy to tell you about it. But that's it.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Bruce Buckmaster, a public at large member from Astoria. My agenda wasn't nearly as full as Lindsay's or as fun as Liz's. I was able to attend, I think, one of the most intriguing partnership meetings that I've had the opportunity to witness with the Nicanicum Watershed, North Coast Watershed Association, OSU Extension, Department of Forestry, Native Plant Nursery, all meeting as an outreach in Seaside to local landowners to tell them what they were doing and how to participate. When through the years, when I've heard how we funded and encouraged partnership, there's always been this question, how does that work? Well, I got to see how it works, and it works quite well. And hopefully we will get to see them when you come to visit us on the North Coast in October. That's about it. You know, since our last meeting, it seems like every morning before I get through my first cup of coffee, I become aware of a new set of assaults on things that I hold dear, like equity, justice, environment, science. And it's just, I'm just a short nudge away from the pit of despair, helpless, hopeless. But invariably, I remember the people, the professionals and volunteers that make up the partnership, our partners, our staff, my colleagues on the board, and I recognize that they get up, they suit up, they show up every day and work with enthusiasm and commitment. And for that, I am humbled and grateful and happy to be here.
I'm not sure I can say much more. So, good job, Bruce.
Bring it up a little notch.
Yeah, I can. So good morning. My name is Mark Labhart, and I have the privilege of serving on the Fish and Wildlife Commission and then the liaison to OWEB from that position as a voting member. So wanted to cover a couple things. I had the privilege of attending a conference in California last month. It was called Corridors Connectivity Conference, put on by Pew Charitable Trust. And it was mostly the western states talking about wildlife corridors. And Oregon has just completed their mapping of the wildlife corridors. And we're going to make a major change in our regulations regarding fish or hunting opportunities. We're going to be more into large grouping of wildlife management units. And so there'll be a significant change in 2026 that's going to happen based on how wildlife migrate, from winter range to summer range and those kind of things. But one of the things I was mainly there for was connectivity in regards to wildlife crossing structures. And I've been a proponent of that for many years. And I found out that, I don't know whether to use this term or not, but the sucking hind tit on the pig. We're about as far down as you can get, and we are the squealing little one right now. Here's an example. Utah has 50 wildlife crossings. Colorado has 60. Washington 22. Wyoming 32. Nevada 79. California literally has hundreds. Idaho has 17. Montana has 19, and it goes on and on. We have 6 in Oregon, and we have about 6,000 deer a year that are wildlife, mostly deer, that are killed on Oregon state highways. Doesn't include county roads. So we are way behind. We're going to be going to another conference here in another couple weeks called the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, representing Oregon at that conference. And it's a once a year conference of getting together all the fish and wildlife agencies and commissions from the Western United States. I really enjoy those because I love stealing good ideas from other people. And so we don't have the answer to everything. And so some of these other states are doing some things that are very innovative in terms of how they manage their fish and wildlife. And so it's a great conference, and I really enjoy that. Budget can't stop without, this is probably going to be the topic of most people today, is the budgets. About a third of ODF&W's budget is federal funds. We had a really good hearing with the legislative committee, both with the subcommittee and with the public comments, very supportive of ODF&W. We are proposing a fee increase on fishing and hunting licenses, and we had nobody testify against a fee increase, and the committee voted it out unanimously. So I'm hopeful that Ways and Means, which is the final stop, will fund that fee increase. Still doesn't mean very good things for ODF&W, though. We are about $8 million short on our fish division, and so we are looking at how we're going to backfill that or how we're going to make up for that. We've asked for a $20 million bond for repairing and maintaining our fish hatcheries. Hopefully that'll go through. It passed out of committee unanimously. I have no life, so I watch legislative hearings. And there's a lot of bills that are in the legislature right now regarding fish and wildlife and forestry and others. But and I attended the Joint Ways and Means meeting in Warm Springs at the Indian reservation there, and because I know a bunch of the Ways and Means members that are there, and their heads are pretty low right now because just exactly what Bruce and Liz and or others are talking about we don't know much of what's going to happen with federal funding, and extension. It just goes so deep into Oregon about the role and responsibility of federal funding and where that's going to end up and how the legislature is going to deal with that. And of course, OWEB. federal funding. So I'm sure we'll be spending some time talking about that. So now just some reporting on different things. ODF&W is in the process of revising our statewide action plan. I think I talked about that last time. We call it the SWAP, formerly known as the Oregon Conservation Strategy. It's a right now with new information from our partners, action plan for Oregon Fish and Wildlife. You can find out more about it if you're interested in that. The SWAP will come to the commission in August for approval, so hopefully we'll have a good public comment on that. And that's an important document because it does provide a backdrop on how we get some significant federal funding. Fish passenger barrier priority list, the commission approved that on Friday of last week. We were meeting in Reedsport for 2 days, and that is a priority list of all the fish passage problems in the state of Oregon on a priority list. And that was, I think OWEB participated in that process to help develop that list, but it does identify where the high priority fish passage projects are from culverts to dams all the way through there. And so that helps us identify where we can get the biggest bang for limited dollars that we have for fish passage projects, and that OWEB funds too, and watershed councils and so on. ODF&W has approximately 11 million in grant funding to address high priority fish passage screening projects across Oregon. ODF&W's grant application process started in January. Applicants now are being notified of approved projects for funding, and the funds must be spent by December 31st of 2027. So screening projects are really important because those are essentially diversions. It comes down from their canal and goes into a ditch and then goes on out into a field. And so we need to screen some of those efforts to keep those fish from ending up in an alfalfa field. The Oregon Conservation and Recreation Advisory Committee just released their 8th RFP, request for proposals, to the public in August of last year, offering $800,000 to projects that address aspects of drought, wildfire, aquatic habitat resilience, and $200,000 to projects addressing outdoor equity and or non-drought related priorities for the Oregon Conservation Strategy. There's 52 projects submitted. It's just like OWEB, you have way more projects submitted than we wish we had money for. 38 were categorized as drought-related projects, 14 were non-drought related projects. The commission approved 17 of those grants. And selected projects, just over $1 million of OCRF funds were awarded. Private Forest Accord, the PFA grant program, as many of you know, is designed to fund projects that mitigate the impacts of forest practices on specific aquatic species covered by the Forest Practices Act Accord Habitat Conservation Plan. The department released the PFA grant program round 2 in public, and we approved $10 million of funding Friday for projects around the state. And I'm really pleased because we use a criteria to evaluate the projects, but I really like to see projects spread out throughout the state. And so they did a really good job of covering most of the state with some of those PFA grants. There was 10.3 million, excuse me, not 10 million. So I think, let's see here. So the Natural and Working Lands Program review, House Bill 3409 provided $10 million to support natural climate solutions for eligible agencies to receive funding from ODF&W or OWEB. ODF&W, Oregon Department of Ag, and Oregon Department of Forestry. ODF&W received $3.04 million to support these projects to address working lands, carbon, fish, and wildlife. And we participate in the OWEB review processes for grant fundings, and I really appreciate the review process. It makes my life so much easier when I can see all of these different federal, state, local agencies that review these projects that we're going to be talking about today. And I know that they've done the due diligence, so I don't have to do a deep dive into some of these projects. So I just want to do a shout out to all these review teams that have been working on this. It's a really hard program, because when I was reading some of the proposals that we're going to be voting on today, I thought to myself, man, I wish we had more money, because these cutoff lines that we get to, there's good projects underneath of that, and they can't be recommended for funding because we don't have the dollars, but they're still great projects. So, and I think I'm worried, kind of like Bruce and the others are, I'm worried about the potential lack of federal funding, what that's going to look like, because the state cannot backfill all of this federal funding. There's just no way we can backfill all of that. So, unless there's any questions, that's the end of my report.
All right. Is the federal shortfall primarily fish related, or is it more broad?
It's both, Mark, but it's primarily fish. A lot of, not a lot, I can't give you the exact number, but we have a number of federal fish hatcheries, and whether those will stay funded or not. And then we fund a lot of our staff out of these federal funds. We even have, the Pittman Robertson Fund, which, for those of you who don't know, when you go down and buy a rifle or ammunition to go shoot turkeys, you pay a surcharge that goes into this fund. It's a federal fund, and then that gets allocated back out to the states to do work projects on the ground. And so we're even worried about that funding going away. So and then everything I hear about NOAA fisheries, I'm going, it sounds like they're going to be the Department of Weather here pretty soon. That's about all. It's what I'm hearing. So we'll be interested to hear what people have heard in the rumor mills on that, but it sounds pretty scary. So I got to say something positive. A great motel room, I mean. So, thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Dan Brown, ex officio board member representing the Environmental Protection Agency, non-voting. I hang my hat in Portland, Oregon. And it sounds like on the crossing side, we might be a little behind in four-legged animals, but I'd say we're pretty in the forefront as far as passage for salmon, right? So, I mean, I think the glass is half full, people. or at least
I hope that we're going to.
Or at least I keep drinking the Kool-Aid that's in the half full glass. And with that, just a quick couple things happening with the transition. We now have our administrator, Lee Zeldin, announcing EPA's Powering the Great American Comeback Initiative, which includes 5 pillars to guide EPA's work and promote economic growth. Number 1, of course, is clean air, land, and water for every American. So all is well. Number 2 is restore American energy dominance. Number 3 is permitting reform, cooperative federalism, and cross-agency partnership. So we're still aligned with supporting our colleagues at DEQ in cooperative federalism and working with you all as important cross-agency partnership folks. Number 4 is making the United States the artificial intelligence capital of the world. And number 5 is protecting and bringing back American auto jobs. So EPA's got its work cut out for it. On the Columbia Riverfront, I wanted to note that working with the 6 sovereigns, which include the states and several tribes, there's a memorandum coming out prioritizing projects to improve and maintain cool river temperatures. So this is a focus area from the EPA and 6 sovereign perspective in terms of protecting those fish as they're migrating up the Columbia with cold water refugia. And what else was I gonna say about that? So there's, it prioritizes 34 projects in 9 cold water refugia tributary basins, and with an estimated cost of only $220 million. So again, work is cut out. Speaking of the mighty Columbia River, the Columbia River Basin Restoration Working Group will meet on June 10th. And this working group is focused on reducing toxics across the basin, consistent with Clean Water Act Section 123. And that group reflects the governmental, geographic, cultural, and economic diversity of the basin, including representatives from tribes, states, industry, utilities, non-governmental organizations, and others. And if anybody's interested in that, you can just Google up the Columbia River Basin Restoration Work Group. Closer to home for for me is our drinking water provider partnership. We had, speaking of identifying projects you can't fund, we had a big long list, and currently we're not funding any of those projects as we continue to sort out how our funding can and cannot move. And it's not just the funding that's the problem, it's the people that are required to move the funding. And so in some cases you might have the funding but not the people, and in other cases the other way around. And I will say for our Clean Water Technical Assistance Program, we've been pretty successful with that. With this program, we're helping communities whose watersheds, drinking watersheds, are at high risk of impacts from timber harvest, for example, in Oregon and Washington and across the region. And some of those folks that we're providing technical assistance to are actually going to be talked about with the Source Water Protection Grant Program. So at that, I will hand it over to the person next to me. Except Mark.
Yeah, another question.
Uh-oh.
So you had mentioned that sometimes the problem's not a lack of funding, but a lack of staff. I know the Forest Service has been directed to maybe do more contract stuff. I'm just wondering if EPA has the same sort of directive to work with private entities or NGOs to do some of the work they historically would have done in-house?
To be determined.
Good morning, Russ Hoflick, member at large. Split my time between Portland and Lincoln City. Not only is today Earth Day, but it's a special day for me. How many of you do Wordle?
I know what it is.
Anybody?
I watch my kids do it.
Okay, there are 12,972 five-letter words in the English language.
Oh.
Today was the first day in my 3 years of doing Wordle that I got it in one try.
Wow.
The word was artsy, A-R-T-S-Y. Okay.
Your glass is half full.
Yeah. No, okay. So on to, thank you. Yeah, I know, I'm feeling very excited about this. So I must say that thanks, Sarah, and thank Dan for agreeing to work together on the new, we're both co-chairs on the Land Acquisition Subcommittee. Look forward to that serious work to do the uplift and improvements that everyone is looking forward to, and I'm ready to commit my time and efforts to that effort. I must say that I'm sitting here feeling in a similar position as we were in 2007, 8, and 9 economically, and because of all my connections from my previous work with the Nature Conservancy and Thousand Friends, I've been reaching out to our foundations, our individuals and corporations, and just like all of you are expressing a sense of being overwhelmed by the number of applicants and the inability to be able to meet everything that is out there, the foundation community is feeling not only because of the economic downturn means that they have less to deliver, but the needs are growing exponentially. I'm reminded also, and again, I'm sorry to be negative about this, but there were people, great leaders from around the nation at that time that said early action to embrace the reality that is in front of us is critical to the long-term survival of the organizations that rely on both federal funds, private funds, and those of corporations and individuals. And early definitive action to downsize and consolidate has been the message I've been receiving from leaders in corporations, many of the largest philanthropists in our state, as well as foundation leaders. So that's just a reality. It's a sober reality. I've not only been spending time with those leaders, but many of your colleagues who are losing jobs, trying to make sure that the personal pain, the anguish, trying to make sure that they land on their feet and try to get them into high quality positions in other entities has been almost a full-time commitment. And I think I'm humbled by how they're being embraced and supported by all of you, everybody in the room. I mean, the network, the power of that network to make sure people land softly is really, really critical to being able to move forward. These are people who have devoted their careers to the issues we care deeply about, and making sure that they personally are taken care of is really, really important. I guess there's also a reality. I just came back from a trip to Belize where I'm also a birder. In 12 days got 279 species of birds, but and then went to Monterey and got in 5 days 98 species. But I'm not going to be doing any international travel for the foreseeable future, and I just don't feel we're supported internationally by both customs as well as the support infrastructure that we traditionally need. And the reason I mention that is that my wife and I have made a commitment, and I had spoken to a past OWEB board member who reminded me that one of the greatest joys in her life, a woman named Trish Smith, was traveling the state as a board member and supporting the networks that are out there. And this is a time where the watershed councils, the soil and water conservation districts, the land trusts are going to need more support than ever. And being able to be out there and understanding where they are and how we can help them through this difficult period is going to be very important. So joy, challenges, whatever it will be, I'll be available. I'm going to be out in Fort Rock on May 14th and probably spending a week on the front end and the back end traveling in that region of the state, and we'll be out there with others. So you're not alone. We'll be there working with you to be able to transition through, but tough decisions will have to be made, and I would urge you to think hard about what the reality will be over the next 2-year period. So sorry about that negative report.
Thank you, Russ. My name is Woody Wolf. I'm a new OWEB member, representative Oregon Water Resources Department, voting member on the board. I hail from Wallowa County, Oregon. We had a meeting last month where we concentrated on legislative updates and budget concerns, much like many of the agencies around the state, and working on the IWRS, which is the Integrated Water Resources Strategy, which is a high-level document for staff to prioritize their work and other agencies to relate to what we're doing relative to the governor's desire to the natural resource entities to collaborate. And I'm just going to keep it short and sweet at that. So, thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. Well, good morning, OWEB board members and staff and public that are here. My apologies for being a little tardy this morning. I made the mistake of stopping by the office on the way down from Portland. And there's a lot going on in the federal government these days, and it's hard to get through the hallway right now, in my office in particular. This is kind of a segue to just talking about change. I've been hearing a fair bit from other updates this morning from other board members, and I'd like to share a little of that in our office. Until a few weeks ago, we had hoped to have our state supervisor or our deputy come down for dinner tonight and provide a presentation. But they decided to postpone that, just given all the uncertainty in our office right now with our priorities, trying to step down priorities from the administration, stepping them down within our agency, with a new Interior Secretary. We don't have a director right now. We've got someone nominated, but not confirmed yet. Our regional director announced his retirement this last week, as well as a couple assistant regional directors.
Chris, you might just tell what agency you're with, because we all know, but maybe the public doesn't know.
Thank you, Mark. Chris Allen, representing U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, our Oregon State office. I hail out of Portland, out of our state office. Thanks, Mark. Still kind of getting grounded here this morning. So yes, a lot of change in the federal government, within Department of Interior, within the Fish and Wildlife Service, within our region, within our state office. I've lost several of my staff over the last couple months. We've lost a number of our division managers over the last week, or will be over the next month. Our key leadership does remain, though, within our state office. Cassina Lee, our state supervisor, as well as Bridget Moran, our deputy, both are hanging tight with no intention to leave anytime soon, and they're a fantastic team. So I have a lot of confidence in them being able to maintain the key leadership in our office and structure it in a way to proceed as productively as possible. That will involve a lot of change. I think our office has been around 70 employees, and we've lost 15 just in the last couple of weeks. Add on some of the other retirements shortly after the calendar year started, and we're probably down 25 people. So we won't be able to continue to do the amount of work we've been doing. Right now, we don't have the ability to backfill at all. And if we do, as my other federal colleagues know, we're pretty limited in doing that. And when we do have the ability to backfill, it's probably around 1 for every 4 people we've lost, we've heard. So a lot of speculation as to how we will continue to do the work we're required to do. A lot of challenges with staff, with budgets. Yeah, I think, with that, I'll stop with that. I will say that this will also be my last OWEB board meeting. I have also decided to retire. It's been a tough decision. I just made that over the last couple of weeks. After about 34 years working full-time, starting with ODFW and then with the Heritage Program under Russ, when the Heritage Program was with the Nature Conservancy, and then 26 years with the Fish and Wildlife Service here in Portland, all out of the same office. Fantastic office to work for. Never really had a reason to leave once I landed there. I'll take the opportunity just to say that it has been an honor and privilege to serve on the OWEB board the last 2.5, 3 years. I'll miss it. I will look forward to joining some of my other board members here in retirement, and have a little more time to do the things that I love to do, as well as to hopefully do some great volunteer work like so many of you here in front of me. In terms of my schedule today, or at the meeting here, I am only able to participate today. We're rolling out a new office structure later on today that I really need to be at the office tomorrow for my staff to work through some of that. I don't think I'll be able to make dinner tonight, but I'll be here all day and engaged as much as I can. I feel like I'm probably forgetting some things. I guess one important thing is I did check in with Bridget and Cassina end of last week regarding a replacement for me on the OWEB board. And they are very, very interested in still having Fish and Wildlife Service representation. We don't know who that would be yet. I'm sure Bridget and Cassina will be in touch with you, Sarah, and Stephanie, and maybe board co-chairs. We've got plenty of good people still in the office that would love to serve in that role and would be very value added and very pleased to be a member here. So thanks a lot.
Chris, I know there may be others. We'll give you a proper send off at some point. And I just want to remind you that we are recruiting for public board members, and we'll talk about that during director's report today. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you, Sarah.
A lot of people don't say goodbye.
Yes, that's right.
One door closes, others open.
Yeah, the window opens. Chris, thank you for your service. Thank you so much.
So Kelly, that's it in the room. If you want to take the virtuals, please.
Sounds good. Okay, I will start with Jamie.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jamie McLeod-Skinner. I'm a board member at large, a voting member. Oregon. I live in Terrebonne, executive director for a housing nonprofit and also initiative support for the Office of Resilience and Emergency Management. And in that capacity, I was actually recently out in flood response and was reflecting on water, how it both, there's a balance between not having enough and sometimes having too much. And there's impact on Eastern Oregon given last year's wildfires. And of course, in that, with the warmer weather, there's actually going to be more flooding soon. And so severe impact on the Burns community and Burns Paiute tribe, but a tremendous outpouring of volunteerism support, neighbor to neighbor, neighbors helping neighbors. I also, just as a friendly members of the public who are interested and following up on Russ's comments, they have their annual Harney County Migratory Bird Festival, which is their big fundraiser. So if anyone wants to help support the community. But while I was out there, I was also took it as an opportunity to tour the refuge, the Malheur, and also some of the areas where OWEB projects are in that region, which was really helpful to get that additional of seeing actual things in. It was always is helpful to together. I also recently received a question from a member of the public asking if OWEB tracks job creation. And I know we track a lot of things, but I thought it was on that and thought it was really helpful to think about that and potentially be more more if we do have the resources and it's a small lift story of the value added that we bring, the job creation and value added not just to the nature and the environment, but also to local community. And also the conversation included that sense of what's the hierarchy of needs for safety. Appreciated Mark Labhart's comments on that as well. Really looking forward to this meeting. Input from the governor's office on the governor's priorities, customer service, and fulfilling our delegated responsibilities. But also appreciate Bruce's large perspective. I've been reflecting how in these times of great uncertainty and flux, OWEB's work and partnerships and the building of partnerships is such a great opportunity together around our shared values of healthy watersheds and natural habitat resources. I believe core Oregon values. And so I guess there's been a lot of, I guess I fall more in the glasses half full category, but the fact of the matter, have to work together and will likely need to do more with less. But I think that those opportunities, always appreciate OWEB staff and the projects that are brought before us and the work they do with our community. Really queue up those partnerships and how we can work together to do really important work for the entire state. I just want to wish everyone a happy Earth Day and looking forward to our conversations today and tomorrow.
Thanks, Jamie. Liza Jane.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Yay.
So I have my video off today because I'm not in a technology friendly zone, but I want to ask you to just take a minute with me and picture what it looks like outside here, because our Eagle Cap Mountains are packed with new snow. They're right up against the brightest blue sky you've ever seen, and we are seeing shades of green. We don't have really leaves yet, but we've got grass growing, and it's just beautiful today. But I'm here with my video off. I'm not out riding my horse. I'm riding today. I'm sorry I can't join you, and I will be totally absent tomorrow, but I will look forward to seeing you in Pendleton in July. I've been getting my cup filled up with some tropical time lately. I got to spend a week in Hawaii doing I had better plans, but the first day I stepped on a sea urchin, so then I got to sit with my foot in a bucket of vinegar for the week, but I was still in Hawaii. And then 2 weeks ago, I went to Belize. Bruce, Russ, I missed you, but I was on the Half Moon Key, and there was the greater frigate birds and the red-footed boobies, and they all get together in the same trees, and just it was one of the most mind-blowing experiences. You go up on this platform with them, and my mind just blew up. Sailed for a week, different islands, and in that, just aqua blue water. So I'm all filled up and ready for a really wild, hectic season on the ranch this year. But I feel fortunate for all of that. And I didn't say my name. My name's Liza Jane McAllister. I represent the public at large, and I live in Willamette County with Woody Wolf as my good neighbor. I shouldn't say I don't get out much. I do. I just said I did, but I'll just be able to tell you mostly about what's happening right here. We're going to put partnering with ODF&W to put a pit array right by my chicken coop in the river, so we get to start watching and counting, and I get to have an app on my phone, so every time a Chinook goes by, I can jump around. I'm excited for that. It was a great steelhead run this year in the river. I don't have the numbers, but I know it was really good, and they were fat. And Mark Labert, we served together on the OCRF crew, and I just really appreciate your comments about wildlife crossings. I think you all know that I've been working for 3 years now in Willamette County on our vehicle strike and the mule deer populations. And this Friday, we were able, with a group of people, a really great, diverse, collaborative group from around the state, was able to hire contractors for feasibility studies. They're going to be doing their second workshop on Friday. We have it down to 10 locations, which we get to pick which one to start with. And then we're following it up the next day with a public hearing. workshop meeting to let the people in the county know what we're up to. So that's happening and really exciting. Mostly because I can't go to town without driving by a couple dead bodies every single day. So I'm really hoping we can create some change on that. Chris, you broke my heart, but I do want you to know that I know where some fat, sassy trout are. And I think we have a date for that.
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
And Nicole, Sarah, everybody at OWEB, Nicole was sweet enough to send me the board packet in paper because I still am somebody who holds on to stuff that I read. And it's gigantic, but it doesn't have page numbers, which is interesting. But I think in 8 years on the OWEB board, it is the best board packet I've ever swam through. I really appreciate Sarah, especially Eric, probably just the I learned a lot. I learned a lot about what we do, and it's kind of surprising to me that I just keep learning about OWEB, and you'd think I'd know by now, but it's changing, and I just thought it was a really good board packet. I agree the projects are incredible. I'm looking forward to voting to support those. And then lastly, I would just say that echoing a lot of frustration and frustration. If any of you are feeling hopeless or your glass is looking a little empty, I want to say to each of you that you're on my mind often, and what you do matters immensely to me. So thank you. And I'm happy to be here virtually in my TAC room with you.
Liza Jane, when we number the pages, then board members mention in the comments how many pages there are and complain about it. So we've taken a different tack.
Oh, that's so smart.
I like that. Thank you, Liza Jane. Claire.
Hi all, Claire Takella, representing the Natural Resources Conservation Service. Want to say I really appreciate everyone's love. Got a little choked up over here listening to all of that, so I do really appreciate those sentiments. For NRCS, we do have a new chief. Her name is Aubrey Betancourt. Her agenda at this time is we are going to be a farmer first agency, which in my experience with NRCS, I think we've always been very farmer led and farmer needs. And so I think that aligns with kind of where we've been. She has an extensive background, but one thing is she was formerly the state executive director of the Farm Service Agency in California, so our sister agency. So I think probably has some insight into who we are and how we do business and those sorts of things. Looking at, glass half full sort of excitement coming up. NRCS will be celebrating our 90th anniversary on Sunday, April 27th. So that's, we're going to have a potluck here and celebrate something to celebrate that we've been here 90 years and hopefully you'll be here another 90 more. Otherwise, staff have been really working on getting applications assessed and ranked and to obligated status with our Farm Bill dollars. So right now we're looking at, we've obligated about 7.4 million in the Environmental Quality Incentives Program in 167 producer contracts. So we still have about 14 million more to obligate in that program. And then for our conservation stewardship program, we have 7.6 million obligated in 42 renewal contracts, but looking forward to obligating another 8.4 million in classic conservation stewardship program. Like many, we have all seen the federal judge's order to unfreeze IRA funding, but we have not gotten official guidance through our department or agency on what that looks like for NRCS. We had been told we were going to have $54.3 million in IRA in Oregon to obligate this year. So that has been on hold. We don't know at this time if we are going to be able to obligate those dollars or not. But as we kind of look towards that, we do have some considerations for how late in the year it is and also the staff that we have lost. We have many field offices that are down to one employee or are completely vacant at this point in time. So I think really turning to our partners who have folks who can do conservation planning on our behalf is going to be really valuable and important as we move forward, particularly as if expectations continue to remain that we get these dollars obligated and to the farmers. And that is all I have.
Thank you, Claire. Brian.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Brian Stubb, ex officio member representing the U.S. Forest Service out of the Portland headquarters office. It's great to be with all of you, even if remotely today. My comments kind of reflect a lot of what we've heard in the room. There's a lot of dynamics on one hand, but some stability and anchoring as well. We have a new chief, Tom Schultz, who hails from the Northwest, Idaho specifically. He's been in place for about a month or so, and he's laid out some priorities as well as we heard from NRCS, new leaders establishing priorities. His are around agency restructuring, fire, timber, and then recreation access. So those are some of the key priorities that have been laid out there. So I'll hit on some of those items as we proceed. The regional forester, Jackie Buchanan, continues to be with the region here, and we kind of expect that proceeding forward as far as her intentions. And then we have a new natural resources director, so Dan Shively, who all of you know, retired, and Mike Spizak has come back from, he was with the Washington office in the forest management staff. He did serve a leadership role here in the Northwest region, so he's not new to the region, which is good. So again, we have some stability and continuity of leadership there. On the agency restructuring topic, we have gone through a couple of early retirement opportunities, one of which is closed, or actually both have closed as far as enrolling in that. And between those two efforts, there has been significant number of folks who have either left or are kind of proceeding through that process. They can still jump out of that process, but are enrolled currently. So there's been significant folks that have enrolled in that, particularly in the non-fire portion of the organization. So given that where the agency is right now is there's kind of a major relook at where we are as far as the meeting some of the downsizing targets, and then how our skill sets and the geography where we sit currently. And from that, there's going to be efforts to kind of relook at where we go, what the next steps look like for the organization. So that's where we are, and that'll be occurring over the next month or so. On the one of the chief's priorities that I mentioned was the timber management. The president issued an executive order to increase American timber production in March, and then earlier this month, the Secretary of Agriculture and the associate chief issued additional memoranda tied to that executive order, specifying some goals, including increasing timber production by 25% over the next 4 to 5 years. The Northwest region will certainly be an important part of that effort. Some of the strategies for getting there is to really focus the workforce that we have on meeting those objectives, working with our partner agencies to streamline some of the regulatory processes and yet still achieve their objectives. and then working with partners, including states and local collaboratives and others to achieve some of those objectives. The fourth item I'd like to hit on is forest plans. These are really the kind of the foundational policy framework for managing and providing goods and services from the national forests. There's major efforts underway across the Northwest. So the Northwest Forest Plan covers Western Oregon and Washington and down into Northern California. There is an amendment process underway there to address issues around wildfire, tribal engagement, and other kind of provisions. The comment period on the draft EIS closed in March. And so that team is now analyzing those comments, and then we'll be proceeding with moving towards a final EIS and decision in coming months and such. On the other side of the mountain range, that is in the Blue Mountains, there is an effort there will be a notice of intent to proceed with a forest planning effort there, probably coming out in late spring or early summer. Importantly, all of those efforts will have aquatic conservation strategies to achieve some of the key objectives that OWEB is centered around aquatic organisms and riparian habitats and such. The last item I'll hit on is some of the financial stuff. Obviously, we are subject to the same dynamics that we've heard across the room. We have had some funds continue to move forward over the last couple of months. There is still plenty pending and some that remain uncertain, but we are moving forward. Disaster recovery funds are moving. There's a large national effort to move forward on priority infrastructure investments. So I'm part of that team. Obviously, those priorities for those investments are going to be tied to some of those chief's priorities that I mentioned at the top of my comments. Some of the comments around prioritization of aquatic organism passage barriers, we do have a regional process and priorities for those, as well as forest level priorities, and that'll be part of some of this infrastructure investments. And then lastly, some of the funds are moving forward with some of our in-stream flow restoration partnerships, some of our restoration work, including some of the work at Meadow Creek that you'll hear about later. And then we do have some major efforts to improve some basic mapping, that is the hydrography of our lands. At much of the Northwest, major efforts across the National Forest System in the Northwest, as well as the state of Washington, our partners to the north, major efforts to improve the hydrography using high resolution LiDAR, which is a really important tool to more accurately map our streams and waterways and characterize them. So that effort is moving forward as well. Appreciate the time. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Brian. Aaron.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aaron Curtis. I represent the Bureau of Land Management as a non-voting member. I'm based in Portland, Oregon. Sorry I couldn't make it today or tomorrow, but looking forward to the conversations. Nothing too groundbreaking or different of what some of our other federal family representatives have passed along. The Bureau of Land Management's in largely the same boat, with a little bit differences around the edge. So I thought the best value for our update today in recognition of Earth Day is I will put a plug in for a website called volunteer.gov. It is the federal government's clearinghouse for volunteer opportunities for any federal agency. Really easy to search. There's over 40 opportunities within the state of Oregon right now. And if you want to just show up for a couple hours, you can find something on there. You want to find something for the whole summer and a really nice campground location to take care of, you can do that too. So thanks for everything that folks do to take care of our planet, especially those on the board and those listening in. And finally, thanks most of all to you, Chris, for your public service and everything you've done over the years. So thanks. Looking forward to our conversation.
Thanks, Aaron. Eric.
Yes, thank you, Kelly. Eric Murray, representing NOAA Fisheries as a non-voting board member. I'm out of our office in Portland. Happy Earth Day. My update is going to sound remarkably similar to Chris's. I think we probably at NOAA Fisheries have even more uncertainty than Chris described, that the Fish and Wildlife Service has right now. So I'm not going to go into a lot of specific updates. I do want to let everybody know that barring any very substantial change in the next few days, I will be retiring at the end of the month. So this will be my last OWEB board meeting. Serving on the board has been one of the most enjoyable aspects of my career, and I'm going to miss you all. I'm hoping to stay involved in natural resources management as we move forward, and I hope to be able to work with you all in some other capacity in the future. And we're talking about the steps necessary to replace the NOAA Fisheries representative on the board, and we'll get back to you as soon as we know more on that. And I think I'll probably stop there.
We have two public seats open this fall, Eric, so just keep that in mind.
Sarah, slip that right. You gotta do it.
It's gonna be in the director's report, but I want to plant it.
Thanks, Sarah. So I just want to say before I pass it on to Barbara, first of all, Chris and Eric, thank you so much for your service. It has been wonderful working with you over the years. I know I probably speak on behalf of everyone on the OWEB board saying, we wish you the best in your next chapter, and we will be sending you those public position for the board, just we'll just slide those to you just so you can look at it. I also just want to take a minute because I think that right now is it's a really unprecedented time for a lot of us. And I want to recognize that we are losing some amazing, talented, passionate, dedicated people from the federal workforce. And it stinks because there's nothing that I can do about it, and I'm a fixer and I want to fix it, but I can't. And I just want to say thank you so much to everyone. And hopefully, I know Claire said she was feeling the love, but I really hope that you all do feel the love that we are putting out there and the support for all of you right now and all of us, because I think that everyone in some way, shape, or form is being impacted by decisions that are happening at the highest level. And I think now more than ever, especially on Earth Day, is a good day and time for us all to come together and support one another and just say we're here for each other. So I just want to say thank you to everybody, and I will pass it on to Barbara now.
Liz Ekpawa, liaison for the Board of Forestry. So this was an amazing report out, and I think just everyone rose to that level, and I just thank you for being here, because I just get really emotional about this, but a feeling I had as I listened to such good people leave with the years of knowledge. I'm thinking over 20 years ago, 9/11, and the Pacific Northwest Incident Command rolled on they were the first ones to come in to relieve New York firefighters and New York police in New York. And the force in New York was exhausted because they're used to, a 6-hour, 12-hour incident and they go home. But they're not used to extended weeks and days that the incident commands are set up for. So when the fires began, of course, leadership, the chiefs, the lieutenants, all those people from fire and police went into the buildings. So tragically and horribly, the top leadership of New York police and fire were lost. And this is not that tragic and horrific, but I think about Eric and Chris leaving, and the regional foresters, there's 9 in the U.S. Forest Service, and more than half are women and people of color. And to have, and we kind of leave in the 9, just one at a time. And I think the 5 have left so far. So when you think about everything else that's happening, the experience and knowledge over the decades that are being left at a time when there's so much chaos and uncertainty is, there's a great loss for that. I don't want to end on a horrible note, but they, like, Russ said, so let's problem solve. And so they were able to step up and whatever, did what needed to do in that short time to fill those positions of leadership and become whole again. And it was, and become maybe even a different organization. So that's what I was feeling as I hear, this amazing knowledge and dedication and federal service and beyond that, leave Eric and Chris and all my friends and colleagues that have left the agency prematurely. And I just want to thank you for your service and keep helping the people that are there. That's what I tried to do. My last thought was when all this stuff was happening in the first week of January, I really felt I kind of went into an incident command mode, because where was the structure? Where was the communication? Leadership was gagged. And so communicate, verify, and then look out for each other. Have the peripheral vision and feeling to say, how are you okay? How are you doing? So a little emotional, but why not? Why not? If this is not an emotional time, what is? So end of conversation here.
Thank you, Liz.
Kelly, am I on?
Yes,
Okay,
Barbara.
thank you. Thanks, Liz. Barbara Boyer, representing the State Board of Agriculture. I don't remember when our meeting was, but we did legislative visits. And we had to, we reported out our board report, which is mandatory every 2 years. We have to give the legislator our state of the industry. So we met with the Senate Committee for Natural Resource and Wildfire and presented it, and it was a really great back and forth, and was eye-opening for some of them to hear some of the facts that we were bringing forward. And then we also met with the Joint Ways and Means Committee on Natural Resources, and then we met with individual legislators. So it was a packed meeting. I always call it speed dating, so because you get 15 minutes with them. So we were running all over. So it was, I always find personally, I would rather do it not during session because I think they're just so occupied. I feel like I want to do this when they're kind of like not in this reactionary mode. But it's always successful. I did listen to the OWEB budget presentation. You guys did a great job, Stephanie. So I appreciated that back and forth. You guys had some great dialogue with them. So Chris and Eric, you just sucked the air out of this room. But I really appreciate both your service. Enjoyed getting to know you both, and I will be seeing you around. And I wish you lots of travel, Chris. I think that's on your list. I know we share a lot of travel stories. So, and then I want to end on something positive. So, I mean, we have to celebrate also, please. Because look what we get to do today. I mean, this is really, really amazing packet, like Liza Jane said. These projects are phenomenal, and I'd really like us to focus on that today. And also just keep checking in with each other, please. That's all I got.
Thanks, Chair. I just would like to note that we lost another great environmentalist yesterday in Pope Francis. Now, since it was Easter Monday, I'm going to wait 3 days just in case. But assuming that he's gone for good, I hope that we see the same leadership on the environment and on those issues of justice and equity in the next Pope. So thank you.
Amen.
So Barbara, just
Mark Labhart.
so I forgot to mention this, but Liza Jane keyed me up, and then you just keyed it up again. Because remember what I said, I have no life, so I watch budget. So you watched the presentation too. I just want to give a shout out. So Liza Jane's been on the board for 8 years, and she's still learning stuff. And so, that says a lot. So we all do that. And I got to watch Stephanie and Sarah give the budget presentation to the Ways and Means Committee. And as I'm watching that, I'm going, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. And it was like OWEB 101. And so I reached out to Nicole and to Sarah and said, that would be, if you want to know about OWEB, the new people, if we could make that budget presentation available, because it was an eye-opener to me, and I've been on this for 6 years now. So, and there were still things that I learned. And so I think that if you get a chance, if Nicole could send that out to the board members and just say, here's the link, and just, it's not a long presentation, but it is really, really good in terms of OWEB 101 and where our fingers are in so many different things and how it all comes together. And so I thought it was just an excellent presentation. So I almost immediately afterwards reached out and said, we gotta make this available to members and even to the public about, well, what's OWEB? What do you guys do? All that kind of stuff. So it was really good. So whoever put that together, kudos, and great presentation, Madam Director.
It was Stephanie and the executive team, Eric Hartstein, Stephanie, Miriam. I said the words, but I did not write the content, just to be clear.
Russ, do you have a comment?
Yeah, just one more comment on materials. Last night I was scanning through to make sure I read everything that I was supposed to read in prep, and noticed a little footnote, Nicole, about the county by county reports, and clicked on that and was so inspired when you think about the entire body of work from 1999 to present by each county. I mean, what a gift to Oregon to be able to think about the legacy of projects, the jobs created, the conservation that's been achieved, the work that still needs to be done, all in concise format, county by county. And just you talk about feeling good and feeling inspired for the future. That was a great report. So thank you. Thank you.
All right, Dan Brown has a comment.
An oversight in my report again, Dan Brown, EPA. And I neglected to mention that our local political leadership is also in place. Emma Pokin is our new regional administrator, and she hails from Alaska, where she was at DEC, which is the equivalent of DEQ in Alaska.
Don't give them any ideas.
I'm a glutton for punishment.
So I think that's all I see in the room, Kelly.
Okay. Time for my update then. So a couple of things that I wanted to let folks know. I attended the Acquisitions and Restoration Committee meeting on March 6th, and I'm looking forward to the new committee structure and how that's going to move. I also wanted to put a plug in that I attended the public meeting laws training on March 11th. I want everybody to know that we are following the rules. couple of things outside of OWEB. The Cow Creek Umpqua Tribe, in coordination and partnership with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, hosted a town hall meeting in Roseburg on March 11th to discuss a creative solution for fish propagation in the basin, given some of the uncertainties moving forward with budgets and other things. And I'm looking forward to continuing that conversation with folks. And I think that now more than ever is the time when we need to come together and support one another, recognize that there's a lack of capacity kind of all around right now. And I think that if we can come up with more of these out of the box creative solutions for things, that's really the way of the future and how we're going to get things done. And I think that's something that OWEB is a prime example of. So looking forward to more of that kind of collaborative work into the future. Putting on my Pacific Lamprey Conservation Initiative hat, because you all know I can turn any conversation into a conversation about lamprey. I just wanted to let folks know that my term actually officially ended as the tribal co-chair at the end of December 2024, but I've been staying on in an interim position, and at our conservation team meeting last week, Lori Porter, who works for the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, is our new tribal co-chair for PLCI. So I'm very excited. Lori's going to be an awesome tribal co-chair for that initiative. I'm going to be staying on just to help on an as-needed basis, but then I will be transitioning off of there. And we'll just be engaged in the policy committee meeting. So I can still help anybody with any lamprey questions and point you in the right direction, but I'm very excited to announce Lori as our new tribal co-chair there. Other than that, it's been a lot of legislative tracking. Lots going on right now, and just trying to make sure we are tracking anything that may impact the tribe and how we work with the state. And so that's been taking up quite a bit of time. And then I do want to say Happy Earth Day to everyone, and trying to end on a glass half full comment, I guess. I would like to say that I'm seeing some really great things. My kids are in elementary school, and I'm seeing some really wonderful things being taught at their school about recycling, respecting the earth, things that we can do to protect it. And I will tell you that no one gets angrier than my children when they see litter. Because, and I quote from my 6-year-old, "That's hurting Mother Earth, and that's not okay." So, just want to say that I think there's really good hope for the future with everything everybody's doing here. I know all of our kids are going to be ingrained in it, and I'm really seeing a lot of positive comments and things coming out of that. So, thinking 7 generations into the future, like tribes do, I am very optimistic. I also just got a new book because I've been feeling a little down lately. And it's called What If We Get It Right? And it's about what we're doing to help the environment and the things that we're doing, and what if we actually get it right? What if we don't mess it up? So I'll let you know once I finish it if I feel better after reading it, and I can recommend it to you all officially. So okay, and I think I'm passing it back to Barbara now.
We're actually gonna go on break. So we are smack on time. So let's meet back here at 10:15, please. Right? Yeah, 10:15. Let's take 15 minutes. Sorry.
Thanks, everybody.
Every day, or something like that.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Ooh, that was loud. Barbara Boyer for the record. We are now moving on to agenda item B, which is our general public comment. First, I want to acknowledge the written comments that we received for this agenda item. Thomas Laird, Mitzi Buckley, Michael Ayer, John Logan. Should I be saying where they're from? I guess not. Evan Hayduck, Andrea Kreiner, Terry Rigsby, Joe Buttafuoco, Neil Schulman, Mary Lagelbo, Lauren Link, Tom Gaskill, and Sharon Richardson. Thank you for engaging with us with your written public comment. So, Regan, are we going to put the timer on, the 3-minute timer, please? Okay, so we are going to have Andrea Kreiner, Terry Rigsby, and Joe Buttafuoco go. Well, I'll go Andrea first, but you're going to go in that order. And I'm looking for the timer. Hold on. There we are. Okay. Because we have so many, we are going to stick with the 3 minutes, please. So, Andrea.
Good Earth Day morning, Co-Chairs Boyer and Coates and members of the board. My name is Andrea Kreiner, and I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts. And since I always have to bring a hat with me, I'm here today in my role representing the Oregon Conservation Partnership, which, as you know, is OECD, NAUSI, COLT, and Ocean. As we mentioned in January, the Grant Hub is up and running, and as of yesterday, we had 104 signed up users, which is great. We held a webinar for them on how to use it, and we're soon going to be launching a Google group for them to talk with each other and coordinate even more with each other in their use of the hub. And we'll also be providing a webinar on successful grant writing later this summer. You can access it. It's in the written comments, the link, but just go right to conservationpartnership.org, and it's right there on the top menu. I also provided links in the written comments to the various earned media since the last meeting, and there are some cool Tidegate stories that they're working on with OPB right now. So keep your eyes out. We're getting some good coverage for work going on around the state. And on a little OECD note, kind of a heads up, we're going to have some really great legislative tours this year, towards the fall. And of course, you will always get invitations to them. And I would suggest we've got the one I know we're definitely setting up is going to be virtual fencing, but probably one here in Polk County and another one in Multnomah. And I don't know, maybe some more that will sneak in there. So on behalf of the partners, thank you for the opportunity to provide this update.
Thank you, Andrea. All right. Terry, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's see. Okay. Good morning, Co-Chairs Boyer and Coates and OWEB board members. My name is Terry Grigsby, and I'm with the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils. I'm pretty new in this role, so I appreciate the opportunity to give an update about what NAUSI has been doing, and our work really hinges a lot on this partnership, and we deeply appreciate your support. And I want to thank Russ for mentioning the importance of getting out into the community and supporting our watershed councils and stormwater conservation districts and land trusts. And I've been doing my best to do that myself. And since I presented in January, I've been able to meet with 40 watershed councils, mostly virtually, but I think it's really important that NAUSI and through the partnership, we're in the community and supporting our councils. So we have two really active committees right now that are led by council staff and supported by myself. One is the Government Relations Committee, and I am very pleased that we've been able to engage with the legislative process this session, and we have also recently begun and it's timely, the process to support the PCSRF for all of our councils and obviously our state agencies. And our other active committee right now is our Member Services Committee. And we, since the first time since 2019, are holding a Watershed Council gathering. It hasn't been held for that long, mostly because of COVID and for some wildfire issues. But I'm really excited that we are going to be holding that in just a few weeks. It's sold out. We're going to have some great speakers and everything from like FEMA permitting to upland watershed management, and also a keynote speaker, Dr. Leslie King. She's an ODFW commissioner and also an expert on river restoration and environmental justice. We'll be bringing some of that into the work that we're doing. And lastly, I just want to say, lend our support for the changes to the OWEB Small Grant Program. I think it's a really powerful way to get funds out into the community and to support the councils and districts, but now also organizations like Land Trust. So those changes, I think, will be really powerful. And I just want to say, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Terry. All right, Joe Botafuco, and then Megan Kemple, you're up next, or you're on deck. And then we have two virtuals. Are the virtuals on? Yes. Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Joe.
Good morning, Co-Chair Coates, Co-Chair Boyer, members of the board. Great to be here in person for my first OWEB meeting. I am, like Terry, brand new and also visiting around the state with different land trusts, seeing projects on the ground, and I'll tell you that nothing gives you hope in a hard time better than seeing the work on the ground, and especially the way people work together. And it's everyone within the Oregon Conservation Partnership and other partners really working together and bringing expertise together. So been to the coast, I've been to Lane County, I was just in Deschutes County last week. So it's been a wild ride as a new ED, but I'm seeing the power that OWEB is able to help us all do. So thank you very much for the support. Lots going on at Colt. We're going to start strategic planning later this year, so we've got an RFP out for that. Our State of the Lands report, this is our annual report that tells stories of the work of our members. We're working on that right now. That should come out in June, and we usually have a little gathering. So if you're interested in having a copy or coming to that, there'll be more details forthcoming once we have that figured out. One thing upcoming that this funding helps support is a tribal water webinar series. So our Oregon Land Justice Project program manager, along with our water program manager and some folks at AT&I, are planning a multi-series webinar series on tribal water issues. So look forward to that. That should start in June. Then I also wanted to mention we are tracking and working with the ARE committee, the new committee. We were at the meeting last month, and really looking forward to continuing that work. Our members are committed to that work. Really can't state just how important OWEB land acquisition funding is to land trusts, and there's so much more work to do. So we're pretty interested in the works to modernize that process. Just want to mention, like, as OWEB has grown over the years, taken on new programs and projects, the land trust community has grown as well. And capacity, sophistication, the scale of what our movement is able to do now is quite incredible. And so we really need OWEB to walk with us in this program moving forward. So just close by saying, you know, when you put investment into land trust projects, whether it's restoration or acquisition, you are making long-term durable commitments to conservation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Jamie, you have a clarifying question?
Yeah, and it's really for Andrea, Terry, and Joe together. In addition to the natural resource based funding you're doing, are you also doing resilience based? Because they're so tied in. Just any thoughts or reflections on that? And Joe, it actually probably ties into your comment you just made. growing as land trusts. But are there beyond natural resource specific funding and programs you're working on that are based on building in your communities?
Jamie, you're kind of choppy, so I don't know if, did you guys understand her? Yeah, we didn't hear every word you said. And
I think I can maybe help, and Jamie, let me know if I get it wrong, but I think, part of it is because I remember a conversation that we had over the summer during fire season when you guys talked to us, a couple of you, I think Terry and Andrea especially, about the role that SWCDs and watershed councils were playing in emergency response, knowing that Jamie's been actively in emergency response mode. I think maybe the question is around, are there sources of funding that you're able to draw from outside the natural resources realm that support those additional functions related to community resiliency that we know that as boots on the ground, you play a more active role in just kind of broader community resilience? How'd I do, Jamie? Okay.
This is Terry from NowSee. Our NowSee as an organization is not able to draw on that, but I do think that some of our individual watershed councils are exploring those other funding sources, especially as we know that some funding sources are not as available as they have been in the past. So everyone is sort of looking elsewhere. And certainly all the work that all of our organizations do all contributes to resiliency, whether that's drought resiliency, wildfire prevention, and then mitigation. It really is all about resilient communities and habitat.
As far as the conservation districts, we had linked into the, now I'm forgetting which organization was leading it. I think it was ODF, but it might have been ODF. The post-fire funding for resilience and recovery, and we were able to, we were providing a lot of information from the districts into their work on what was needed to recover from the fire. And then that was able to allow the districts to help both the landowners and the district work get funding for some of that recovery. On the resilience end, we were looking forward to one of the Senate bill on fire safe communities, basically, but that the grant program was recently taken out of that bill, and now it's more of an insurance-based bill. A lot of the work that our folks out in the rangelands are doing, in fact, one of our legislative tours will be, as I said, the virtual fencing out in Gillum, which is one of the big fire resilience efforts. So there are efforts going along. They're being funded all over the place, usually through natural resource funding rather than resilience or fire recovery-based funding.
all right, thank you, everybody. So Megan Kemple, please. Good morning.
Hello. Chairs Boyer and Coates and members of the board. I'm Megan Kemple, Executive Director of Oregon Climate and Agriculture Network. ORCAN is an active member of the Natural Climate Solutions Coalition, which has been very engaged in implementation of the Natural Working Lands Fund and also in advocating for renewal of that fund. That fund is a significant step towards ensuring that Oregon's natural and working lands contribute to climate change mitigation and resilience. The Natural Working Lands Fund provides incentives and technical support to help landowners, land managers, environmental justice communities, and tribes adopt practices that support natural climate solutions on Oregon's natural working lands, including farms and ranches. OWEB is the fiscal agent distributing the funds to ODA, ODF, ODF&W, and OWEB's own grant programs. The fund was established in 2023 by the legislature with a $10 million allocation, and we're advocating for renewal at the $5 million level this session. We strongly support the investment of the $5 million fund for natural working lands in OWEB's budget. It's also included in the governor's recommended budget, which is great. In addition to the broad support of our coalition, 25 farms, ranches, vineyards, and ag businesses from across the state have endorsed the funding request. Among other things, this fund launched the OEHP Conservation Management Plan grants, just this year, which provide payment for agricultural practices with ecosystem services benefits, including carbon sequestration benefits. The Natural Working Lands Fund also funded OWEB's restoration and technical assistance grants, and you'll hear more about this fund tomorrow in the Natural Working Lands and also the grant programs in the Natural Working Lands update on the agenda tomorrow. The Natural Working Lands Fund received applications requesting a total of $6.25 million, with only $2.35 million available. So as you can see, demand far exceeds the amount of funding available. And as you all know, continuity of this funding is really critical. When funding's available one year and not the next, interest in programs decreases, and it's difficult for farmers and farm service providers, community orgs, to anticipate what will be available and take best advantage of it. The coalition also submitted written testimony, written public comment that you should see in your packet in support of the budget request, with some additional info about the impact and the support. And I'm here because I want to encourage the board, as you're able, to advocate for the inclusion of the $5 million investment in the fund, the Natural Working Lands Fund, in OWEB's budget. We'd welcome your support as individuals or in a coordinated effort. The board could formally submit a letter in support of the POP, or we'd also welcome advocacy from any of you as individuals. And if you're interested, I'd be happy to support your advocacy. Thanks so much for considering that request.
All right, Nicole, you ready for the two virtuals?
Yeah, they're actually sharing a screen, so you can call them one at a time, but they're going to be
Okay. All right, Whitney Roner, we're going to have you go first, please.
Hey, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Good morning, OWEB board. I am Whitney Roner. I'm the district manager for the 4 soil and water conservations over here in Baker County. Just wanted to chime in today and let OWEB know that our capacity grants, we appreciate the continued supports provided to the SWCDs through those capacity grants. They are vital for the improvement of agriculture, water quality, conservation practices statewide. And we respectfully request that the OWEB board consider increasing the funding levels. I don't know if you guys seen this, but minimum wage has gone up or is going up again. Our operating costs, of course, are on the rise like everything else is. And in order to maintain competitive compensation and an effective working environment to retain our quality staff, we need to remain competitive with both wages and working environment. So again, we over here in Baker County appreciate our capacity grants and just ask that you consider maybe a little bump in those. And that's all I have. I'll turn it over to Corey.
Thank you, Whitney. All right. Hold on, we're resetting the timer, Corey. Sorry. All right, Corey, please. Corey Rowe.
Good morning. Corey Rowe. I work for the Baker County Soil and Water Conservation Districts. And I would just like to thank the OWEB staff and review team members for their hard work and dedication to each grant submission. Having worked for Baker County SWCDs for 7 years now, and after attending the OWEB board meeting in Baker City, that I realized the amount of hours that are put into each grant submitted. We diligently work to put together proposals that are strategic, relevant, and ready for implementation so that our efforts invested are executed. It's been my pleasure to work with OWEB and willing landowners towards the common goal of improving water quality and quantity. Water quality is crucial for the health and productivity of plants, animals, and humans, making it essential for sustaining agricultural systems. Effective water management is also vital for preserving ecobalance, promoting biodiversity, and maintaining the overall health of our planet. Thank you again for the opportunities to help landowners. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Thanks everybody for participating in our public process. We appreciate hearing from you. All right, moving on down, passing it to Kelly.
Thanks, Barbara. Next up is Sarah with our director's updates.
See what you guys mean about these microphones. The tables are a little narrow, huh? Thanks, friends, and thanks for all the great updates today. Well, I'm hoping that Nicole or Linda is pulling up my presentation there. Is Linda. I do want to let folks know I'm mostly not crying. I have a blocked tear duct. And so there were moments during the meeting when I was legitimately crying, but on the whole, I will not be crying throughout today's meeting. So if anybody wants to learn about how tear ducts function while I wait for surgery, I'm happy to share that over the break. I have a lot of new knowledge in that area. So anyway, that's why the Kleenex are next to me. But if anybody needs Kleenex, by all means, come up and get them. We're going to use a similar structure to director's report as last time. Seemed popular. Give some quick staff updates, talk through today's meeting and how that fits in kind of the broader arc of the year. We have some board membership and officer changes coming up to mention, in addition to the changes that we already discussed today. And then we will ask Eric Hartstein and Miriam Scherer to come up and share budget and legislative updates towards the end. And I will try to keep us on schedule, so Barbara, feel free to just kick me under the table here if you like. I do always like to start by revisiting our mission and strategic priorities. A number of folks said what I wanted to say at the beginning here, which is that this is a moment for OWEB and our culture, our mission, our mandate, our values, the way that we do our work in the world. And so I think it's important to revisit that. You guys have a meeting where you're going to make a lot of funding decisions today, and people need that right now. They need the funding, but they also need the model of OWEB's work, which is to support local leadership, values, priorities, not only financially, but through the way that we work collaboratively with our partners across agencies, between the local, state, and federal levels, with our tribal government partners, and with our nonprofit and land trust partners. The way that OWEB does its work is really important right now. So thanks for the support that you all bring, and just the recognition that I know the board brought today, and our partners as well, that this is a moment where a little bit of OWEB magic goes a long way, and bringing that focus on local leadership and priorities, and bringing both the funding and the values and cultural support to get implemented on the ground, the work that folks need to see in their communities for both community and watershed health is really important in this moment, and something that we can all feel good about contributing to. So thank you. Next slide, please. In your packet, you will have seen a number of strategic plan updates. I'll walk through those real quick, and also through the staff reports. I really encourage folks to take a close look. I know it is a big packet, and we hid from you how big of a packet it was, so I won't tell you. But staff do put a lot of effort into these reports. The strategic plan update is a really important part of the way that we sort of complete that oversight role and report back to the board on the work that we've done in sort of alignment with the board-approved strategic plan. And staff reports similarly. We'd love to talk to you in more depth about all these topics, and then we would have to ask for another day of your time. So please do, even if you do it after the meeting or maybe after dinner tonight, have a look through those staff reports and make sure that you're up to speed, because it does provide a lot of useful contextual knowledge. Russ mentioned the updated county fact sheets. Linda and other folks have been working hard on those. I do love carrying those when I visit local communities or legislators, and to be able to sort of put that on the table and say, here's what's going on in your community that we're supporting, is a really valuable and important message. So we're investing in a lot of that upfront communications work, even as we have a committee tracking and communicating outcomes that'll be focused on sort of some updates to that work potentially over the next few years. We've been continuing with our DEI related trainings, and there's an outline of some of those in the strategic plan updates. Alexa will come and talk with us tomorrow, as Megan mentioned, around updates to the Natural and Working Lands Fund. I do want to let folks know there was sort of some delay in getting those funds on the ground this biennium, and the governor's office has tracked that along with what is the Global Warming Commission called now, OCAC, the Oregon Climate Action Committee. Chair reached out to the agencies in the governor's office, Chair McDonald, to ask us to set that into motion, sort of the interagency planning around potential use of those funds for the next biennium if they're passed, so that we're ahead of the ball this time and we can get those funds on the ground more quickly. There are a number of agencies that need e-board approval to be able to use those funds. So we won't wait until we see the outcome of legislative session this time. We'll start planning ahead, and I'm sure we can find something to do with the $5 million if they don't arrive. There is a data call mentioned there for the Oregon, I'm going to forget what ORI stands for, the Water Resources Inventory, no. Watershed, thank you guys, sorry. Out, and we got our first successful applicant for the 2024 wildfire response cycle that you guys gave us permission to move forward with in the fall, responding to the 2024 fires. I did want to take a moment, without putting any of our federal partners on the spot, to share some updates on Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funds, in part because they were in the news over the weekend. There was see, I'm not crying while I talk about the federal budget. There was a OPB article about Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funds and the importance of that to our tribal government partners and overall sort of salmon population restoration efforts. There is an indication that those will likely be zeroed out in the president's budget. That is a big chunk of the funding that OWEB sort of combines, mixes and matches for our partners behind the scenes and delivers, and it supports a significant amount of our staff time. So this is, I wanted to let folks know that's out there. This is something that we're tracking closely. There is a good news slide to follow this one, so just hold on a second. We do have, I guess, suppose this is good news as well, just to give folks an idea of where we stand. We would normally be receiving news of the federal fiscal year 25 awards around Memorial Day. And so that was left stable at previous year levels in the FY25 continuing resolution that passed earlier this year. We do think the president's proposed budget will likely zero out PCSRF. We're also tracking, as folks have mentioned, pretty significant staffing reductions throughout our federal family partners and including at NOAA Fisheries. So we do expect delays to the FY25 award process and do expect that to potentially affect the timeline at which we'll be awarded and receive and be able to distribute those funds. However, let's go to the good news slide quickly. The good news is it's actually not that uncommon for PCSRF funds to be eliminated in the president's budget and then restored in the congressional budget. It's something that the delegation from Pacific Coast Salmon States tracks very closely. Another piece of good news is that we're still working our way through awards as far back as FY21. And the 23 and 24 awards included Bill and IRA funds that were particularly large award years. And so even with significant delays, we're predicting even of up to a year in the FY25 award being available. We don't expect impacts to staffing or grants. So we feel, for OWEB, we feel pretty comfortable with that timeline, and we can accommodate some delays without disruption to OWEB staffing or grant making. We can also share that we're in good touch and close collaboration with the other Pacific salmon states, Washington, Idaho, Alaska, California, and also throughout the state enterprise. So we're working closely with your colleagues at ODFW, with the governor's office, to sort of advocate for restoration of those funds, to keep them on the congressional mind, and to plan ahead together and make sure that we're ready to sort of shift funds around and do what we can to make sure that operations continue uninterrupted if there's some delays there. So the delegation is well aware. Some of our friends, as Terry mentioned, and watershed councils and other partners have been actively engaged in outreach to the delegation as well. And so the delegation's well aware of the importance of those funds, which I believe date back to the original Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds, and that was the original strong case for funding there. So that is a quick update on Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery. Again, just wanted to flag that, knowing that folks may have seen it in the news or heard it on the grapevine. I did want to report here Director Award memo updates. This is something that we had previously been sharing just with the co-chairs, and in the interest of transparency, wanted to provide updates. So these are include things like FIPS that are delegated at the project level around, that federal funding that is passed through. So anything that you guys aren't the decider on basically gets delegated to me for approval. That totaled $11.5 million, and I believe, I'm going to look to Courtney for a nod, I believe that includes a signature of a delegated award memo for our first tribal project development grant, which I know you've heard about in a couple of consecutive meetings here. So we're excited to see those funds starting to reach the ground. And we'll, as we're talking through the spending plan later, continue to highlight this distinction between delegated and sort of board controlled and awarded agreements. Okay. I have edited this slightly based on feedback from last time, but just a reminder, these are my bookends, and I wanted to particularly mention these bookends of sort of intense periods and points for board engagement because you have a lot of grant award decisions ahead of you today. And it is a point at which I think this board occasionally gets concerned that you may be rubber stamping if you don't, dig pretty deep into the awards. As somebody mentioned, who was it? Mark and I think another partner, the amount of time and effort that goes into those external review teams and the technical and strategic review that goes into those projects. If that goes well, you guys should feel like we're doing our job in the course of those grant awards, and you can dig into them as much as you wish. I don't mean to, undermine deliberation or discussion around that, but just know that that is informed by and controlled by the bookends that we talk about here. So you guys help us figure out what's the direction we should be headed? What are our mission, vision, values, strategies, our policy guidance, our connection to community? How do we deal with risk? All of that comes way before the operational part where we actually get to review these proposals and get the dollars on the ground. And then later on in the process, your role is really heavy on oversight and accountability and helping us make sure that we did what we said we would do in this process. And that's true for grant making and other roles that we function as well. So if you look through the awards today and say, this looks great, the review teams and the staff did their job, that's great. If you have a bunch of questions, that's fine too. But just a reminder that those are kind of the bookends where we really rely on the board to provide a substantive input and guidance. And we'll have a lot of opportunities for that as well today. Okay, next. Is there a second slide actually that has those bolded? You go to the, nope, I lost my bolding somewhere, that's okay. So this is our focus, now we'll see if I can do it from memory. This is our focus for 2025 that we talked about. The ones that we'll hit on today are community connection. We'll have a grantee panel presentation from our partners working at the Luckiamute Confluence. We'll talk about sort of the next phase of conversation around our 25-27 spending plan. We're not ready for a decision yet. You'll be heading there in July. And of course, our numbers are still very tentative, but based on the January conversation, we've started to, and most recent economic forecasts, we've started to build some numbers in, and Miriam and Stephanie will come and talk us through that today. I will tag that we do have a co-chair election coming up. Co-chair Boyer will be term limiting out later this year, and so I'll be inviting not applications, that's different. So nominations or self-nominations for that, and 2 seats opening up on the board later this year as well. What else in there are we talking about? We'll have a lot of grant decision conversations. We'll cover open solicitation, drinking water source protection, and water acquisitions today, or this week. And we'll do a real light touch on committee feedback from last time and prepare for our committees to really dig in their June meeting. Go ahead, Linda. So here's what that looks like in terms of the modes you'll be in. We have a lot of learn and share, starting with our board member updates today and the panel presentation and program overview from Alexa that I mentioned. We're going to be in kind of discuss and guide, but not yet decide mode around spending plan priorities. And if all goes well, Jeff Huntington from the Governor's Natural Resource Office will be joining us to talk a little bit about the Governor's priority funding line in the spending plan and some proposals for shifting part of that money from this biennium to next. So hopefully Jeff will be able to join us virtually for a few minutes tomorrow. And then you get to put on your cool wigs and deliberate and decide mode. I'll talk through the first 2 in a little bit here, but we'll have a lot of focus on grant awards. And then we'll also have some discussion and a potential vote on the proposal for a partial release of the conservation easement with Mackenzie River Trust that we talked about last time at the January meeting. So a lot of follow through from past meetings and preparing for decisions coming up. We are, in addition to our 2 retirements who have their own process, and we'll look forward to those conversations with your leadership, guys. We do have a fairly robust process. I would love to hand the seats to Chris and Eric. It is a decision above my pay grade who our next appointed board members from the governor's office might be. Bruce Buckmaster will be retiring from the board, and Liza Jane McAllister in fall of this year. To get ahead of the Senate confirmation process, we need to have names lined up in the next couple of months here. And there's actually, I think, a more maybe sort of transparent and open process than folks might be used to from past experiences. So we need people who are potential candidates for the board to actually submit applications via the Workday link there that's shown on the screen. Nicole will send that out to members after the meeting. It'll be included in the materials. You can also just email suggestions directly to Nicole, and we're building a list to send to the governor's office for their consideration. They have their own list that they're working on as well, of course. And that will require Senate confirmation, which will be in September, and that'll be our last chance. So it is difficult for this board because of our voting rules to operate with any vacancies. So we're going to put a high priority on making sure that we get those seats filled timely. And make sure that we don't have a gap, because the next confirmation after September would be awkwardly late for us. Mr. Labhart, sorry, your meeting.
Just a quick question. What's the definition of deepening the bench?
Well, I was just getting to that part. So a couple of criteria to consider. We have a little language in statute that gives us our main sideboards in terms of who we're looking for in terms of OWEB board members. Knowledgeable about cultural or natural resource issues, because it's great if they're knowledgeable about cultural resource issues too. Representing all geographic regions of the state among our voting members. So Bruce, we certainly have our eye on making sure that we have coastal representation, which half of Russ provides coastal representation, but in a replacement. With the loss of Gary Marshall last year, we haven't had a member from Southeast Oregon for a while. In chatting with staff, we haven't had anybody directly from the Klamath Basin or Lake County in a while. So those are regions that we're kind of keeping a particular eye out for in terms of geographic representation. The term deepening the bench is one the governor uses in describing her interest in making sure that we are forever increasing the breadth of Oregonians that are able to contribute to board and commission service. So that means different kinds of representation and diversity. It also means just bringing in new folks that maybe haven't served on a bunch of different boards and commissions. OWEB is a great collaborative board. I don't want to say we're a starter board because you guys are all experienced, seasoned professionals, but we are a welcoming and supportive board for folks to get their feet wet in terms of a board or commission role, and a really positive, mission and opportunity for folks to contribute at the community level. So that is part of the reason behind the more sort of open application process, is an interest in, getting folks engaged in governance that might not have had an opportunity to serve on a board or commission before, and really welcoming that. Certainly we want to encourage folks like you all who have a commitment to our OWEB core mission of grant making and watershed health, and that are familiar with our programs and partnerships. But many of you joined us knowing less about OWEB than you do now, and that's perfectly fine. Many folks joined us having worked with OWEB for many years, and that's great too. So those are kind of the criteria that we work with and want to prioritize through this search process. And again, the governor decides. So we are trying to get a deep bench of ideas for her to work with and for her office to work with here. A friendly reminder, since Kelly prompted us on public meetings law, I know a number of folks have attended these either through your home board or commission or through some opportunities that Nicole sent out. Really encourage folks to take these trainings, and I wanted to take the brief opportunity to remind you that for our voting members, this is really important stuff, and it's a personal obligation to know and understand and follow the law, and there is a personal liability associated with this. There's a fine potentially for infractions, although that is not where the Government Ethics Commission starts. They start with learning and practice. So we just want to remind folks that there is some new guidance because of litigation and legislation around serial communication specifically, that it's important to be careful when board members are discussing business at any time outside of public meetings that if that begins to spread towards a quorum of members through a serial communications, whether that's email or social media or verbal, can be through an intermediary, someone who doesn't even sit on the board. So in the past, the guidance has been make sure you don't have a quorum worth of people sitting around and talking board business. The guidance that we're getting at this point is that the least risk approach is just don't discuss board business with anyone outside of a properly noticed public meeting. And you are all grown-ups and professionals, and you can decide how to slice and dice that according to your own understanding and preferences. But we have been provided with this list of sort of, here are some things that are safer. It's okay to talk to staff in pre-meeting preparations, including me. I am careful, I know the rules, and I will help make sure that we follow them. Requesting information from staff via myself or Nicole is always encouraged and safe. Hearing opinions on board matters from other partners, but not sharing yours is always safe. I keep looking at my federal members, and you're not voting, so you don't have to worry about this very much, especially if you're retiring. One of the lines that we have heard and encouraged is, hey, thanks for sharing your thoughts. I will bring my thoughts to the public meeting. So it's always, a good idea to hear from the public and from our partners on board matters. It is increasingly risky when you start sharing your opinions back through intermediaries on those things. And notifying the chair in advance that you might introduce an amendment falls into the sort of safer behavior category. Riskier, telling people information on your position or potential votes introduces the risk that they may share that with other board members and approach a quorum. Meeting with other members outside of noticed meetings to discuss board business, no matter the numbers, and welcoming or allowing others to share information on other board members' positions with you. I do want to give a shout out to the Department of Justice and Oregon Government Ethics Commission, who have been really working hard to put some shared materials and training together. And the bowl of cereal is a reminder about serial communications. It's hard to say. When DOJ came to talk to us about this at an agency directors meeting, there was an introductory getting to know you question about our favorite cereal that I just thought showed a lot of wit and flexibility in terms of the partnership that our council brings to these conversations. So I won't have everybody name their favorite cereal, but it really brought some levity to an otherwise difficult conversation. Well, it was the easiest thing to Google, actually, and I got in there before Linda did, so. All right.
Oh, she's saying that you got
I knew you would get there, Dan. That's what I've got for the day. I'm gonna invite Eric and Miriam up to talk about budget and legislative updates. And Madam Chair, I don't know if you want to entertain any questions in the intervening period.
Kelly's got this.
That Madam Chair.
Does anyone have any questions for Sarah before we move on to item D? Liza Jane?
Quick one, Sarah. Thank you, Kelly. What does possible, I have not seen possible action listed with an agenda item, and I'm wondering if I missed it or that's new and what's meant by it.
Possible and potential are probably not that different. I think we were trying to indicate subtly that that's an agenda item that could move forward to a vote today. It doesn't cause any great strain or concern for us if we need a little bit more deliberation and discussion on it. So mainly, Liza Jane, I use inconsistent words and cause confusion is what that means.
Got it.
And sometimes it doesn't get caught by smarter people.
Thank you.
All right, Russ has a question.
So from a historic perspective, I have found in the nominations process that reaching out to the soil and water conservation districts, watershed councils, and land trusts for ideas about great people who have the skill sets that you're looking for to be a great way to pump the quality of the candidates in preparation of sharing those with the governor and the natural resource director.
Absolutely. So hopefully Terry and Andrea and Joe heard that, and we can talk about board member ideas over the next month or two here. Yeah, excellent point, Russ.
All right, Kelly, I'm not seeing any more in the room.
Eric and Miriam, do you want to come up for budget and legislative updates? It is prime legislative season, as a couple folks have noted. And prime waiting for the next revenue forecast season as well.
Great. So good morning, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Eric Hartstein, Policy Coordinator, and I'm here with Miriam Scher, Business Operations Manager, to give a pretty brief budget and legislative update. We heard a little bit from the legislative session during the board member comments, so we'll give a little bit of OWEB's perspective as well. So we are halfway through the legislative session, a little over halfway now. And it's been a pretty big legislative session. We've had over 3,400 bills that have been introduced. So I think that's a record. And we're tracking those bills that have an impact to OWEB. And it's actually been relatively quiet for us this session, as bills that we have been tracking have been amended, or legislative deadlines have applied. So we're really kind of down to 2 bills that we're watching outside of our budget bills, which Miriam will talk to in a second. But House Bill 3131, which would provide $17.3 million of general fund for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program. And then House Bill 3341, which would provide $5 million for the Drinking Water Source Protection Grant Program. So both of those bills passed out of their policy committee earlier in the session and have moved on for consideration in Ways and Means Committee. I should also note that since these did originate outside the executive branch, that we have no position on either of those bills. So with that, maybe I'll pass it over to you, Miriam, for budget.
All right, Miriam Scher for the record, Business Operations Manager and Fiscal Officer at OWEB. No real change to update as far as our budget. As Eric mentioned, we did include in your packet the list of policy option packages, or POPs, that were included in the governor's recommended budget. Just a note that all of those policy option packages are above the current service level. So anything that is permanently funded is included separately and just rolls over. And these policy option packages are in addition to that. As you heard and noted, our budget presentation was delivered in February, and it sounds like we'll send out a link so that you can watch that yet again. If you haven't watched it, it was a fabulous delivery. And in July, we will hopefully bring you a presentation for a legislatively adopted budget. That's it.
Thanks, guys. I do want to share that that was my first time ever speaking to a legislative committee for more than 3 minutes. And so not having the red, yellow, green light is a really novel experience. It's a lot of fun. Thanks to everybody that helped put that together. Budget or legislative questions, friends?
None in the room, Kelly.
A reminder that related to Megan's comment earlier, that if you're engaging legislatively as individuals, please do remind them that you're engaging as as individuals, and not speaking as a board or as a board member unless you are acting as a board. And there is a process for that, and I don't know what it is. So if you're interested in that, we'll have to ask for advice. But perfectly fine to get out there and as an individual, get your opinions heard, but please just be clear about who you're representing if that comes up. Does that take us to general board business then?
I think so.
Were there any others? There were no other staff updates under. Yeah, so I understand you guys wanted me to introduce this a little bit, since it's a little bit of a new structure.
So this is a new agenda item we're going to try out today, and I've asked Sarah to actually explain it and help guide us through it, and I'll do the delivery.
Now it sounds like a big deal. It's not a big deal. We have noticed in the past that sometimes it's hard for folks to know what's a relatively sort of routine, regular business measure, and what do we really expect you to dig in and spend a lot of time deliberating and discussing. So the minutes, everybody knows. In some other boards and commissions, you might have a consent agenda where you have a lot of routine business that you can do with a single vote. because we have different voting rules for different kinds of actions, we are not going to attempt that because I really don't know how to do it legally. But Nicole and I did sort of propose this idea to the board of just having a general board business update here that we can do a quick introduction on each of these topics. If you wish to dig into discussion and debate or deliberation, of course, that's perfectly fine. But these are things that we see as pretty routine and you know, are happy to work through pretty quickly to get to some of our larger agenda items. So I will, do you want to go ahead and move forward with the minutes vote? We could do them one at a time, and I think we will have. Are we going to have staff introducing each of the second and the third voting items, or, okay. All right, let me pull out my materials.
Was that a no?
They are not going to, so let me pull out my materials while you vote on the minutes.
All right, so we are on agenda item D1 and looking for approval of our last January 2025 board meeting minutes, please.
For the record, Lindsay McCleary, I move the board approve the minutes from the January 28 through 29, 2025 board meeting.
It's been seconded by, okay, we have a motion on the floor. It's been moved by Lindsay, seconded by Mark Webb. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. Thank you.
Our next piece of general business you'll see in your board books under D2 is a request to extend the timeline for 2 Oregon Ag Heritage Program easement grants that are moving forward as expected, but we're looking to align the sort of timelines related to NRCS funding so that we're kind of keeping the 2 funding programs in better sync. And we have staff here that can answer questions, but it is not of concern to staff, and we'd like to go ahead and provide that flexibility to applicants so that they can move forward with the process without us taking them out of sync.
Ross, you have a question?
Sure. No, I was going to give you a.
Go for it.
I move that the board extend the grant deadline to March 31st, 2026 for the Aspen Valley Ranch Rim Track Grant Number 223-7106-22616 and the Pitchfork T Grant Number 223-7105-22611 with all other conditions and requirements remaining unchanged.
Second.
Just under discussion?
Not yet.
Okay.
We have a motion on the floor. It's been moved by Russ, seconded by Mark Webb. Is there further discussion?
Yes, thank you. So I just want to make sure that we highlight Russ's motion. All other conditions and requirement remain unchanged so that nobody sees into this that's, well, we made some adjustments. No, we did not. So.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, and then the third item is D3 in your board book, quantifying outcomes funding request. From time to time, we come to the board with requests for additional dedicated funding related to these stage 0 restoration projects. There is a link within the board materials to kind of prior informational session and hub on the stage 0 restoration. Again, kind of a routine piece of business for us, but have staff here to answer any questions you might have.
Does anybody have questions? Jamie.
My question is, does allocating this funding impact any other potential funding we're discussing later in the day or tomorrow?
Courtney, thanks, Jamie. Courtney is coming up to the table to address that.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager. No, we have a quantitative outcomes line item in the spending plan, and this draws from that dedicated line item.
Thank you.
Ken, did you want to add anything? Okay, thank you. All right. So not seeing any other questions or comments, I'd entertain a motion, please.
I move the board award up to $300,000 for effectiveness monitoring large-scale floodplain restoration efforts in Meadow Creek with the funds from the quantifying conservation reserve outputs and outcomes line item of the OWEB spending plan, and delegate to the executive director the authority to distribute the funds through a grant agreement with the award date of April 22, 2025.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved by Mark Labhard, seconded by Mark Webb. Is there further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Any abstentions today? All right, motion passes. Thank you.
Now you can get to the fun stuff.
Wow.
See how quick and smooth that was?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
That was good.
All right. This is gonna be the panel presentation.
Yep, all right, we are moving on down to agenda item E, where we have a panel presentation from the Luckiamute. Are they here? Are we? I don't even know what time it is.
We are early.
Yeah, I have not paid attention. They're all here? Okay. Yeah, we are early. Good.
While you guys are settling, I just want to take the opportunity to say that I've had the chance to canoe through this property or and around this property a couple times on the Willamette with my family. We do kind of an annual canoe trip, and I've been admiring its evolution. So I'm really excited to learn about this one.
Thank you.
Luckiamute.
It's a fun canoe trip when there's enough water.
All right. Good morning. My name is Liz Redon. I'm the Willamette Regional Program Representative for OWEB. And since we were unable to go on a field trip for this board meeting, we're bringing the field trip to you in the form of a panel, and it's item E in your agenda. And I'm really excited to introduce this panel because they have a really awesome story to tell. And I think we really need an awesome story right now. So with me at the table is Scott Youngblood. He's with the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. Emily Day is with the Greenbelt Land Trust. And then Aubrey Cloud here is at the Luckiamute Watershed Council. And he's actually shared with a couple watershed councils in the Willamette as a shared capacity position, which is a really cool endeavor. And what we're going to talk to you about is the Luckiamute Confluence, which is a project that is recommended as the #1 ranked restoration and #1 ranked technical assistant projects in the Willamette that will be under your consideration later today during the award process. Also, these folks will be describing the landscape context of how that project built on previous land protection and habitat restoration work that has occurred at the Luckiamute State Natural Area. Leveraging protection and restoration of habitats has been a theme that stood out strongly in the open solicitation cycle this round. And so you'll be hearing, this is one of many stories you'll be hearing from the regional program representatives today about how those two aspects have come together and really created some great ecological uplift across the state. All right, you probably are noticing I never get tired about reflecting on the statute or the constitutional language about how lottery funds can be spent. And so here it is again, just a reflection of what we can spend our funds on. So money shall be used only to acquire from willing owners interest in land and water that will protect and restore fish and wildlife habitat, carry out projects to protect and restore fish and wildlife habitat, and carry out projects to protect or restore natural watershed functions to improve water quality and stream flows. And then the Constitution after this says that OWEB can invest in technical assistance, engagement, and monitoring activities that are necessary to achieve those activities on the left. This is a part of the Constitution that we don't usually pull up on the screen and highlight. And it provides a little bit more detail on the expected outcome from the investment. It says those uses of lottery funds described in that previous slide shall be used to accomplish the following. And if you look on the left side of the slide, those boxes, for the most part, reflect what you saw on the previous slide. The boxes on the right, however, reflect some new ideas, introduce some new ideas that we don't usually talk about.
including maintaining the diversity of Oregon plants, animals, and ecosystems, involving people in voluntary actions to protect, restore, and maintain the ecological health of Oregon's lands and waters. And then finally, remedy the conditions that limit the fish and wildlife habitats, watershed functions, and that are in the greatest need for conservation. The reason why I'm bringing this up today is that the project you're about to hear about and the ones that you hear about this afternoon, cross open solicitation, hit all these boxes on both slides from the constitutional language. And I just wanted to highlight that because it's an interesting mix of actions that are coming together again to create the greatest ecological uplift. All right, finally, diving into the Luckiamute State Natural Area and the Luckiamute Confluence projects. What you're looking at here is an aerial on the left side that is the confluence of the Luckiamute River with the Willamette River, and at the very top is the Santiam River coming in from the east side of the Willamette. And the project that we'll be talking about that's recommended for funding is the Luckiamute Confluence, and it's highlighted there in red in the middle of that aerial map. What makes it really special, though, is all the black-lined areas that are around it. That is the Luckiamute State Natural Area, where there has been decades of protection work and habitat restoration work that have occurred on the ground. And it's a really cool place because, as you can see in the photo here, it's a place where the river really wants to connect with the floodplain and come back and be habitat in a reconnected floodplain. So it's a really great place to work in. OWEB has played a role through many parts of this story, and the organizations represented at the table has built the partnerships and secured the funding sources to achieve habitat outcomes at the largest scales in the Willamette Valley. This is one of the biggest contiguous projects that is in the Willamette. Across the timeline, note that OWEB has participated in many different ways, including acquisitions, the Special Investment Partnership, the Focus Investment Partnership, and then also open solicitation to accomplish that large-scale protection and restoration. And it took decades of strategic action among the partners. The story demonstrates how it is not the OWEB grant offering that makes a project more strategic than another project. It is the partners on the ground that build a long game strategy and utilize the best fit OWEB offering at that time to achieve the greatest watershed benefit for the investment. And it is done through multiple grant paths like this one. And because of the action of these partners at the table, the future expected outcome at the site is over 1,000 acres of restored and protected floodplain habitat along the Willamette River. And with that, I will pass it to Scott to walk us a little bit more into the history.
Can I ask a quick question on this screen? Barbara Boyer. So I'm looking at all the acreage. This is a great slide. I like this. When you have the future expected outcomes, that 1,000 acres those are not included in it. This is going to be in addition to these. Wow. Okay. Thanks.
And they'll talk about the landscape context of the connectivity. Right? That's good. And you'll want to pull a mic over here. There you go.
Does that work okay? No.
Can you guys hear?
Is that better? Yes. Okay. So hello, I'm Scott Youngblood. I'm the park manager for Luckiamute and Luckiamute Management Unit, not just the state natural area. So I've been very fortunate to work on the Willamette River for Oregon State Parks for the last 18 years. And it's been amazing. I do want to apologize. Normally, if I do something like this, I want it to be a little more organic, but I've been really busy, so I'm going to do a little bit more reading than I like to do. Also, I have really bad allergies right now, so I'm like half deaf. And my voice is terrible. And then I'm in the middle of a chainsaw class. So this morning we were up at Silver Falls teaching people how to drop 100-foot tall trees, and I rushed down here and put on a clean shirt, and then I'm gonna rush back afterwards. So I feel that I would miss a very important point when you're talking about how connected the river is at Luckiamute. I was sitting in this room in April 2019 when we had that high water event, and in a meeting about the Willamette River Water Trail, and literally watching the security cameras of my house as the water, because I lived at Luckiamute at the time, as the water crept closer and closer to my house. And then there was a point where I was like, I have to go. Pull everything out that I could, from the bottom. And then we ended up staying, it was a 2-story house, and we stayed on the 2nd story for 3 days in like a lake, huge, miles across lake. It was pretty amazing, actually. be out there. So if you'll go to that next slide, please. We have a comparison photos here that they're actually really similar. I don't know when the one on the left's taken, but it wasn't that long ago. And the one on the right is from 1936 Corps of Engineer aerial flight that they did. So in the late 1960s, following a plan to protect areas for conservation along the Willamette River, Oregon State Parks started purchasing properties along the Willamette. And at this point, we have about 90 properties, about 10,000 acres total with all the properties combined. And I would say by large, Luckiamute State Natural Area is the standard for those, at least the natural spaces. I think it's what we aspire all of them to be like one day. So OPRD first purchased the parcels from a pulpwood company, this big gallery forest you see on the right, well, it's the same one on the left actually, because it was never logged. And so I felt that, this really met that goal of that original conservation plans by preserving this forest, which is currently the largest gallery forest on the Willamette River, and it will just continue to grow with this project. Sorry. I was going to read you an excerpt. We talked about that 60s plan excerpt from another plan that I found when I was digging through the deeds on this. It says, Finley National Wildlife Refuge to the south and Ankeny National Wildlife Refuge to the north provide two of the most viable habitats in the Middle Valley as demonstrated in winter bird counts. Between these two refuges, the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department manages a 500-acre Luckiamute Landing State Park, the best bottomland forest habitat in the entire Willamette Valley, harboring rare wetland and floodplain dependent salmon, reptiles, and frogs. And that was from a 2002 NACA with North American Wetland Conservation Act proposal that, interestingly, Greenbelt was one of our partners on, which I thought was pretty cool. It's come full circle. You want to bump to that next slide? Thank you. So Luckiamute, you see on the right, it's in the black lines. It's almost 1,000 acres, give or take, kind of probably depends on what the river does in the winter. And it has 2.8 miles of river frontage on the Luckiamute River and 3.3 miles on the Willamette River. And I mentioned, the Willamette and Luckiamute there, but it also, we're at the junction, which you can just barely see at the top with the Santiam River. And then at the bottom left, kind of where the red meets the black, where Luckiamute Confluence property meets, is the Soap Creek Confluence. So we really have 4 confluences there. I think this might be the only site in all of Oregon with a confluence of such magnitude. I can't prove that, but I'm going to go with that. I said it in a public meeting, so it's true. So confluence in a cultural aspect or context is important because it signifies the integration and exchange of different cultural elements, such as traditions, ideas, and practices, thus leading to a rich and dynamic cultural landscape. That was straight out of Webster's. And that's precisely what we have here. We have a coming together of partners and their ideas, partners whose mission is to care for the land and its inhabitants. These partners include people here at the table, ODF&W, Fish and Wildlife, Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde, Western Rivers Conservancy, Polk County, and private landowners, and many others I'm sure I'm missing. Interesting thing is in that original NACA, the one from 2002, there were public or private landowners that contributed money to the project, which is kind of rare. I believe they contributed $17,000, which was really nice. So this convergence of ideas and its proximity to population centers are some of the reasons that Luckiamute is the location of many research projects, including the long-term study of bird migration, the research of carbon sequestration in native plants, and the testing grounds for innovative planting approaches for restoring floodplain forests at large scale, such as R3, which I know y'all have heard about a little bit, the rapid riparian revegetation, and AAA, which is Greenbelt's planting method, which you'll hear a little about today. And Alice, the next one. So most of these pictures, I try to tell you a little bit about why it's important in words, but I just went out there last Thursday because I was looking through pictures. I was like, I don't really have any great pictures. And then they're all out of focus, so they're still not really that. But most of these, I took all in like 30 minutes really on my walk out there to the North Luckiamute. The top two I didn't take, but all the rest I took on that same day. And it was amazing. I wasn't expecting to find campers. These group of gentlemen, I think there was about 12 of them, had from all over. Only one of them was from Oregon. They had planned a camping trip in April and rolled the dice and got a really nice week. It was beautiful. I don't know how they did that, but it was pretty awesome. But it was great to see them out there. I don't know. We didn't talk about it. It seemed like they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they do maybe a yearly trip. I didn't get into the specifics. I was actually just kind of surprised to run into anyone out there. And then you can swap to that next one. You can see a few more that I took that day. Some of these are in the restoration site, but then some of them are just wildflowers that are out there. And I could have taken dozens more. It was just so beautiful. It was such a great place to be. And, considering that it's 15 miles from Salem, 9 miles from Corvallis, and about 4 miles from North Albany. So, really right in the heart of the densely populated valley. So this convergence of ideas and its proximity to population centers are some of the reasons that Luckiamute, did we already do that? I already did that, sorry, bouncing around. So as I mentioned, the Luckiamute has the largest riparian forest on the entire Willamette River, and it's growing. This provides a wilderness-like experience close to large populations with a few barriers to access. Luckiamute has no entrance fee. It's a magnificent natural space with a dynamic floodplain that benefits animals, including humans. When I went back to edit this, I had largest riparian forest on the Willamette like 17 times. I was obviously pretty proud of that point. I think you can go to that next slide. So this, I'll let y'all read this because I can't do it justice or I'll tear up. This was written in one of our logbooks that we put out along the Willamette River that we put out to kind of get a sense of users and different demographics or anything else we can glean from what they write in there. This one was not at Luckiamute, it was down the river, but it was at a site that was very similar enough to Luckiamute that I feel the sentiment is probably interchangeable. That I think you could get this same sense of that this lady got from Luckiamute. These words are powerful and moving. I think it's important to know that grant programs OWEB offers help protect and in some ways help create the sense of place this person felt along the Willamette River. I like to think that our team, my team that I work with, working on the Willamette, we provide and protect serene places so that others might know happiness. And I feel like I must leave you with my coworker Steve's words. He says that we facilitate solitude, which I love.
All right, can you hear me?
A little closer, please.
All right, how is this? Okay. As said earlier, my name is Aubrey Cloud. I'm the Restoration Program Manager at the Luckiamute Watershed Council. And the purpose of my section here is I'm going to give you a very brief and bird's eye view of the history of restoration work that the council has done at LSNA to provide context for what Greenbelt Land Trust is leveraging to advance that cause even further. The council has been working at LSNA in implementation since 2011. And so every year we've been doing more and more restoration actions. So 14 years and going now. And that has meant 5 primary phases of restoration. It's a phased approach because unfortunately no funding is big enough to do it all at once. So we have to bite off chunks and kind of work our way through it. 5 phases of restoration plus some supplementals funded by OWEB through the SIP, FIP, and small grant programs, Meyer Memorial Trust, BPA, intergovernmental agreements with OPRD, plant material supplementing through the nonprofit One Tree Planted, and even some NACA funding in partnership with Ducks Unlimited. It's a real coalition of funders that have made this possible. Utilizing all of that, we have implemented restoration activities on 615 acres of this park, so getting close to a full square mile now. On 309 of those, we have planted over 812,000 native trees and shrubs. When I joined the council in 2020, they had just hit a milestone of planting their millionth native plant and tree or shrub, and they did a commemorative planting for that in the south tract of LSNA. And looking at these numbers, it's clear that pretty soon we're going to have to do another commemoration for our millionth plant just at this state park. Undergirding all of that is the OWEB capacity funding. These projects and grants do not develop themselves, and to be blunt and for the sake of time, none of it would have happened without capacity funding. The plantings that you can see in the image on the right, that is second and third year plantings in our most recent phase of restoration, phase 5. And that is in the big donut hole that you can see in the middle of the north tract, probably a little more clearly here. So this is it. I'm sorry? Oh, it's a mix of native trees and shrubs. So yeah, utilizing that R3 method, we've planted, a full species list would be pretty exhaustive, but a really diverse mix. This is the most successful restoration project I've ever worked on. There's something magic in the soil at LSNA. The plants just go gangbusters. So that largest remnant floodplain forest that Scott was mentioning is mostly this here. That's what we're talking about. And like he said, that has been growing for the last 14 years through all this restoration effort. And you can see that difference in the picture on the right. It's 2011 to 2024. And all 5 phases of restoration that I spoke about went into that. Most of our work has been focused in this north tract, but it gets even better. All that change in forest canopy that you see, that's really just phases 1 through 3. Phases 4 and 5 are completed, the plantings are done, but they're still young, as you saw in the last slide. So they haven't really established canopy. So as a little visioning exercise, if you could all just mentally copy that forest canopy and paste it into this field at the bottom here, and then this field over here, and you can see in another 5 years, we'll have another dramatic image to show you here. I just want to give a quick shout out. LSNA is a really massive and important site, but as we know, habitat doesn't respect property lines, and LSNA is really fortunate to have some engaged and collaborative private landowners as neighbors. In addition to Greenbelt Land Trust, the highlight that we'll be hearing about in a minute, there's a neighbor to the north here who's got a little over 40 acres. Most of it is in some form of conservation and restoration that he's pretty much doing himself. A lot of it's in CREP. He's putting a lot of time and money into planting plants and killing weeds. And we have secured now 2 small grants through the small grant program to kind of do supplemental plant infusions in the green areas you see there and additional weed control to help that along. And this is just image looking into that larger green polygon on the right. And you can see, you know, there's plantings establishing and he's killing reed canary grass, but you know, a little help will get it over the finish line. And then down here, we have another landowner with a bunch of acres right at the confluence of Soap Creek and the Luckiamute. And it's undeveloped, it's in pristine condition, and they're getting involved with our board of directors and just kind of really engaged in seeing how they can fit into this larger landscape puzzle here. One of the really exciting phases of work we've done is the floodplain reconnection, which happened in phase 4. This is the really famous LiDAR imagery of the Willamette Valley that most of you have probably worked in an office where it's hanging. And we've kind of done a rough overlay of that using an inundation layer showing 69,000 CFS. And as you can see, most of the park is in the active floodplain. But the same forces that have disconnected rivers from their floodplains throughout the whole valley have impacted this site too. And so one thing we wanted to do is to see if we could kind of re-engage the floodplain in a more active and dynamic way. And so that process of exploration started in 2013. We secured various funding to get designs from River Design Group and then implement a project where we kind of notched the left bank of the Luckiamute at 2 different places to encourage it to top into this floodplain. And we excavated some of those natural channels that were already there in order to help the water move through the site more. And then to top it all off, we planted it with almost 80,000 trees and plants. And that is a new forest that is also establishing. And again, just because we couldn't get out to the site itself, we can kind of do a little quick virtual tour here. This is 2 views of the same area where that floodplain reconnection happened. 2017 in the corner, 2022 after project implementation in the main picture there. And I don't know if the river levels were exactly the same here, but it does kind of illustrate kind of a before and after of the level of engagement that was happening here. And then we probably won't have time to watch the whole video, but just a little real quick. OPRD does drone flights, and they captured this image was captured from one of those drone flights. And so we can kind of click on that, watch a few minutes of it, and do a little virtual site tour. Oh, we also need to share it online, I believe. So just a second. Okay, so this is looking south from that phase 4 tract, and this is the floodplain fully engaged, flooding all the plants that were just installed. Here it's turning to look west towards the Coast Range. That's an ODFW property right there that I'm sure we'll be in conversations to work on in the future. This is a leased farm field in the park. That's the Greenbelt Land Trust property with the south tract beyond it. This is the Luckiamute River. The Willamette's on the other side. Here we see that private landowner, and you can see the flooding is in his property as well, in those crop acres that we're enhancing. And as it pans, that mowed trail there is the property line, and there's the habitat disrespecting that property line. And back into the phase 4 area, fully engaged floodplain, lots of new plantings getting watered. That's one of the excavated trenches that was a natural feature that we kind of deepened and connected throughout the site in order to facilitate water movement. And then hopefully we can get a good view here. This in the top left corner is the big 60-acre phase 5 field that was probably going to be planted a few weeks after this video was taken for the first time. And that was another ag field that Parks was leasing out, and it was taken out of production when the river ate into the bank and kind of complicated equipment access. And so all of that is going to be coming up, and in a few years looking like these trees along the Luckiamute here, and that were planted as part of our first 3 phases of restoration. And there's the Greenbelt Land Trust property that's going to connect it all, and that is probably a good place to stop and turn it over to Emily.
Liz, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Just so not as familiar with inundated tree species, and like, what are you learning as far as, trees that love to get their feet wet, and what are, what the survival rate, or is it, do you like test and learn from that like a gardener? How do you do that?
Great question, thank you. So there is kind of a general knowledge of which native trees and species, and specifically the ones that are available through our nurseries that grow these plants, which ones are appropriate for those kind of conditions. And so in project design, it's usually, right tree, right place. You put the one that is adapted for those conditions there. That said, we do continue to learn lessons from that. And then, I have my own kind of list of stars that always get over the finish line that I go to.
Good.
All right, Emily.
Thanks, Aubrey. I'm Emily Day. I'm with Greenbelt Land Trust. I'm a habitat biologist. So just going to talk about the acquisition process for the Luckiamute Confluence property and our plans for that site, and then how we plan to implement restoration there. So this is a drone image showing the 106-acre Luckiamute Confluence property that we purchased in 2023. It's that map with the red outline. And it's quite literally the missing puzzle piece that connects the north and south track of the Luckiamute Landing State Natural Area, and creating that 1,000 acres of protected floodplain habitat. This was a property that had been on Greenbelt's and our partners' conservation wish list for decades. The landowner passed away in 2023, and the property went on the open market. And we knew it was a rare and time-sensitive opportunity, and one that might not come again. And this was our first open market acquisition. Greenbelt doesn't typically pursue properties on the open market. Usually our acquisition process takes about 2 years, even sometimes 3 or 4, when seeking state and federal funding. So when this opportunity arose, Greenbelt's partners agreed that we were best positioned to move fast and put an offer on the table. So we got a use PAP appraisal, estimating the fair market value, got our board's approval, and submitted an offer based on the appraisal, and our offer was accepted. So we secured a conservation loan to close the deal, and knowing this came with some real financial risk. For the past 2 years, we've been making monthly loan payments. Thanks to our partners at BPA and ODFW, our WWMP application for the property was approved, and we're currently working through the due diligence process for that program, and that will help us pay off that loan. Nice. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So this property is uniquely positioned with waterboarding all 3 sides. It has nearly half a mile of Willamette River frontage with a confluence, as Scott said, of Luckiamute and Sangamon rivers upstream, making it one of the most important sites for fish and wildlife in the Mid-Atlantic region. This is a drone image taken in January 2024. This shot looks west across the property with the Willamette River flowing onto the property about 60,000 cubic feet per second. So this is a really powerful visual that underscores how hydrologically active this site is. And this is a 2-year inundation model in the corner there, showing that at least half the property is underwater even during moderate flows, which allows for lateral migration of the Willamette from the east, and then the Luckiamute from the north, connecting in a tributary on the west boundary of the property. So the River Design Group is currently working on a hydrologic restoration study analysis for the property that was funded through OWEB's Technical Assistance Program. And this analysis will help us evaluate the range of earthwork scenarios to enhance river and floodplain connectivity to benefit salmonids and other aquatic species for the site. Thanks. So about 89 acres of the site has been in agricultural production since 1936 based on historic aerial footage imagery. At this time, it was a mixture of farmland and forest and grazing areas, but by 1975, it was all the floodplain forests had been cleared, except for the about 10 acres on the riparian edge of the Willamette and that western boundary, and that's what its current condition is today. This had profound negative impacts on fish and wildlife habitat through fragmentation and degradation. And our floodplain restoration phase 1 project is to reverse that historic trend by retiring all of the agricultural activities on this 89 acres first hardwood forest. And this will fill that critical gap in the canopy between the LSNA and create forest networks in the and build on 16 years of Watershed Council and Oregon Parks and Recreation and investments by OWEB. So, an essential first step to this restoration process will be to conduct a cultural resource assessment prior to implementing any restoration actions, which will inform planting design adjustments and mitigation measures as measures to cultural resources if found. And then after the local dairy farmer, which we have a lease with, harvest their last season of corn this year off the site, we'll begin, the plan is to begin site prep this fall to prepare for planting in February 2026. So you're probably wondering, how does Greenbelt over 89 acres of ag land into floodplain forest habitat? So that's through our AAA method that Greenbelt uses. So this is a drone image of Harkins Lake, one of Greenbelt's floodplain properties along the main stem, just south of Corvallis. It was planted about 10 years ago in 2014, using the AAA method, which is short for Adapting Agricultural Axioms. Over the past decade, Greenbelt successfully converted over 1,000 acres of ag land into floodplain habitat using this method funded through OWEB, all funded through OWEB investments. This method was developed through a collaborative effort by Greenbelt staff, specifically Matt Blakely-Smith, OSU Extension, and local farmers. So this technique builds on the R3 method, but it adapts it for agricultural sites and leverages economies of scale. So how does it work? So site prep starts in the fall after the last crop is harvested, and this involves disking and harrowing the soil to break up the remnant crop residue, and then a chemical fallow is maintains on the field using herbicide. Then straight rows are marked 12 feet apart using a GPS guided tractor with a disc attachment that digs a shallow trench about 2 to 3 inches deep. The alleys between the rows are then seeded with native grasses and forbs using a no-till drill that's about 8 feet wide. The width of the rows and the seeded alleys are based on Greenbelt specific equipment dimensions. So that helps us maintain and establish the plantings effectively. And then the seeding between the rows is cost-effective way to block out invasive plants, and then also provides pollinator habitat during the establishment phase. The trees and shrubs are sourced from BF's Collaborative Grow program and have been for many years. And these are planted in the winter by contracted crews, about 1,200 stems per acre, spaced 3 feet apart, directly along that trenched marked row. And then the rows are then strip sprayed on either side, 2 feet on either side, with a pre-emergent herbicide shortly after planting with an ATV boom sprayer. And then this is done 2 to 3 years to maintain a 4-foot strip of bare ground. So the plantings are competing for water and nutrients. So this promotes faster tree growth and establishment. And then we do follow-up spot sprays in the spring and the fall for a few years. And then we also mow in the late summer after bird nesting season for a few years. So this helps maintain access for suppressing weed growth and then reduces tree girdling from rodents. So the AAA method has consistently delivered high establishment rates, 90% or greater, and achieved canopy closure within 10 years. It's shown to be a cost-effective model for landscape large-scale floodplain restoration projects, and it enables us to maximize both acreage and the impact of OWEB's investments. At Luckiamute Confluence, we're going to be applying the same method, informed by over a decade of experience and lessons learned, also from the restoration at LSNA, and we'll be continuing to partner closely with Luckiamute Watershed Council and OPRD as we build off one another's efforts.
Thank you. And to close us off, I just want to take a quick moment to look towards the future. Work at LSNA is by no means done. There's this great exciting connection event happening with the Greenbelt property that will make the north and south tract contiguous and link that habitat up. But the south tract, while we have done a fair bit of restoration right along the strip along the Willamette River, most of the rest we haven't touched. And so we are actively developing future phases of restoration. We've got, I think, over 230 acres of work that we still want to do across 3 different phases. The next one, phase 6, we're actively developing with parks right now, and we'll hopefully be submitting in the summer solicitation. The 6th phase is going to be kind of enhancing a lot of the existing habitat. The picture you see on the left is a mature, mostly healthy floodplain forest, but it's being invaded by bird cherry, which is an invasive tree that can really crowd out native forests. And so kind of going through and clearing those out to get rid of that competition. There's some oak habitat enhancement, western pond turtle, nesting habitat enhancement, various kind of like all the loose ends. And then after that, we get back to planting big ag fields and bringing canopies back. So a bright future still ahead, hopefully, at LSNA in terms of restoration. And then real quick, I just want to zoom out on the landscape a little bit. LSNA is right here in the middle. With all this, everything we've talked about, we're getting close to 2 square miles of habitat. It is part of a real string of pearls, kind of stretching from the McDonald-Dunn forest out to Ankeny, across the Willamette River, through the valley. Just those 4 sites shown there, without even counting McDonald-Dunn, is 10 square miles of protected conserved habitat. This is a real opportunity area. We just saw what's going to happen in terms of enhancement with the Greenbelt property connecting these 2 protected areas, the value of that connection. So I just want to invite you to kind of imagine the possibilities. I don't know that there's a lot of spots in the valley that have so much high quality protected habitat close to each other. Protecting valuable species. Camp Adair there has a population of the endangered Kincaid's lupin. LSNA, I've personally seen northern red-legged frogs like the one photographed here multiple times. That's a state-sensitive species listed in the conservation strategy. Obviously the salmonids that we're all working to help. So I think just leaving it on that note and inviting you to imagine the future and what it could be.
I just wanted to add, this is an image of the same Harkins Lake planting, but looking perpendicular to the planting. So you just wanted to say, can you see the rose? You can't tell that it's been planted.
All right, so first I just want to say thank you again to the panelists for this presentation and walking us through the project. And this site is just to the south of here. Unfortunately, there is a broken bridge, so you can't just go drive on and take a look while you're in the neighborhood, which is part of the reason why we decided to do a presentation. And we are happy to answer any questions you have about the project or any of the discussion.
Lindsay?
Thank you. For the record, Lindsay McClary. No questions, just comment, like absolutely fabulous project and presentation. Emily and I work together in the Bonneville Environmental Foundation Collaborative Grow, so it's really cool to see other people's projects and what's happening. And I've been to Harkins Lake, and so just really hands up to like fabulous partnership. It really shows what putting the money behind people can do on the landscape. So thank you so much for the virtual tour. It's fabulous.
Mark Labhart?
Thank you. I think it's probably better that we did see it this way because we get to see more of the project rather than standing in a wet spot and looking out. So the ODF and W property, how big is it?
I
Roughly
don't have the acres off the top of my head.
20?
Okay. Just a wild guess.
So here's my scary question. Are they doing anything to help? Are they doing any restoration work on the OWEB property, or is it?
There's not a ton active at the moment, but if I can go back through these slides.
It's kind of over there in the corner there, yeah.
Yeah, can you see my mouse cursor?
Yes.
So the ODFW property spans both sides of Buena Vista Road and then butts up against the Luckiamute River here. And I believe our second phase of restoration did include quite a significant expansion of that riparian forest there. So there has been some.
Okay.
And it's definitely something, I'm not privy to what they're doing to manage it specifically, but I know it's something we'd eventually like to look at. But there's like those 3 phases in the queue still for just on the OPRD property. So probably be a little bit before we knock on their door, but we have worked with them and I'm sure there's a lot of potential there.
I do know that they have a scheduled mow plan to address weeds, because I see them out there several times a year, kind of on schedule to address certain weeds before they go to seed.
Thank you.
Mark Webb?
That was great. I really enjoyed it. One question for Mark, I'll just get off. Is there any benefit to ODF and W releasing that? Why do you have ODF and W, OPRD, and the trust?
That's a great question.
Okay.
I've no idea. I didn't even know it was there. So, but if there is interest, you could reach out to me through Nicole, and I could reach out to the staff and say, is there a potential for donation of this property to the collective, or is there a reason why we have that little 20-acre piece there and want to keep it? I have no idea. So, but I had the same thought. I go, why is that? It's kind of sticking out there, Somebody must have deeded it sometime or something through don't even know how we acquired it.
I do know it came from the same family that we purchased part of North, the part where we did the river reconnection project from, but it was at different times, maybe a couple of decades apart, and I'm not sure why the split. If I was going to comment on something you said, Liz, or you asked about how adjusting plantings like a gardener might, and I don't think that we've necessarily adjusted species, because that's kind of tried and true and mostly know what's going to happen, but we have adjusted to the cultural factor, because things grow really, really well at Luckiamute. You have all 3 rivers dumping sediment there for thousands of years or longer maybe. So the soil's fantastic. So what we found is where we used to normally we'd plant up to, 3 feet from a trail. We can't do that there. It has to be like 10 feet away, or it'll just take over. So that's probably the one thing I did notice that we had to modify, just because things grow really well there.
Thank you.
So I did want to ask, what special place, any kind of tribal engagement around this? Whenever I see Camas, I think about prairies and indigenous sort of practices in the past.
So we're in the process of working. I don't want to tell their story because I don't feel like I'm qualified to, but they have a cultural feature out in the river there that they identified a few years ago via LiDAR. And we're in the process of working with the Grand Ron on getting an interpretive sign out of some sort, and it's been a slow process, mostly on our end, just because we've been so busy. I hadn't been able to follow up, but limited, but some.
Yeah, okay. And then secondly, there's a real bent to just put trees all over, it sounds like, and I'm just wondering if there's any fire history there. There's bound to have been open ground. And thinking about biological diversity, are y'all thinking about that? And the AAA planting method is incredibly efficient, is very farm oriented. But I know from conversations with people, say in the Cascades, the clear cuts, when if you clean those up too much, you really compromise biological diversity, nesting habitat for birds and stuff like that, insects and the like. And I just wonder if you could be messier. Maybe meet some other sorts of goals. And it's not a criticism at all. It's just that I just wonder if there's a fully informed sense of what it looked like historically. I mean, the trees wouldn't have been that symmetrical. and what kind of disturbance sort of processes are going through to renovate that or to restore that. So just.
I'll let Aubrey touch on the symmetrical part in a second. But I don't know if there was a fire history there because it was a cottonwood forest. It's generally really wet.
Okay.
I have seen in some of the aerial photos disturbance, but it was mostly because there's 3 rivers.
All
So
right.
the river would blow across the landscape and there might be a gravel bar in the middle. You can kind of see a little green stripe below where it says recreation, kind of a horizontal green place. That's sort of a lowland where it's blown through many times.
All right.
So there was pictures of it where there was gravel bars in the middle, open spaces, and then also places where that forest, which is generally pretty dense, at times is pretty thin where something must have blown through and
All right.
took out the understory. So I think for disturbance, it's mostly going to be river.
Okay.
Liza Jane?
Thank you. Speaking of disturbance, what's your beaver population in there?
I'm not aware of any surveys of beaver specifically, unless Scott, do you know of any?
I don't know of any surveys. I don't have any data. I definitely see, beaver chews for sure. We've seen otter on the road more than once there at the Luckiamute Bridge. So I know the beaver out there, but I don't have any idea quantity.
I haven't observed any lodges or dams or anything like that. So if they're there, I would expect them to be bank beaver, which is what you would expect this low in the system. I will say I can point you to a resource, the 5 watershed councils that make up the Mid-Valley watershed councils, so Luckiamute, Marys River, both Santiams, and the Calapooya. They are collaborating on what's called the Mid-Valley Beaver Partnership, where they're utilizing the BRAT habitat modeling for beaver that's been developed by some folks, I believe out of Utah, but don't quote me on that. And they're doing kind of spatial modeling coupled with ground truthing through foot surveys to kind of figure out where the best existing and potential beaver habitat is within the Mid-Valley region. And I haven't personally been involved with that project, which is why I'm being a little vague with the details, but there should be information about that on our websites.
Thank you.
Circle back on the symmetry part though. With R3 plantings, they're also planted in rows, but just the natural selection after a while, you can't see the rows as much. And I assume that'd be the same with the AAA. It just may take longer for the plants to get big enough so you can't really see the rows, or some have died off and others have taken off, really doing well.
Russ?
Thank you. This is really impressive from a number of perspectives. I think back to the design and passage of Measure 66, then again 76, and the hope of extraordinary collaborations where you could have somebody with 18 plus years of experience advancing their work with the land trust community, let alone all the partners that you defined so well, to be able to advance the science, the on-the-ground work, the creation of the jobs in the communities. One thing you didn't mention, which I'm assuming you're getting in an extraordinary manner, is the carbon benefits associated with these projects and being able to take advantage of that from a monetary perspective as you move forward into the future. Any thoughts on documenting your baseline and then growing from that point?
Yeah, that's a good point. I believe it's the Nature Conservancy who's doing a study on carbon sequestration of native plantings in the valley. That project is undergoing, and it is using LSNA as a study site in order to develop the models that could help us kind of put some kind of number, like correlate that with acres or number of trees planted. Scott, do you know more about that?
No, I wasn't sure exactly who was running the project, but we did get some preliminary data back, and it was interesting, and I started kind of digesting it so I could asked some questions, but haven't made it through the whole document yet.
It's a good point that LSNA has really been like a forge for this developing restoration industry and practice. The R3 method, LSNA was one of the places where that was pioneered and tested out, along with Clean Water Services up in the Portland metro area. And Greenbelt Land Trust has taken that and run with it with the AAA method. And there's this study happening there. There's researchers who are capturing and banding birds to see how they respond to the restoration. It's really dynamic and active in terms of just continuing to develop and iterate this honestly pretty new industry and practice.
And one final comment, kudos to the land trust for taking the risk to do the acquisition and the trust in the partners to deliver in time so you don't go under in the process. It's stressful work.
Just to touch on the uniformity of the AAA. So it harkens, I guess, at that last picture, you can see that you can't see the rows. The questions page, but there is, if you go and visit that site, you basically can't see the rows anymore. This is like about 10 years ago, and then we do have about 10% mortality. So, and then there's pockets of that we plant, the areas that we plant that trees don't establish. So there are pockets of just open areas. So there is like.
So within 10 or 15 years, it starts to become less.
Yep, and this has been successful here where we actually have implemented some thinning because it's been so successful and the high survivorship is so high. So.
That's when I start feeling old, when I have to thin my planting project.
Hence the chainsaw workshop.
There you go, full circle.
All right, any other questions for the panel? Liz?
I just, Scott, when you showed that little note, I just think that's so lovely because it harkens back to, when the old days, decades ago, when the government issued our monthly, daily planners. And there were 2 letters that I got in my whole early career in the field that were thank you letters. And I put them in that daily planner and I just looked at them at times where this is a hard day. I'd look at that. And I look at your my piece, my facilitating solitude piece. I think that's really lovely. Thank you for keeping that and sharing it.
Thank you. I feel one day people get tired of seeing it because I use it a lot because it means a lot to me. And it's hanging up in my office and in my living room.
So great.
All right, thank you all very much. My husband's family is originally from the Campadera area, and my niece and nephew own property on the Luckiamute right there. So it's a really special place. Thank you. All right, so lunch is here. We're gonna go a little bit early, but we have a hard start at 1 o'clock. So see you all back.
You're getting so sophisticated.
All right, welcome back from lunch, everybody. We are going to move down our agenda. So we are on agenda item F. Yeah, my.
To just cancel today's meetings and go outside?
We can hold class outside. We'll just take all the mics.
So before us, we are going to be listening to the, I don't even know what OS stands for.
Well, I feel a lot better about OWRI now.
I was just like,
This
what's
is
OS?
the big one, guys. This is the open
know,
solicitation grant cycle. The folks who brought us dried grasses at the last meeting.
Sorry.
I believe, right? Are back and ready to take us through our next cycle. Cup of coffee there, lady.
I might need one. All right, so take it away.
Maybe I'll jump in if I can stop laughing. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Liz Redon. I am the Willamette Regional Program Representative for OWEB, and I will be kicking us off for agenda item F, which is the staff recommendation for the fall 2024 open solicitation grant offering. Same as last meeting, we are starting the presentation at the same point that we start each of our grant review team meetings, which is with a reminder of the process that we are in, using a diagram that translates the open solicitation process described in administrative rule. The process starts with project evaluation. Technical review teams receive applications and are invited to site visits with applicants when feasible to answer questions. These teams are made up of staff from state and federal agencies, universities, and tribes. More importantly, these people provide the diverse expertise needed to review the projects and give comprehensive feedback that are captured in the evaluations. OWEB staff alone could not review these projects because our watersheds are so complex and it takes a broad set of expertise to be able to review the projects and do it well. This is a part of the regional program representative job that we really enjoy, is working with the review teams and learning from them and going through the process with them. The teams meet and evaluate the projects based on evaluation criteria that are also described in administrative rule. You have copies of these criteria in the form of Venn diagrams in your board book. We also like to refer to those as our beloved bubble diagrams. The teams identify project strengths and concerns, and then we ask them, do you see a weight of evidence that the project is likely to succeed and that you would recommend it for funding? Their comments are captured in the evaluations that are also included in the staff report to give both you and the applicants context for the project recommendation and a summary of how the project aligns with the evaluation criteria. Next, because there's not enough funds for every project that is recommended, the teams use criteria to rank the projects based on how well the project meets that evaluation criteria, the certainty of success, benefit to the Oregon plan for salmon and watersheds, and then also the cost benefit of the project in comparison to the expected watershed outcomes. That prioritized list becomes a recommendation to staff. As described in rule, staff takes that list and develops the recommendation to the board based on available funding in the spending plan that was set by the board for each grant type. Staff rely on the review team comments and evaluation criteria to determine where best to draw the funding line in each region to create the list of projects recommended to you today within the available funding. And then finally, that last step, only the board has the authority to make the awards. You only are the only ones that have fun in funding the projects. Here's where we landed for the fall 2024 applications. In summary, I'm going to orient you really fast. I know I did this last time, but just as a reminder, what you're looking at is each of the columns are the grant types. The top column is the total number of applications that were submitted and then the total amount that was requested across those applications. The second row there is the recommended projects, the total number of applications that are recommended. And if you were to add those up, that is the amount, total amount that would be awarded. So in summary, 124 applications were submitted across all the grant types, requesting over $28 million. This is 10 less applications than last fall, but the request is $3 million more, which is a reflection of the project costs are going up. We're starting to see that trend where there's increasing requested amount. A total of 59 applications are recommended, and those add up to, as you can see there, a little bit over $13 million. The table presents the funding recommended for each grant type based on the resources available as described in rule for the staff recommendation process. Details for each region are provided in the staff report, including a statewide map and a regional maps indicating where the projects are located. All right, so here's how the spending plan looks with this recommended awards. As a reminder, the spending plan does not allocate funding by region or cycle, only by grant type. We do pace awards, though, so that funding is available for all 4 cycles in the biennium. But OWEB can spend more or less within the spending plan in response to the grant application review. This is the 4th and final award for the 2023-2025 biennium. The staff recommendation column, which is the one right in the center there that's green, is the total for each grant type that is recommended, which, as you can see from the spending plan column located on the left, we are recommending more than what's in the spending plan. So staff is also recommending moving funds to technical assistance and engagement from an unused line item in the spending plan that was set aside for cultural resource technical assistance. And you can see that in the column that's labeled staff recommendation for addition to OS, which is open solicitation. We found that there was not as much need for that cultural resource technical assistance during the 23-25 biennium as expected. And so that's why we're recommending moving it over so that we can fund some additional technical assistance and engagement projects that we wouldn't be able to otherwise. The final column shows funds that will remain after this award, so you can see there are some funds remaining in the restoration that can be used in the next spending plan. All right, so as highlighted earlier today, here's the visual describing the constitutional language that states how OWEB can use lottery funds, and I won't walk through it again, but I would just note that you can see the alignment of the grant types that we're always talking about with the language in that constitutional language. So restoration, technical assistance, engagement, and monitoring are grant types, and you can see how they directly crosswalk with that constitutional language. At the last meeting, we introduced this concept of the restoration life cycle as a way to visualize how applicants utilize the grant types, the technical assistance, engagement, restoration, and monitoring, to implement strategic projects that are likely to succeed in restoring fish and wildlife habitat and natural watershed function, just like planting and nurturing a tree until it produces fruit. It typically starts with community-led watershed planning that identifies and prioritizes restoration. This can include collecting more information to fill data gaps and utilizing plans like the Oregon Conservation Strategy. This leads to long-term strategies based on science and community input. To implement prioritized project, applicants build relationships with landowners and partnerships to secure match funding and other resources for implementing the project. These early stages rely on the capacity, technical assistance, monitoring, and engagement OWEB grant offerings. And I think we heard that a little bit from our partner story too, how important those non-restoration types are for folks to be able to develop these projects. Eventually, the seedling emerges into a sapling, similar as when funding and permits are secured and contractors are hired, and they can finally implement that project. And at the end of our path, a restoration project is completed that's providing fish and wildlife habitat or maybe water quality and stream flow benefit. And with that, I will pass it to my colleagues.
Good afternoon, board members. For the record, my name is Greg Sinella. I'm the Regional Program Representative for the Central Oregon Region, Region 4. And I'm going to get us going here on this pathway and talk a little bit about an engagement offering that was submitted to Region 4. And just as a reminder, engagement offerings are meant to provide our applicants an opportunity to build together their partners, the agencies, landowners, an opportunity to kind of come together and develop that shared level of understanding for what restoration could and should look like, with the hopeful outcome that there's a desired vision, desired goal of what that restoration is going to be, and it helps kind of set that foundation for that group of people to then take forward and hopefully successfully implement watershed restoration. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about an engagement proposal submitted in Region 4. This was submitted by the Xerces Society. And the grant will be focused on engaging a few hundred plus ologists, restoration specialists, land managers, resource folks on the awareness and engagement around freshwater mussels. This particular grant is going to focus a little bit more on ensuring that mussels are really incorporated and valued into that early design and planning process for reasons I'll speak to in a little bit. But first, a little bit about the Xerces Society. They are an international science-based nonprofit. They focus particularly on the conservation and protection of invertebrate species. So think about bugs, bees, butterflies, mollusks, starfish, octopus. Hopefully you get the picture. They have an office in Portland, Oregon, where they have a few folks dedicated to the conservation and protection of freshwater mussels. So why do we care about freshwater mussels? What's so important about these critters? A few things. They are key indicator species of water quality and overall aquatic health. They are often considered to be the livers of these freshwater ecosystems. They have the ability to filter out sediment, filter out bacteria and pollution. They play an important role within the nutrient cycling process in the water column. They are an important food source in the freshwater ecosystem. Think about river otters. They love to chew on a fresh morsel of mussels. They often also have a very symbiotic relationship with our native fish. So think about like sculpin species and trout species. What happens is the freshwater mussel will attach its larval onto these what's considered to be host fish, and then these fish then take that larval and distribute it throughout the freshwater ecosystem. And that's really the freshwater mussel's ability to then distribute itself out into these freshwater areas to carry out those ecosystem services that's so important and so valuable to freshwater. They are also an important food source for our local tribes, and they are considered an important food and first foods for some tribal folks as well. So they have a very important valued service in freshwater. And so the Xerces Society has been working on freshwater mussel conservation for over 20 years. They started the Pacific Northwest Freshwater Mussel Working Group in 2003, and they are the leader of that and definitely the leaders in the state for this type of work. And they have been out there trying to engage and make aware of the importance of freshwater mussels. And so, that is helping people understand how to survey for them, helping people how to I forgot to mention, I want to go back and mention a little bit about, I got ahead of myself. I did want to go back and mention a little bit about freshwater mussels in the sense that there are over 300 species in North America, and about 75% of them are endangered, threatened, or listed sensitive. And that story is no different than here in Oregon. Unfortunately, there are a few species of particular interest, and that's why I wanted to go back, because this is important. One of them being the western ridge mussel. Here's a picture up there. This mussel is going to be considered for ESA listing in the fall. And so there's a few other species, the western floater, the Oregon floater, and the western pearl shell. Those are also really important and threatened mussels here in the state of Oregon. So I did want to mention that. Can you go to the next slide, please, Liz? Okay, thank you. So picking up where Xerxes Society is focused on, they've been developing this awareness and understanding. They've been helping people develop survey protocols. They have a new document out, which is a picture up on the upper left. And so they go out and they do these trainings and workshops to all the agency personnel, restoration specialists, our councils and districts. And they help people, generate that understanding of why they're so important. And so they go out and they do like half day, in classroom workshops, and then they'll actually go out in the field and actually go out there and try and look for these critters. And so, this grant that's before you today is going to continue that work. This is a statewide grant. They're out there. They're going to travel all across the state of Oregon. But this particular grant is really focused on ensuring that freshwater mussels have an equitable seat at the table, much like our salmonid species, and the physical processes that we're all hoping to achieve with aquatic habitat restoration, because what they have discovered is, unfortunately, mussels have been under threat because of good work like habitat restoration work. If you replace a culvert or you dewater a channel to do in-stream habitat work, what they're noticing and seeing is that these freshwater mussels are being exposed and it's too late. And a little bit different than salvaging and relocating fish and lamprey. Mussels typically don't really respond that well to salvage and relocation. So it's important that freshwater mussels are incorporated early on in the planning and design phase to ensure that they are considered really early in the process, so we can avoid the picture on the bottom left, which is a bed of freshwater mussels, western ridge mussels, that inadvertently got exposed during habitat restoration work and unfortunately perished. So we want to avoid that. We want to make sure that mussels have that equitable seat at the table. And really, there is no better group to do this than the Xerxes Society. And I really want to, before I pass it over to my colleague, apologize for going back in my presentation and kind of messing up the flow a little bit, but I also wanted to give a huge shout out to Emily Blevins with the Xerxes Society, who helped me out with these talking points and these images that you see. Maybe some of your staff have participated in some of her trainings. I'm on the waiting list like a lot of other folks are, and hopefully we'll get out there and be able to do that. But I really appreciate the opportunity. We are much like conduits and represent the hundreds of people who do the work that you're able to fund, and it's an honor to be here. So I'm going to pass over to Kobe.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kobe Menton, OWEB's East Region or Region 5 Program Representative. And today, over this slide and 4 following slides, I'm going to be working my way towards a restoration project that is before the board for consideration today. It's the Camp Creek Wet Meadow and Aquatic Resiliency Project 225-5020, and it's in Wallowa County near Enterprise on land owned by the Nature Conservancy. Okay, our theme today is really protection and where these projects fall on the garden pathway that Liz described. And I'm going to talk over the subsequent slides a little bit about this project's history with OWEB, how TNC engages the community, how TNC has utilized technical assistance funds over time, and then finally restoration. Now, draw your attention to this photo. This is the top of the Camp Creek watershed. That in the middle background, there's the Middle Findlay Butte near the top of the project, and then behind that is the Wallowa Valley proper, and then behind that is the Wallowa Mountains. Next slide. Okay, a little bit on property history. The Nature Conservancy manages Zumwalt Prairie Preserve to support and advance conservation across the larger Zumwalt Prairie, while also providing high quality and diverse habitat for native species on the preserve. TNC aspires to achieve and sustain conservation values in the context of sustainable livestock grazing and restore functioning ecosystem processes at scale. Okay, OWEB funds on the prairie. Let's go back to 2000, the year 2000. The Nature Conservancy purchased 27,000 acres of the Zumwalt Prairie, and OWEB contributed to this acquisition in the amount of $3 million. A little bit later in 2006, they were able to acquire an additional 6,065 acres, making the 51 square mile preserve what it is geographically we see today. Moving up to 2007. Into 2007, the Zumwalt Prairie Riparian Restoration Project was awarded by OWEB. It improved 8.4 miles of Upper Camp Creek by removing 11 push-up dams, fencing 6.1 miles of Camp Creek, 4.5 miles of Pine Creek, and 1.6 miles of aspen clones. They also planted over 14,000 native shrubs, seeded 150 acres, and did prescribed burning on 415 acres. Moving ahead 7 years to 2014, the Zumwalt Grassland Bird Habitat Integrated Research Restoration Project was awarded. It treated noxious weeds, changing nutrient cycling and grassland structure with prescribed fire to improve the diversity, number, and vigor of mesic and riparian shrubs through planting and protection. And then the last project on this slide is a technical assistance project that was awarded in 2002, the Upper Camp Creek Restoration Design Project. And the overall goal of this proposal is to complete the technical design work necessary to enhance and restore 3.4 miles of Upper Camp Creek stream, meadow, and floodplain habitat. And this is the technical assistance project that is informing the restoration project before the board today. Next slide. Okay, a little bit on engagement. This is the engagement stop on our garden path analogy. Let's start with grazing. TNC provides grass for local ranchers who currently 6 different ranches run cows on the prairie, and 58% of all the acres are actively grazed. Local permittees are chosen by those who are willing to graze to prairie restoration and conservation objectives, have sound business practices, and have stock appropriate for this rugged landscape. First foods. The preserve provides first foods important to Native American culture and custom, and members of regional tribes harvest these foods on the preserve. Up to the top middle, public access. Portions of the preserve are open to the public, including 4 marked trails. And it's worth noting that in the acquisition from OWEB in 2000, that it was a special condition of that grant that the public was given access to the property. Hunting or landowner preference tags, another form of engagement. Each year, TNC donates 4 bull elk and 2 buck deer tags to nonprofit organization raffles or fundraising events. And to date, and since 2000, those tags have helped raise nearly $900,000 for nonprofit organizations in Wallowa County and in Oregon. Okay, last bit on this side, research and education. The Nature Conservancy really views this property as an outdoor classroom, not only for local youth, whether it be middle or high school students, but it is an outdoor classroom and laboratory for college students, both graduate and undergraduate students. The list of research that's gone out here is long, many pages long, but I'm going to try to highlight it. And there's been research on pollinators, raptors, macroinvertebrates, ground nesting birds, vegetation management, invasive annual grass management, and grazing management. Back to the pollinators. That research was a subject of a Telling the Restoration story that was funded by OWEB and put together by the Nature Conservancy and partners, and is available on the OWEB website. The vegetation, specifically the grazing management research that has been done out there, is truly transferable to other properties. And TNC staff and enterprise are advising the grazing management on the Trout Creek Meadow acquisition, which was recently funded by this board. That's a property in southern Harney County near Fields. Okay, you guessed it. Here's our TA stop on the garden pathway. Okay, the deliverables of this open project that's informing the project you'll deliberate on today. You can see the sequential and iterative process to get to the deliverables on the left side. But I'm going to focus on these 2 aerial photos. And let's go to the middle part of the slide where we can see that aerial photo, and as Camp Creek flows through the project reach, it's showing the water exposure onto the floodplain at a 2-year reoccurrence interval, which up in this part of the watershed is only 10 CFS, so it's not a whole lot of flow. But again, we're at the top of the watershed here. And then I'll bring your attention to the right-hand slide, which is the same reoccurrence interval, the same flow post-restoration, and we can see how much more of this floodplain is actually activated at the same flow post-restoration. Super impactful stuff that comes out of TA grants visually, where you can really see what's going to happen post-restoration. Okay, this is my last slide before I turn it over to Mark, and I think the three of us are going to vacate these chairs and the other three are going to come and sit, so there's going to be a slight intermission. But this is the restoration stop on the path. And this application was pretty awesome, and it had 12 succinct and relevant objectives or specific actions to restore 2.8 miles of stream channel and 30 acres of floodplain in the project reach. I'm not going to talk about all 12 of them, but I'm going to break them into 3 categories. First one is habitat construction, which includes channel fill and floodplain grading, low-tech process-based restoration techniques, including beaver dam analogs and post-assisted log structures, and then the placement of large wood both in the stream channel and in the floodplain, as well as slash for floodplain roughness. Second major category is grade control. They're going to install 4 grade control features throughout the project to maintain the constructed floodplain surface. And then finally, planting. Native seed and mulch, 17 acres of disturbed ground. They're going to plant 7,000 native shrub cuttings on 19 acres. Replant sod mats excavated during project construction. And build 7,400 feet of deer and elk exclusion fence. Control noxious weeds on 21 acres continuously. And then finally, rest grazing for a minimum of 5 years post-construction. So before I hand this discussion off to the next RPR, which I'm pretty sure is Mark, I'm going to recite to you the concluding analysis that's in the evaluation for this project. Trout Unlimited, the Nature Conservancy and partners propose to restore in-stream riparian and floodplain habitat on Camp Creek near Enterprise. The project will restore watershed function by extending available aquatic habitat for species of concern in Oregon, as well as contribute to durable ecosystem resiliency to climate change impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. There's Mark Webb wants to ask a question.
Curious on the grazing plan.
Can you use the mic, Mark? That's hard to say.
On the grazing plan, did the numbers increase over time? Were they stable or did they reduce in terms of, do you have any sense of?
Yeah.
Just wondering how effective.
So the Nature Conservancy has a lot of latitude here. They don't have to graze like a conventional ranch can. They have the ability and the latitude to prescribe grazing on their property to meet the restoration objectives. So they graze to, so they probably do leave a lot more available browse or graze left before they move cattle. I can't answer with certainty whether they've reduced numbers or timing or duration. I didn't ask the staff that, but I do know that they graze and they leave a lot more vegetation.
That makes sense, but when you talked about in terms of transferring this to other ranches where the carrying capacity does pay the bills, I'm just wondering how well that works there.
The example I gave is with the Oregon Desert Land Trust and their acquisition in near fields in southern Harney County. So they're going to have the same, very, very similar latitude and capabilities to, again, graze to restoration objectives.
Not enough time to get any popcorn. For the record, Mark Grenbemmer, I'm the Region 2 Program Rep located out of Medford, Oregon. And today I'm going to be talking to you about the Rogue River Rearing Habitat Project. But before I jump in the project, I just wanted to give a little bit of orientation to Region 2. So nestled down in southwest Oregon, 5 counties, Jackson, Josephine, Coos, Curry, and Douglas. There's 10 funded watershed councils, and there's 7 soil water conservation districts, and a whole bunch of great NGOs and nonprofits and agencies that are all working in the different areas. There's no road that goes straight to any one area, so you're always making a big circle, but it's part of the fun. In the southwest region, there's many main river systems. Starting up in the north, we've got the Smith River, which flows into the Umpqua River. From the Umpqua, we go to the 10 Mile Lakes Basin. 10 Mile Lakes, we go to Coos, Coquille. We go down to New River, Flores Creek. From there, we go to the Sixes River, and we're going to take a quick intermission, and we're going to talk about Coho evolutionary significant units. So everything from the Sixes north up to the Columbia is part of the Oregon Coast Coho Katy stuff. Starting at the Elk and moving south, we're then in the Southern Oregon, Northern California evolutionary significant unit for Coho. And so I didn't make Sarah do this when she was down a week ago, but if you stand on the Highway 101 just between Sixes and Elk and jump back north and south, you can say Oregon Coast.
It was raining.
It was raining. Always raining. Anyways, the first Sonk River is Elk, and then that goes down to, I think, Pistol, then the Rogue, then the Jetco, Windchuck, and there's several other main ocean direct systems. But only two of the systems in the region actually go inland into the Cascade Range, and that is the Umpqua and the Rogue. And I'm going to be talking about the Rogue, and I told you that really long story to get to the story. So with that kind of frame of reference, some of the things that make the Oregon Coast ESU different from the Sonk ESU is the estuaries. You'll notice when we were in Coos Bay in October, we stayed at the Mill Casino. There you could look out the balcony in the back and you saw Coos River and those amazing tidal wetlands that went clean across to where we looked at the Kentuck project, and then we stood up the Mellicoma Confluence project. So big, wide, flat estuaries, a lot of tidal channels, a lot of tidal flats. In the Sonk, the estuaries are smaller, they're shorter. Matter of fact, the Rogue estuary is one of the smaller ones in Oregon. They typically follow the river. If you look, the estuary areas in green and blue basically follow the river channel. There's not that wider system. And so in that short area, you've got they serve the same function as those larger estuaries farther north. So that's the rearing habitat for many different species of salmonid and trout, lamprey, sturgeon, things like that. One of the other big differences, and here comes the fun part, I'm going to borrow Mark's microphone if you'll let me.
Got Mark.
So one of the big differences too is the geology, the rocks. As a young hydrogeologist told me one time, I think his name was Ivan Gall, he goes, with geology, as long as you remember heating, cooling, and pressure, you got the rest figured out. So heating, cooling, pressure. So the rock primarily in the Oregon Coast ESU is sandstone. And in the Coos and Coquille and 10 Mile and Smith, it's called the Tyee sandstone, and it's very soft. It's easily erodes, and it doesn't last long in stream, but that would become spawning substrate. Now in the Rogue, we've got rock that's more associated with the Klamath serpentine, so very hard, durable, non-erosive, heavy. I've got a heavy one in here, but I'm not going to. We also have a lot of the metavolcanics and the basalt. This is it's an example of gneiss. It's high in mineral content, quartz, pressure. It's got some other things in there, but I'm not a geologist. And then just for fun, Kelly Timchek, she's the one that helped me with all the visuals and the photos. She's the coordinator of the Lower Rogue Watershed Council. Was kind enough to collect these from the project site. These are, they call them sugar stones, they're quartz. There's actually a man-made spawning substrate in there too. And if there's any golfers, if the golfer wants the golf ball, please take it. Otherwise, if you would like one, please take one. It comes from the project site. All right. Got a rabbit in here too. All right, so I told you all that to tell you a little bit more about the project specifically, so you'll understand, especially how it prioritized out, why the restoration of this kind of habitat is so important. So we know that estuaries are super important to many life cycles of salmonids and other species. And the Rogue flows, I think it's 257 miles, somewhere in that neighborhood, from the Cascades to where it empties into Gold Beach. Drains 5,100 square miles, and that's the estuary. So all the fish that are produced in the Rogue travel through this point, and many of them owe part of their life cycle to that small section. The head of tide, depending on droughts, things like that, is anywhere probably from maybe 3 to 4 miles up. It's not very far. The project site is actually at River Mile 2.6. So just a couple other fun facts. The largest wetland decimation occurred when the boat basin was constructed there. That's in the bottom middle. You see the two jetties. The jetties were put in 1960. The boat basin was put in roughly there and then improved about 15 years ago. Interestingly enough, the first evidence of human habitation at the mouth of the Rogue is dated back to 6,600 BC. So obviously, the biggest impacts to the river have happened in the last century. So, all right, big breath. So, like the estuaries in the north, this estuary is impacted the same. Land use management has really simplified the hydrologic function, and it's removed a lot of the habitat qualities that were once there. Being a smaller estuary, it's more critical. There's less resilience. There's less opportunity to not only do projects, but it's at a higher risk for degradation. So I think I've covered that. Why don't we go ahead and go to the next slide? Please take 2, 3. Kids love them. Take them for your kids.
The value does not exceed $50 of those chickens. You're safe.
That golf ball, Mike, it's experienced.
I do want to hear the story of the golf ball.
Shoot, if you're in Bear Creek, there's golf balls all over with all the golf courses. You hit them into Bear Creek and they come down. I think there's probably somebody in that area that likes to hit golf balls because there's an abundance of golf balls in the project area. Yeah, they make poor substrates, so please keep it. So, so the restoration project could not have happened without the investment by the sport and technical assistance. And what you're seeing is the project site. This is the area that will be enhanced, and so it's basically. It's within the footprint of a gravel mining operation. So Freeman Rock owns this, and as they mine the rock, they'll be using the design work that you see to the left to kind of guide how that removal happens. So we end up with what you see there. How many board members were at the Gold Beach board meeting? Couple? So in the lower section of the schematic is God Wants You Slough, and that's a previous OWEB project. We did a lot of habitat enhancement work in there, and that was actually the tour site that you went on. So you've been in God Wants You Slough. So if you remember that, it'll give you a better visual. But basically, the technical assistance work is going to connect God Wants You Slough to this new series of primary tidal channels, secondary tidal channels, intertidal benches, pools, alcoves, and large wood placements. So you're basically turning a rock desert into more an area that was more typical with how the area was historically. Let's see. Go ahead and advance it. All right, this is what God Wants You Slough looks like right now. One of the big benefit, or one of the big attractions of the project, besides the habitat, is just the outreach and engagement potential. There's a series of interpretive trails that winds through this. It's close to Gold Beach. It's advertised locally for tourists that are coming in. It's kayakers, a lot of access, so a lot of ability for folks to get exposed to the work. And as you can see, this is what the project is going to look like down the road after it's been implemented. So along with the tidal construction, the pool construction, large wood, there's going to be a diverse riparian area established in there. So there'll be a lot of what you see in here, a lot of willows, cottonwoods, things like that. There's been a lot of invasive species removal as part of this project. There was a lot of English ivy, a lot of yellow iris. Most of that is gone. So they're doing a fantastic job down there. The landowner, the owner of Freeman Rock, is really interested in conservation and has had an idea for the last, well, I'll say at least 20 years, but of trying to figure out how, once they're done with the gravel extraction, how they can protect it. And so after the restoration is done, they'll be working with local land trusts and tribes to figure out how this property can be best conserved, whether it's maybe transferring to a state agency or maybe to a tribe or a land trust. But that needs to be worked out. But it fits right in line with the idea of protecting and conserving the habitat investment. So yeah, I think I'll go ahead and stop there. Thank you. We want this wrong.
Nice. Good afternoon. I am Amy Charette, Regional Program Representative for the Mid-Columbia region. So we are going to head to Region 6, and along the garden path, we're going to be talking about implementation. And this is project 225-6007. Phipps Meadow Upland Restoration by the Blue Mountain Land Trust. So this project is addressing priority upland actions on a property that includes Phipps Meadow, which is the headwaters of the Middle Fork John Day River. The property is 279 acres located in Grant County, about 19 miles northeast of Prairie City. It was purchased by the Blue Mountain Land Trust with an OWEB land acquisition grant through the John Day Basin Partnership Native Fish Habitat Initiative, FIP, in June of 2021. The property is now under conservation easement held by OWEB. Ecological systems that are conservation priorities for the John Day Basin and on the property include freshwater emergent marsh, ponderosa pine woodland, and big sagebrush steppe, along with 1.6 miles of the Middle Fork John Day River and about 0.4 miles of combined tributaries. So the map on this slide shows the property boundary in white with meadow system to the lower right of the image, and the upland restoration work along the left side of the map and the top of the property boundary. Work includes priority upland treatments of mechanical thinning, hand thinning and pile burning, invasive annual grass control, and additional stewardship activities utilizing volunteers. The uplands of Phipps Meadow, similar to other areas of the Blue Mountains, have experienced land management impacts that lead to high fuel loads and several forest health concerns, including invasive annual grasses that accelerate the spread of fire and impact native plants. The upland treatments will restore upland forest structure and habitat diversity. The ODF&W Mule Deer Plan recommends several priority actions to enhance forage and habitat conditions for mule deer, which involve forest density management, treatment of invasive annual grasses, and prescribed fire. This project is located in the ODF&W Sumter Wildlife Management Unit, which lists population levels for mule deer at high to extreme concern. In addition, the project area is surrounded by the Malheur National Forest, and the Austin project, which is just getting started, is a landscape scale project on the Malheur focused on forest management and restoration. So they are planning work that includes forest thinning and prescribed fire, along with stream restoration activities, and this work will occur over the next 10 years. So these efforts will support the Blue Mountain Land Trust project and offer opportunities to align with future prescribed fire efforts and habitat management. The aerial image on the left is looking at Phipps Meadow and the Middle Fork John Day, and then looking downstream, the mountains that you see in the distance is part of the Vinegar Hill Indian Rock Scenic Area. The forestry treatments that are planned are located on both the left and right side of the meadow, along with the complementary work on the surrounding forest. This location is critical for several priority species, including bull trout, summer steelhead, west slope cutthroat, spring chinook. There's over 72 bird species identified, 32 mammals, 50 wildflower species on the property, some of which are pictured there with the elk, camas. There's a lot of beaver activity in the lower part of the meadow, and the blue heron, all photos from the property. And as a note, going back to Greg's discussion on the engagement grant for the conservation of mussels, surveys have found all three species, main species of mussel groups native to the Pacific Northwest that coexist in the Middle Fork, John Day, just downstream from this site. So in addition, there is a separate meadow and stream restoration project currently in planning stages. Multiple partners are involved, including the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, the North Fork John Day Watershed Council, Malheur National Forest, ODF&W, EPA, and BOR. The planning is underway with goals to reconnect the floodplain, restore channel morphology, increase in-stream habitat complexity, and enhance riparian and wetland plant communities. And this collaborative effort is planned to be implemented next year in 2026. This is also a unique opportunity to align the timing of the upland treatments with the restoration, where much of the recommended thinning will supply the material needed for restoration features like in-stream habitat wood, beaver dam analogs, and buck and pole fencing.
I'm good at leaning on fences. That is the best position to be.
And last,
He never wears his heart out.
Yeah, I don't wear hard hats.
Blue Mountain Land Trust is effectively engaging volunteers for stewardship on the property, a key component of the Land Trust public engagement and recreation mission, and many volunteers support work like they're going to be doing on Phipps Meadow. It also provides an opportunity to incorporate members of the public from Baker and Grant counties. Blue Mountain Land Trust is working to diversify stewardship and monitoring activities to engage a wider potential volunteer pool. The Blues crew will work to complete low complexity hand thinning on this project. They'll be doing invasive monitoring and hand removal of invasive species, fence maintenance, buck and pole fencing, riparian planting, bird counting, and plant surveys. So overall, this effort on the property is protected through an acquisition and an OWEB conservation easement. It will see upland habitat improvements and future in-stream restoration benefiting multiple species. Hand over to Katie.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Katie Duzick, and I am lucky enough to be the regional program representative for the North Coast region, also known as Region 1. It starts in the Scappoose Bay and wraps around the North Coast through the Lower Columbia all the way down to the Coastal Lakes watershed south of Florence. And I'm going to be talking about our #1 ranked restoration project, which is 225-1012. It is a Sitka spruce swamp restoration in the Tillamook Bay watershed. The applicant is the Tillamook Estuaries Partnership. So I'll set the stage for some of you. I think there was quite a few board members who were at our Tillamook meeting, was that 3 years ago? We did visit the Southern Flow Corridor site as one of our tour stops. That's where we were looking out over a large bank of tide gates. The Southern Flow Corridor is at the confluence of the Trask, Tillamook, and Wilson rivers. And that project area on the map to the left is shown in black. And this project is perhaps one of the largest tidal wetland restoration projects on the West Coast. And I was going to do a Scott Youngblood and say it in a public meeting and make it so. But it is a big one. And it has quite a long and storied history. And I find that interesting that some of my other colleagues today were talking about projects that began, 20, 25 years ago. And this would be one of them. In 1996, something kind of dramatic happened in Western Oregon. There was quite a bit of flooding, and I think that sort of raised awareness as the business community on Highway 101 in Tillamook was severely impacted by those floods. Then again in 1998. In 2001, with the help of an OWEB acquisition grant, Tillamook County purchased just shy of 400 acres from 3 different landowners with the intent of not only restoring habitat, but also mitigating some of the flooding that they were experiencing during that time. And so a lot happened, but it took about 15 years before restoration broke ground. It was a Oregon Solutions project. The community landed on a preferred alternative, which is known as the Southern Flow Corridor. Some other acquisitions were also involved, and I'll spare you the details, but perhaps you could ask one of our Mark Labhart, our board member, is quite familiar with the ins and outs of how this came to be. So to take us to today, well, before I get to today, actually, before they implemented this project in 2016, they did something really important that we wish we would do probably more often than we do, and that is some really extensive baseline monitoring to look at the conditions on the site so we could track how well this was doing. And so effectiveness monitoring has been really robust on this site. So post restoration, once they removed the levees and tide gates and restored tidal flow to the Southern Flow Corridor in 2016, they embarked on a pretty robust effectiveness monitoring plan that's been funded by NOAA. It's been funded by OWEB. The current phase is being funded by OWEB. They're in year 8. Some of the top tidal wetland researchers in the West are working on this thing. So Laura Brophy from the Institute of Applied Ecology and Chris Janosek from Oregon State University. We also have some fish biologists from the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians working on this project, and staff from the Tillamook Estuaries Partnership. So there's a number of partners involved, but all those dots on the map are showing vegetation plots, water quality plots, fish monitoring transects, sediment monitoring, carbon sequestration. They've got a lot of parameters that they're monitoring. And one of the things that's been showing up in year 8 has to do with vegetation. So back when they were planning this project, there was a lot of differences of opinion about what the best way would be to establish vegetation on this over 500 acre, as it ended up, restoration site. We learned a lot about how they do it in the Willamette earlier from our partners in the Luckiamute. When you're dealing with a tidal landscape, there is a lot of dynamics going on. You've got multi-directional water flow, you've got tidal channels that you like to think they would cooperate with your design and engineering, but they don't always do that. There's a lot of factors in the sediment transport and how fast the site is grading. There's a lot of things to consider. So they decided to adopt a passive revegetation approach, which meant that we would see, what floated in. And not to minimize that, but it is a viable strategy in tidal wetlands. And so the idea was that we would monitor and see how that reed canary grass and pasture grasses, how they were faring, if they were being replaced with native vegetation. over time. And so our monitoring has showed that 8 years later, that strategy has worked pretty well in the lower marsh. The sedges are able to move in and gain some foothold and establish. Where it's not working so well is in the higher elevation. So that area in the north that's outlined in kind of that yellow orangey color, that area is called, well, they refer to it as the North Zone, but it's higher elevation and probably would be Sitka spruce swamp. And in that part of the property, it is still largely dominated by reed canary grass. And so there's a lot to learn with these sites. And something that's interesting about estuary restoration is that it takes a really long time to figure out if it's working. Developing wetland soils, waiting for channels to stabilize, that all takes a long time. And so we are still learning things now from our first estuary restoration projects that we embarked on. And so it's a real iterative and adaptive process that we have to have some patience with. So with that in mind, our partners at the Tillamook Estuaries Partnership have decided that some adaptive management is necessary on this conservation property so it can realize its full potential. I'm going to take a nice break and just soak in some Sitka spruce tidal swamp for a second. This is one of my favorite habitat types, and if you haven't paddled through it, or which is I think one of the only ways to really see these places, I would highly recommend doing so, although it's hard to do because they're very rare. I want to acknowledge the Institute for Applied Ecology for these photographs of Sitka spruce tidal swamp. So what is a tidal swamp? I think sometimes, depending on what company you're in, a swamp can be kind of a maybe negative term that's used to describe a wet place, but a swamp is a real and beautiful thing. It is referred to a wetland dominated by woody vegetation, and estuarine wetlands dominated by woody vegetation on the north coast are usually talking about Sitka spruce and willow. These places are really critical habitat for fish and other species that utilize estuaries. They provide shade and cover. There's a lot for fish to eat in there, a lot of forage. They're dark and cool, even in the warmest summer months. And not only that, but they also provide like a massive ability to sequester carbon, making them a really important tool to mitigate climate change. So with all that, they are one of the top priorities for a lot of restoration and conservation practitioners working in estuaries. Laura Brophy's work has indicated that since the 1870s, we've lost about 95% of our Sitka spruce tidal swamps in Oregon, primarily for conversion and some other side effects of logging activities that's happened. So when you can find these places, there's still remnant patches around. They tend to be small, 20 acres or less. But there's a lot of interest in finding ways to restore this habitat type.
Right, left-hand corner up there.
Can you use your microphone?
I don't want to say it's too loud. The left-hand corner right up there on the left, there's a really great bobber spot for catching false Chinook.
Don't say it too loud.
I think Mark just offered to take us there on a field trip. So
It was a good spot.
So researchers are working hard to find the best places where we can have more Sitka spruce tidal swamp, because it's not that easy. They're fairly particular about their salinity, their elevation. There's a lot going on here. Also structure. So typically Sitka spruce are growing on other fallen or down wood or mounds in the estuary. So it's hard to find just that sweet spot where it's got the right salinity, right elevation, and the structure necessary to make more Sitka spruce swamp. But there's lots of folks that are focused on this. It's a top priority, as I mentioned. The good news is, such a sweet spot for Sitka spruce tidal swamp restoration exists on the Southern Flow Corridor site. So this bringing us back to the project before you today for funding with the Tillamook Estuaries Partnership, a Sitka Spruce Tidal Swamp Restoration Project. That photo to the left is Dr. Colin Jones with the Estuaries Partnership is in the middle. And two of my intrepid reviewers on the Region 1 team, that's Claire Figner with the Department of Land Conservation and Development and Mike Sinnott with ODFW. We had tried to do a site visit to this place, but we were stymied by a really fast-moving incoming tide that surprised almost everyone. And so it didn't surprise Colin, and he had brought his drone and was able to fly the site, and we directed him around for what we wanted to see. And he had a nice large screen for the reviewers to view the site. So while it wasn't as cool as a hovercraft, which I really hope happens before the end of my career in this field, I would like to tour estuaries that way. It was really helpful. And that picture on the right is from that day. And you can see the tan reed canary grass that really has not been able to be displaced by passive revegetation. So they're planning to restore 15 acres of Sitka spruce tidal swamp. You can see there's some remnant trees there. There are some down wood that they do plan to plant on top of. They're also leveraging funding from the Restoring America's Estuaries program, and they received that funding in 2024. And they will be researching 4 different techniques, planting techniques during this process, and also doing some extensive monitoring to figure out what works best. And everyone is hoping to learn more from this. Restoring Sitka spruce swamp is one of those things restoration practitioners always talk amongst themselves and try to find out what folks have tried and what might still work. So they're hoping to get some really good information out of that. So overall, in summary, this project, it takes a strategic adaptive management action that was well informed by this extensive monitoring that's gone in to work to date. And also it's occurring on a property with an OWEB conservation easement. And so it's easy to see why this project might rank really high in our open solicitation program, as the other projects that my colleagues have talked about today also have. In wrapping us up, I'm going to return us to this restoration life cycle pathway and just remind us that all over Oregon, we've got partners working on these really special places and species that make our watersheds healthy. And this pathway provides our partners with an opportunity to really grow their project in the way that is needed. The project that I just mentioned at the Southern Flow Corridor, they had 6 stops on the restoration garden pathway. And actually, I don't even know if we have acquisition referenced here, but that is something that is really important sometimes. For example, when you have estuary projects like that involve really transformative landscape change, sometimes acquisition is a necessary step. And certainly it can be helpful for any project for long-term protections. And so we've talked today about freshwater mussels. We've visited properties. I think 4 of our projects today have conservation easements on them. The Luckiamute that I want to reference, our partners talked about before. And so all of these places are accessing our grant programs to kind of build their conservation legacy in our state. And to bring us back to the Oregon plan, because I like to reference the Oregon plan, there's been a lot of new modern science, and folks are using these tools in designing their projects, but some of the original tenets of the Oregon plan are still very much in play. That coordination, the community-based action, the monitoring, and then revisiting a project and taking corrective action when you find that some additional work is necessary. There's actually quite an explicit process in the Oregon plan that describes lessons learned and how to go back and make sure that we're doing things right, that there's no quick fixes, that things take time to build, develop, and grow. And I also want to mention the old conservation adage of protect the best and restore the rest, which I think is a part of the focus of the Oregon plan, and certainly something that we've seen today in quite a few projects. And you've got quite a list before you, and I just want to mention that We did not obviously have time to talk about all those projects, but you'll find details. If you look closely at them, you'll find that the Oregon Way is very much alive and well, that collaboration, and it's living in the details of those projects in the list. And it's been 28 years since the Oregon Plan was published, I believe. We're certainly in a new and challenging time, but I like to think that that approach will continue to get us through the foreseeable future and other new challenges. So thank you for your time and attention. And I just want to say we'll take some questions about the presentation now and the projects that we discussed or the content, but we're going to have public comment after this, and then the board will have the opportunity to deliberate and we can answer more questions at that time. So, thank you.
So I'm just looking at the time and I wonder if we should do public comment first because we're 2:05 and we said we would do public comment right around 2. So I think I'm going to jump to that and then we'll come back to questions, okay? All right. Regan, are you ready with the light? Thank you. All right, so we are now on to public comment on this agenda item only. So we have Cindy Bright, Nellie McAdams, and then Kurt Burning. So the three of you, if you could come forward, please. So we're each going to get 3 minutes, and they've got a little light in front of you that'll kind of clue you. So Cindy, could you go first, please?
Hi, I'm Cindy Bright. I'm from the Douglas Soil and Water Conservation
A
District.
little bit more, sorry.
Everybody always tells me to speak up. So I'm commenting on the Buckhorn Ag Water Quality and Restoration Project. There was some, I have submitted some written comments on it, and I'm just to kind of pick up some of that, and 3 minutes is quick, okay. So all my projects are basically, I'm working with ODA for ag water quality. And basically getting the cows out of the stream is mainly what I do. And I also want to focus on horses since a lot of the other agencies pretty much ignore horse properties. This project basically is a cattle ranch by a retired veterinarian. He's also on the board of Douglas County Livestock Associations. He's one of my key landowners I've been working with to kind of showcase what we can do to help landowners. Fencing, everything has gotten super expensive. Even though a rancher has a couple hundred acres, he does not have a lot of money. It's all tied up in his cattle and in running the operation, especially if he's retired from another job. So this project was basically near the headwaters, getting the cattle currently stand in the stream and drink out of the stream. I've had pictures in my application. It's a muddy mess. So I'm working with NRCS, their engineer. We designed a spring development so that we could get the cows out of the stream, pump water up to troughs, which would provide water for 2 rotational pastures, fence off the rest of the riparian area. He started his match by fencing off 1 half already, removing blackberries and replacing them with native trees and shrubs. That's part of this grant. There's going to be a phase 2 where we go in stream and start working with BDAs. One thing that's happened in Douglas County is we got hit hard with the floods. I work with a lot of ranchers. I myself am a producer and work with the Douglas County Livestock Association. We had culverts wash out, crossings wash out, and anywhere where cattle have full access to the riparian area, imploded. I mean, erosion has just taken off. Anywhere where there was just solid blackberry, maybe keep the cattle out, but shallow roots have been undermined, those have washed out, and then the banks have eroded. And so I see, we have the categories of restoration, but ag water quality, I kind of think water quality might need to be a part of those categories, because basically just getting the cows out of the stream does a lot to help reduce the bacterial load, the sediment load, which leads to E. coli, which is a huge problem in the South Umpqua in our area. Actually, across Douglas County, it's becoming a huge concern. I myself live on the Umpqua River, and the temperatures are going high. And so I'm basically, I'm out of time already. Basically, help me get the cows out of the creek. I invite you to come and tour. After seeing all these presentations, would love to do a presentation on ag in Douglas County. And I have many more projects like this coming down the pipeline.
Thank you. Thank you. Nellie, you're up next, please.
Thank you. And Chairs Boyer, Coates, members of the board. For the record, my name is Nellie McAdams, and I'm the Executive Director of Oregon Agricultural Trust. We're a statewide land trust that focuses on agricultural lands and their associated habitats. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of our 2024 engagement grant proposal, engaging landowners to protect land with restored oak habitat. This funding would help OWEB build relationships with agricultural landowners in Yamhill, Polk, and Benton counties with associated oak habitat to protect the land under conservation easements, provide cultural access to tribal members, and increase restoration. The need for this work is great since European settlement, less than 3% of oak savanna remains. Nearly all remaining oak habitat is on privately owned, often agricultural land. 1 million acres of farmland in the Willamette Basin is more at risk for fragmentation and development than any other region of Oregon. When farmland and habitat is developed, public investments in watersheds are lost forever. When that land is fragmented, landscape scale conservation is much less efficient. Working land conservation easements prevent the development and fragmentation and hinder restoration. Our proposed grant would deepen the work we've done over past engagement grants that has so far resulted in 5 projects to protect over 2,000 acres of Willamette Valley farmland with oak habitat. That's not including properties with oak habitat in that region. And 17 outreach events, over 500 people. Our first engagement grant helped us submit a successful regional conservation partnership program grant of $9.2 million for this work. And our second grant produced 2 videos and a guidebook for vineyard owners with oak habitat on how to protect their land. We're very grateful to OWEB for the foundational support for our land owner engagement and move to continue our momentum by working with 3 soil and water conservation districts in the Willamette Valley with oak habitat restoration programs to provide mutually beneficial outreach. This OWEB grant would also match Spirit Mountain Charitable Foundation funds to help landowners make the restored habitat available for the first years of oak habitat tribal members. We understand that our project falls below the funding line for the $500,000 allocated to the engagement grant pot. However, we understand that there is a remaining spending plan balance of about $214,000 for all grants. We humbly advocate for funding for our project for unused balance. The total request is $93,000, but we'd accept any kind of request of support. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you're up next, please.
Cool. Thank you all. Yeah, my name's Kurt Berning. I'm the executive director of the Pudding River Watershed Council. We're about 12 miles as the crow flies from the Pudding River Watershed. So if you just walked that way, you'd eventually get there. If you've ever been to Silver Falls State Park or had a beer at the Mount Angel Oktoberfest, you've been in our watershed. So we're famous, maybe not for our main stem river, but for other things. And I just wanted to, I'm coming here with a message of thanks, primarily first to the OWEB staff. I think with that creative reallocation, trying to use those unused funds. We are one of the technical assistance projects that's being funded because of that reallocation or being recommended. So really appreciate that. And then, yeah, just encouraging the board to support that staff recommendation. And I'll talk a little bit about the project specifically. So in our watershed, there's a lot of good oak habitat and currently 0 protected oak anchor sites that are recognized in the Willamette Valley Oak Conservation Plans. So we're trying to change that in this grant. And we have some exciting landowners involved. We got the Mount Angel Abbey, we got Corbin University, we have the Oregon Garden. So kind of these jewels of our area that then can be jewels of oak habitat and inspire people. We also have some exciting partners. So on the grant, Institute for Applied Ecology, Andrew Esterton is working on it, awesome guy. And then we have Elderberry Wisdom Farm that's part of it. And it's going to be offering both training for their interns and also giving technical or traditional ecological knowledge feedback on our conservation plans. And you probably saw this in the name, maybe don't look at all the names, but you know, we want people to come to these sites and say, whoa, that's why we call it White Oak Hub, you know, so anyway, I'll end there. Just want to say thank you.
All right, thank you very much, you guys. So now we're on to virtual. Nicole, is everybody there? All right, we have Chris Gannon first, Cassie Newton second, and then Julie Crymore third, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, board members, staff, and other participants at the meeting.
I'm here just to summarize a letter that our organization sent in regarding the specific project. It's a TA project. It's called the Bend to Subtle Lake Highway 20 Wildlife Crossing Design and Development. To summarize that letter of concern, I think I would like to offer an acronym. The acronym is PIPS or PIPS. The concerns we have are for the precedent this project could set, for the implications around the grant programs. I think the price tag for sure is a concern, and then the signal that it would send other state agencies that might find themselves needing to fill some budget gaps. I will note that we absolutely, like everyone else, support the actual project itself. We think wildlife do deserve these kinds of facilities and infrastructure in our transportation system. And because we don't believe that highways are actually dams to wildlife, we offer a better comparison. If we're going to use fish to compare this project, we think maybe the sea lion gauntlet in parts of our state that steelhead salmon have to navigate is really a better comparable, because if you can imagine the sea lions as the vehicles, every time there's a vehicle or a sea lion interaction with a fish, we either have a dead fish or an injured fish. But most of the fish actually get through the gauntlet, don't they? We think that's probably a better comparison, because many of the big game animals on Highway 20 actually do get across the highway safely. They move at night and things like that. Again, want to stress, we support the project. We're not sure about the funding source. Thank you so much for your time and opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Chris. Cassie, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, co-chairs, OWEB board, and staff. For the record, my name's Cassie Newton. I'm the district manager for Wheeler SWCD. And I first want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. Our was recently recognized by Senator Merkley for over 6 decades of service to residents, wildlife, and landscape in Wheeler County. We also were recently presented with the NRCS 2024 District of the Year while at Ocean Connect. As natural resources are the pride of Wheeler County, it is important to ensure sustainable use of those resources by protecting and maintaining them for generations. Wheeler SWCD strategically addresses natural resource concerns by prioritizing watersheds and landscapes with assistance from federal, state, and local partners. Thanks to OWEB and our many other funders, Wheeler SWCD has invested over $35 million into restoration, technical assistance, and community engagement actions in Wheeler County to support watersheds. A pivotal quality of OWEB is the trust and empowerment instilled in local agencies, while also encouraging and supporting significant network of partnerships amongst other agencies. Wheeler SWCD's longstanding partnerships with a multitude of agencies, such as NRCS, aids in the essential expertise necessary to ensure our projects are planned and implemented in the utmost ecological focused approach, and the restoration actions are sustainable investments. There is no language in grant guidance or evaluation criteria pertaining to the level of technical designs required for off-channel watering systems. With many of our in-stream work, permit requirements prompts us to need engineered design. With an off-channel watering system, there is no required permits when the purpose meets the exemption outlined in ORS 537.141. Therefore, it is highly unclear what amount of data or technical design is necessary in proposals. I am here today for 2 reasons. The first is to ask OWEB board to consider funding for our project, which my written comment provides additional detail of exact evaluation concerns and statements from the submitted application. I urge OWEB board to consider the application detail provided today from the Bringing Dead Horse Back to Life project when reviewing the funding recommendation. Additionally, I am here to seek guidance from OWEB board and staff going forward pertaining to spring developments within grant-funded proposals. I encourage OWEB staff to provide guidance to the applicants on required technical design levels for common practices that NRCS standards are not sufficient for. Thank you again for the consideration and time of my public comment.
Thank you, Cassie. Thank you. Julie, are you there?
Hello, yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, board chair and board members and staff. Thanks for the opportunity to provide comments. My name is Julie Seymour. I work for Trout Unlimited in Region 2 as the Rogue Basin Water Project Manager in Southwest Oregon. I am requesting that the board fund our Rogue Basin flow restoration stakeholder.
Julie, you're breaking up on us.
Sorry
Julie?
about that. Can you hear me
Yeah,
okay?
yes, proceed.
Excuse me. I'm requesting that the board fund our Rogue Basin Flow Restoration Stakeholder Engagement Project at this time due to the critical nature of the project, which fills a significant need in this region. This project was recommended for funding by the technical review team and ranked #1 in Region 2. Region 2 is the only region in the state that will not receive engagement funding during this cycle. All of the regions will receive funding for an engagement grant. There are not other sources of funding for capacity and outreach for flow restoration specific work in this region. We are the only organization in the Rogue focused entirely on flow restoration water projects. We do a very specific type of work that nobody else does. These projects take significant outreach time to build and develop. We support our restoration irrigation communities and agency partners and fill a significant need by providing partnership, technical assistance, and support to over 24 organizations, including 4 watershed councils, 3 SWCDs, and ODFW. Developing voluntary water projects requires long-term engagement with water right holders. Irrigators are not often aware of what options are available and how changes could benefit them economically while improving stream flow. It is critical that this program continue in the Rogue and we continue to develop future projects to support OWEB's water acquisition program. TU is one of the only applicants to this program. We do not want to lose the progress and momentum that we have developed over the last 2 years under our current engagement grant for current projects, landowner relationships, and partnerships. TU has engaged individually with over 70 key water right holders and in large-scale planning efforts with partners. The grant has been hugely successful, resulting in 8 large-scale irrigation efficiency, flow restoration, and fish passage projects and 10 in-stream leases. Outreach has led to 20 secured and pending grant applications for implementation to WaterSmart, OWRD, OWEB, ODFW, Forest Service, and others. Full or partial funding would go a long way in continuing to support our irrigation restoration communities. This project was highly rated by the technical review team, who recognized that flow is a key limiting factor for this region and for endangered coho salmon. Thank you for considering my request to fund the Rogue Basin Flow Restoration Stakeholder Engagement Project at this time due to the critical nature of the project. Thanks.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, everybody who gave public testimony today. We appreciate it. And now I'm going to call you all back up because I think there were some questions. Just the last group. You had some questions, right?
I'm just curious how you address an grass in that context. That's yours.
Thank you, Katie Duzick. So that's a really interesting question. I think in this context that I was discussing with the Southern Flow Corridor, folks are fortunate that salinity can kind of take care of most of the reed canary grass on the site. In the Sitka spruce tidal swamp, it's a little bit trickier since the elevations are as such that reed canary grass is likely to persist. So I think everyone acknowledges that it's likely to be a part of the landscape in some degree. So the strategy is really building up some other vegetation and creating the structure for the Sitka spruce to take hold and then increase the diversity of that site. So it'll be a long-term endeavor there for sure. So thanks. Any other?
Go ahead.
Katie, follow up with the Sitka spruce. How are you addressing sea level rise?
So that's another interesting question. OWEB has actually funded a pretty extensive sea level rise and landward migration study that I'm not recalling the year. It was within the last 5 to 7 years, and the Institute for Applied Ecology and Laura Brophy, along with the Mid-Coast Watershed Council, and who Fran Recht was at the chair at that time, they developed a series of tools for restoration planners to utilize, where they've got these maps of what you can expect for sea level rise and landward migration of Sitka spruce tidal swamp, among other key marsh habitats. And so they're looking ahead, 50 years in their planning for what might be the right elevation. So this tidal swamp at the Southern Flow Corridor did light up as a place that should hopefully still be viable. And so I think when you're dealing with Sitka spruce swamp, providing those hummocks and mounds at a certain, you have a little bit of an ability to manipulate the elevations to try to get that Sitka spruce established into the next 100 years, hopefully. So definitely a learning process, doing the best they can.
All right. Not seeing any more questions on the presentations. We are going to take a 10-minute break. Oh, sorry, Jamie. But we are going to take a break too after Jamie. So go ahead, Jamie.
No worries. And if you can't hear me, I emailed my questions to Nicole as well. First of all, great presentations, everyone. Thank you. I've got 2 general questions and 1 project specific. On the general questions, while we did purposely increase some allocations last year, how are we addressing increasing costs per the public comment made by our partner from Baker County earlier? And I know this is more a general to all projects. The second is, per my comment before about job creation, do we have specific metrics for job creation for OWEB related projects or a related metric? And then project specific, was just wondering if staff could comment on the written comments referenced by our Wheeler County Soil and Water Conservation partner. I understand that once projects are under consideration, that new information is not accepted, but if there are any staff comments in response to the specifics that were raised by Wheeler County. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to take those in order. Eric Williams, Restoration Grants Manager, and actually I'm going to ask Amy to come up for your third question on the Wheeler County project. But first on project costs, a couple of years ago, the board removed the cap on technical assistance projects. That was directly in response to increasing costs for design and permitting. We also have increased the amount of funds in the restoration in the spending plan this biennium. As Liz mentioned in her intro, you have fewer project requests asking for $3 million more than the cycle 6 months ago. So, I think we've tried to anticipate this the best we can. And we have had projects that encountered price increases so significant that came back in with a subsequent application that this board funded to account for those increases. Those are pretty extreme circumstances. The final thing I'd mention about that is that our grantees do have some flexibility to move funds around within budget categories within a project. That is a pretty common thing to do to address unexpected cost increases. And given that long-winded answer, could you remind me the second question before we get to the Wheeler County project?
Job creation.
Jamie, can you hold up a second? I think
Creation.
Sarah wants something to say something. Can you hold up?
I was just going to help in case Jamie could talk. It was the job creation.
We don't have those numbers for specific projects. There was an OSU economic study done a few years ago now that we still cite in terms of number of jobs per $1 million in the restoration economy. And I can't cite those numbers off the top of my head, but that is the resource that we go to provide people information on the economic impacts of our work.
15 to 24 jobs per $1 million. Oh, Stephanie sent it to me. Don't give me credit for it.
That's why those two are in the seats they're in. I'll just say that.
Yeah, exactly.
Sarah, could you just say that number again, please?
Well, If I can see it, yeah. So the OSU study, or the University of Oregon study that Eric described, estimated 15 to 24 jobs per $1 million in grant investments. And then there was another one NOAA funded, it looks like, that said for each dollar spent in a large coastal restoration project, $1.70 in economic benefits for the state. I can email those to you if you want, Jamie. But yeah, it would be pretty costly, I think, to do that kind of analysis at the project level. So those suppliers are the fallback.
So if it was an OSU
Can you use microphone, please?
An OSU study, I'd believe it, but if it's an Oregon study, I don't know.
All right. Moving on to Wheeler County.
You're gonna regret every time you don't.
Yes, Wheeler County, please.
The question on the written comments and the verbal testimony from Cassie Newton from Wheeler SWCD. I'll start with Amy responding to your question, Jamie.
Thank you, Amy Charette. Appreciate Wheeler SWCD's comments and their information provided for each kind of evaluation criteria and where some of that information was in the application. And there definitely was some information in there, but there was not enough information for those evaluation criteria to adequately evaluate if the project components would be successful at achieving the intended outcomes, specifically related to the spring development and riparian fence. Some of the information was there, but it wasn't enough to kind of ensure certainty of success of some of those project components.
Thank you.
Add to that our other regional review teams on the east side have called similar questions on spring development projects, because if not designed properly, you can actually end up plugging up a spring and having the opposite impact. And the things that you need to know around the hydrology of the spring to understand how to approach developing that spring, maintain a consistent water source.
Liza Jane, you have a question?
I have a question of you, co-chair. Will I have a chance when we all get back from break to ask a general question?
Yeah, we're going to go right back into deliberation. So I would ask it right now.
So
No?
I'll wait. That's great.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Overarching questions? Well,
Is it technical?
so I'm curious about the question that was posed about the remainder of the budget, 214,000. It was standing that OWEB is obligated constitutionally to expend the funds from the 2-year budget cycle in that system. And it would be rare that you would see money carried forward to another cycle. Why are we holding back 214,000?
Let us break and we'll have that clarity.
Did they freeze for you all too? Okay.
Yeah, I suspect some of the IT issues may have been on their end.
So we can chat amongst ourselves.
I just let them know.
Oh, hey, Claire, I've been totally appreciating your background.
Thank you. I miss wheat country, so this is my way to keep it alive in Portland.
As a clarification, not that you all don't have fabulous backgrounds.
I actually like Liza Jane's myself, but yeah.
Yeah, I always appreciate your calling in from the tack room. It's not, I can literally almost smell the tack. I mean, that's what evokes for me. I really love it.
It does mostly smell good in here.
Yeah. Well, I think of the smell of leather and
Leather. Yeah.
Oh, I guess they would, because it's that just
Okay, Nicole, we see you again. We don't actually see you, we just see your name. Let me clarify that. Aaron, where is your background a photo of?
This is the Smith River Falls, just north of Reedsport, I think.
It's, you know what? When I saw it, I was like, wow, that looks a lot like Smith River. So
Yeah, there's a BLM campground there.
nice.
And this is a bureaucratic conference room in Portland, Oregon.
Very cool.
And it's blurred out for some kind of creative effect.
Well, it sets the mood and the tone very nicely. I thought it was very constructive and very creative.
Working for.
Those are the vibes in this office, that's for sure.
Eliza Jane, how's your back?
Not very good. Turns out I don't behave very well.
Well, we all knew that, but
and so tomorrow, that's why I can't go be with you, because I'm going to go to a pain clinic and see if they can fix me up a little bit better. So, you know, it could be worse. Yeah.
well, thinking about you.
Thank you.
Any good thoughts?
Thank you. There's a lot of good stuff happening. You know, I try and keep smiling about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Nicole said she can hear us. I'm gonna ask if we're on break because it looks like we're still live streaming on YouTube. So I don't think we got cut off from that. I just think that it's in the room that we're cut off from. And she said, yes, they are on break.
Okay.
Okay. So if you all want to
Returning-
go on break, I'll hang here and just check on things. Oh, okay, they lost Reagan's connection. How long for the break?
What time do we come back?
Well, we're a little off on the timing, so I'm gonna ask how long because okay, 2:40. Oh, we have 4 minutes to get everything done that we need to get done.
Go.
Go
now.
Everybody find your way back to your seats, please. Thank you. Liz listens.
He can have a lot less time. He can do it a lot faster.
I mean, he could.
Tomorrow.
Honestly, that's for deliberation. That's what that space is for.
Okay.
So.
I know. Up and down.
Yeah, I am.
Last time I was.
Oh, yeah.
Hand out my treats.
So
right.
Barbara,
Yes?
how long did you guys listen to us talk about our backgrounds?
I didn't hear anything.
We've been streaming.
Oh, we were having a great conversation.
Yes, because we didn't hear you.
What do you want, 200?
Thank you. All right, we are down to agenda item F in the deliberation part. So,
We had a question on the floor.
yes, we did. And I think we have an answer up front.
We do, yes, thank you. Again, Eric Williams, Restoration Grants Manager. And Russ's question was around balances remaining in the spending plan at the end of the biennium, and whether or not it can be carried forward. And this is just a reminder for those watching that lottery funds actually have a 6-year lifespan. They're different from state general funds, which have to be spent by the end of the biennium or they're lost. And we have in the past not fully spent spending plan line items. And what happens is those funds get included in the documents. Actually, you'll see next board meeting that shows the available funds to allocate in next biennium spending plan. So that's what would become of any balances in any of these line items after this meeting, as this is the last board meeting in the biennium.
Woody.
Eric, we had a public comment requesting partial funding for an application that ranked second but was recommended to not be funded, I think, relative to lack of funding. How is that historically handled?
Yeah, thanks, Woody. The request for partial funding is a challenging one for us because of the volume of applications that we have. And we're not really set up to have kind of a back and forth negotiation process. Like if you wanted to make reductions across the board to fit more projects above the line, we typically don't have enough information to know whether you still have a viable project if you reduce the requested amount. And I would add also that our review teams are looking at cost effectiveness as one of their criteria when they're evaluating these applications. And so, I think that most of our applicants come in knowing that this being a competitive process, they're really paying attention to how they construct their budgets to make their projects competitive.
Liza Jane, then Mark Labhart.
Thank you. If this question requires a call to help me better understand later, I'm happy with that answer. But as I'm looking through all the grants, I'm wondering about these projects that the list of concerns is a lot longer than the list of strengths, and yet it is requested to be funded.
Yeah, thanks, Liza Jane.
Yeah, thank you, Eric.
Yeah. That's, you'll see that more commonly in projects that are recommended but end up below the line. There sometimes are more concerns than strengths, but I think you really have to look at the specifics that are included in all those bullet points. Some concerns could be relatively minor. Other concerns could be pretty major. Same thing with strengths. And I think in the case where the review team is still recommending the project, those on the review team that voted to recommend funding felt that the strengths outweigh the concerns. But this is not a consensus process. We actually have review teams vote. And so those projects that end up lower ranked typically are the ones that maybe were recommended on a 6-5 vote or 7-4 vote or something like that. So, they're not typically unanimous recommendations to fund. However, we go with the majority on the review team. And if the majority recommends funding, it ends up being a recommended project. Anything to add to that, Liz?
Could I ask too, have we ever in the past, or is it current now, that when there are concerns, I'm understanding we don't go back to the grantee and ask for clarification. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. In open solicitation, the application as submitted is the scope of services that's attached to the grant agreement. And there's no revisions process for matters that impact the scope of services like that. But the concerns, I think, are just as important for projects that are recommended as for those that are not recommended. The ones that are not recommended, obviously, they can look to address the concerns in a future submission. But sometimes the concerns are taken into account by project implementers for recommended and funded projects because they understand, what the review team is getting towards with that concern, and sometimes they can be addressed in implementing the project. Sometimes they can't. If there's issues with whoever's managing or owning a piece of land that the applicant can only go so far to address a particular concern. But often they do take those into account as they're managing the project on the ground.
And do the regional reps then work with these folks so that there are less concerns when they go to write a grant? Is that happening from a model watershed or something? Because I noticed in some regions, there's very few concerns, and in other regions, there's a whole lot of concerns. I know your review teams vary, but just looking at overall and trying to understand.
That's a great question, Liza Jane. So Liz Red on Willamette Regional Program Representative. Absolutely, yes. The regional program representatives are available to help folks sort through concerns and figure out ways to address concerns if they were to submit the application. And that's part of the reason why we try to document concerns as clearly as possible to provide that feedback so that it can turn into a feedback loop where we can work together to figure out ways to resolve them and give them some resources for that or some suggestions for that.
Thank you. Yeah, this all landed on me at this late phase because I wrote a grant for some irrigation projects, and they wrote back to me 4 times asking for clarification. And I really appreciated that opportunity and was able to get funded probably because I gave them better information. So that's already happening. It sounds like in our process before we see it. So thank you. Appreciate it.
So the questions everybody have, because we've got to get to deliberations. So I'm curious, can they go offline, your questions? Or are they going to help you with your decisions?
I don't have a question.
Okay.
I have a statement more. I have a question to prompt Liz for a statement that might help with deliberations.
Okay. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Yeah, sorry, Liz.
Mine is deliberation.
Okay. For the record, Lindsay McClary. Yeah, thank you for that answer to Liza Jane's question. And then can you just remind us, when there's the list of concerns, additional information can't be submitted, but the RPRs do work with those concerns for the next round of applications, which sometimes, if you don't make it through the first round, there's another opportunity coming up. Can you just remind us when the next open solicitation deadline would be?
Great question, because we did move that cycle timing. So yes, the next cycle is actually open right now, and the applications are due August 4th. That is a Monday, and all grant types are available. So restoration, technical assistance, engagement, and monitoring.
All right. Who wants to start deliberations? Go for it, Mark Labhart.
Okay, well, first, thank you for the presentations. I know they were just highlights, but I really appreciate, shows the quality of the presentations. So this is the hard part. The best part about, speak for myself, being on OWEB is we give away money. The worst part about being on OWEB is there's never enough money to give away to some really good projects. So give them that. And I'm sure there's folks watching today to see if they're one's going to get funded. Appreciate the folks that drove here, that testified virtually, that says you care a lot about your program and you're willing to lobby for it. So the questions that I have are, we have some that are recommended for funding. And me personally, I'll speak for myself again, I don't have any issues at all with any of those recommendations, because when I read the staff reports on those, I could tell that the review committees did their homework, pro and con, you know, strengths, weaknesses. So I don't have any problems with those. So I don't have any problems with saying yes to those. So the question comes again, what we always get into is the one that just below the line, the funding line. Good project, ran out of money. The team recommended funding it, we don't have the money for it. So at the break, I talked to Eric and I said that 214,000 that Russ brought up, can we move that in, because technical assistance is zeroed out, engagement is zeroed out, monitoring is zeroed out, restoration is $214,388. Can we move that down into some of these other categories and fund projects? So if I'm correct me if I'm wrong now, there's 4 projects that have fallen just below the funding line. They total about $500,000, roughly. We only have 214. And so is there, you know, the hard part for me is, you know, well, I like you, but I don't like you kind of a thing. So that's the danger here, is if we say we'd really like to fund those projects that were recommended for funding, but they didn't have the money. But then we say, how do we pick, though there's 4 of them that have just fallen below the line, how do we fund $214,000 without really upsetting somebody else that says, well, my project was just below the line, but they totaled up to 500,000. So help me, Eric, answer that question, because I think that could get us toward a deliberation. If we want to use the 214 and move it down, or do we say, sorry, we're going to carry over 214, apply next time, you got a really good project and maybe it'll go above the line.
Thanks, Mark. You've just described very well what the process is to draw a funding line. Because what you're doing is taking those projects that are kind of roughly in the same space, and you're referring to the technical assistance projects category only, I believe, for those 4 projects that are right below the line. And so what we do as staff is we're looking at the ones right around the cutoff and comparing them to each other. And the 4 TA projects, there's one in Region 1, one in Region 2, one in Region 4, and one in Region 6. When you look at the strengths and concerns, and we could walk through this if you want to take the time to do it, but what we would do is go to each of those evaluations and review those, primarily the concerns, to see, like, are there some, you know, showstoppers there, but you also want to review the strengths and compare them to each other. And when we looked at those 4 projects, it was very difficult to say that these 2 rise above the other 2. And like you say, you can't, there's not enough funding there to fund all 4.
So the question of us, the voting members, is what do we do about that? Do we dive into the details and try to find $214,000 of technical assistance, given that there's $500,000 on those 4 requests? So that discussions, or
Mark Webb?
I think we leave it as is. I think it's a challenging decision. I think staff have it set up pretty well. Be nice to give it all away, but it's pretty generous as is. So I would prefer to leave it as is.
I'm with Mark Webb on that, just knowing that the next cycle is so close. I mean, if it was 2 years out, maybe we would I feel like maybe we'd take the time, but I think knowing it's so close, I'm really comfortable with today's recommendations. Lindsay, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, Lindsay McClary for the record. I agree with both Mark and Barbara. And I think that if we kind of start diving into the details, we're really duplicating a process that has already been vetted through multiple layers of review. And then also we're just talking about technical assistance. I'm guessing with my memory of looking at the board booklet, there are several that fall below the funding line in other categories as well. And that's just feels very slippery.
Anybody else have questions or comments? Go ahead, Russ.
So I guess in this climate of uncertainty that is in front of us, I am concerned for the future of the high-quality technical review teams and their availability to us in the future. That's one element of it, but I am also very concerned about the permitting process and getting a project that may look really good on paper through the necessary processes, knowing that our federal partners are not going to be staffed to be able to execute. So I suspect that despite the fact that we may approve $13+ million in projects, that there will be a good number of them that will be asking for extensions in time, or simply are running up against barriers because there's nobody at the agency that is critical to the success of that project. That's just going to be our reality, and it's painful, but I think that we're going to have to, all of us as a community are going to have to figure out how to address that. I think we may struggle with how to have smaller teams reviewing projects. We may not be able to afford to have 4 review cycles, but things are going to have to change over the next 2 to 4 years to address this new reality.
Mark Labhart.
Well, I'm ready to make a motion, so.
Go for it. Oh, hold on, Liza Jane.
I was just going to comment for Russ that there's a lot of good, you're right, there's a lot of good people. There's also a lot of good retired people that we can still tap into. For more.
Fair enough.
Go ahead.
I'm ready for a
Go
vote.
ahead, Mark.
So given, that when our director said we can't do anything except in public session, we can't talk to anybody else, but we're doing it now in public session. So we're perfectly legal to give our opinions and all of that. And I agree with the rest of my colleagues that, it's just so hard because we'd really like to fund some of these programs that staff and the regional teams feel very confident that they're good projects. And but we open kind of a Pandora's box for $500,000 worth of project. We only have $214,000. And I also agree with Russ that we don't know where the feds are going to be on funding, match funding. So we'll have to just kind of wait and see. So, Madam Co-Chair, I move that the board adjust the open solicitation amounts to move $859,018 from technical assistance for cultural resources to the technical assistance $845,119 and engagement $13,899 in the 2023-25 spending plan, including in the agenda the section of the board book and award funding of the staff recommended projects listed in attachment D with an award date of April 22nd, 2025, with an amendment that says thanks to the regional review teams for all their hard work.
And Madam Co-Chair, I second.
All right, it's been moved by Mark Labhart, seconded by Liz. Is there further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. Okay, awesome. I am passing the baton to you. Kelly, I'm passing the baton to you.
Okay, thanks, Barbara. We are moving on to agenda item G, water acquisitions grant awards. We'll have a staff presentation to start with, then public comment and deliberation.
All right, good afternoon, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager. I'm joined by Brian Wolcott, our Water Acquisitions and Capacity Coordinator, so he has quite a diverse scope in his portfolio. We are here on agenda item G. As Kelly mentioned, this is the Water Acquisition Grant Awards that starts on page 464 of your ebook. So I'm really just teeing this up, and I'll turn it over to, Brian doesn't like to be called the expert, but certainly the person with a lot more intimate knowledge of the process and projects. But just as a reminder, and you'll see this in the introduction of your staff report, so the Water Acquisition Grant Program is one of the core components of the constitutional language and the statutory language for the agency, which enables OWEB to acquire from willing owners interests in land or water that will protect or restore native fish or wildlife habitat. So just wanted to provide that grounding. We'll turn it over to Brian for a presentation. I believe we do not have any public comment. And then so we can transition it, whatever the pleasure of the co-chair is, into Q&A and deliberations after the presentation. So take it away, Brian.
Yeah, good afternoon, board chairs and OWEB board. For the record, Brian Walcott. I'm the Water Acquisition Grant Program Coordinator as well as the Operating Capacity Coordinator. And today I'll be giving a brief overview of the Water Acquisition Grants Program, and then talking a bit about our review process, the review criteria that we use, and then talk in more detail about 2 grant applications before the board today. So the purpose of the grant program, the Water Acquisition Grant Program, is to increase in-stream flows for habitat, species, and water quality benefits through the transfer of water rights to in-stream uses. And there are several different tools that can be used to do that. The transaction mechanisms include in-stream leases, in-stream transfers, other water use agreements such as minimum flow agreements or forbearance agreements are some examples, and also the allocation of conserved water associated with irrigation efficiency projects. Eligible projects need to be voluntary water projects with willing sellers that protect in-stream flows in rivers and creeks for native fish and wildlife. And the projects must protect in-stream flows to address fish and wildlife habitat as determined by Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and also federal or tribal natural resource programs, and can also address water quality in areas determined by Oregon Department of Environmental Quality as streams with water quality concerns. The Oregon In-Stream Water Rights Act makes this type of a program possible. This In-Stream Water Rights Act was passed in 1987 and allows for the purchase, lease, or donation of existing water rights to go in-stream. And these water rights involved in that type of a program maintain the original water right priority dates, whether it's a 1880 date or 1902, can make a really big difference as to whether that's going to be protectable water in stream. There's an injury review done by Water Resources Department staff to protect third parties, other water right holders, whether it's an individual or an irrigation district, municipal user, a ranch, a farm, to make sure that as these projects happen, there isn't an injury, just like any other water right change or transfer. And this act also ensured that in-stream use is now considered a beneficial use equal to any other type of water right. Going into a little more detail on the transaction mechanisms, a short-term temporary transfer, also known as an in-stream lease, is a very common type of a water transaction. OWEB has funded many of these. And there can also be a variation on in-stream leases, and these are 1 to 5 year leases that can be renewed over time. But you can also have a split season lease where you use that water out of stream for part of the year or part of the irrigation season, and then part of the year it's in stream as a protected in-stream right. There's also time-limited in-stream transfers, and these can be 10, 20, 50 years or more. They can be specific to property. It could be up until a property changes hands. And there's also a permitted in-stream transfer. The OWEB board funded one of these last year, and these are a permanent transfer of that water right that had been used out of stream to in-stream use and keeping its original priority date. Another type of water transaction or water use agreements. And these can be minimum flow agreements, forbearance agreements between water right holders, between irrigation districts, or between water right holder and a water trusting entity, an organization that works on in-stream flow projects. Some examples of those, the Upper Deschutes is doing that now for between several irrigation districts for frog habitat as part of a habitat conservation plan with Fish and Wildlife Service. There's also minimum flow agreements in 15 Mile Creek to benefit steelhead. There's a minimum flow agreement on the Lostine River that is a project that's been ongoing, maintaining flows for fish movement and habitat. And then also in the Walla Walla Basin, where I'm most experienced in my past work in maintaining stream flows for bull trout and steelhead. The allocation of conserved water program is another type of way to do in-stream water transaction, where funds are provided to help with an irrigation efficiency project, either on farm or on ranch, or to help pay for canal piping or a stream lining or a canal lining project that will create a water savings, and a portion of the water savings goes in stream. And the way that that program is set up in the state of Oregon is that at least 25% of that conserved water remains in stream, but it can be up to the water right holder to leave more water if they so choose. But if there's more public dollars than 25% of the cost of the project came from state or federal funding, then additional percentage commensurate to that same percentage of public dollars goes in stream as a protected percentage of that water right. The water acquisition program through the years, this was one of the original program types that OWEB funded with the origination of OWEB. And from 2001 on, OWEB has been funding water acquisition projects alongside land acquisition and restoration projects. In 2009, there were more formal solicitations marketing the program, and more applications started coming in. And then in 2020, the administrative rules were updated. And with that, there was a new evaluation process where the evaluations were done with OWEB overseeing that evaluation process and working with experts from state, federal, and tribal nations to help with that work. And then in 2022, there was a $10 million investment in the water acquisition program, and that was part of the legislative drought package that year. And so this $10 million went to help fund water acquisition work that OWEB funds. In 2023, 4 applications came in. 2 of those were determined to be eligible and went on through the technical review process and were recommended for funding. And at the July board awards that year, those 2 projects were funded. And then in 2024, last year, 3 applications were received, went through the review process, and those 3 projects were also funded. So funding and outcomes over the years, since 2001, $5 million has been spent out of the lottery funded, or been lottery funded projects. And these are, that's been the typical funding for the program since that drought package, the $10 million. Since 2022, $1 million of that has been allocated towards water acquisition projects. And once those funds are used over time, then the program will likely revert back to the land and water acquisition funding line that you'll see in the spending plan, in the current spending plan, and in the upcoming draft spending plan. And it's in that open solicitations category. At the beginning of that budget, you'll see that line item, but right now there's an other funds category for water acquisition grants, and that's the legislative dollars. And it is, to date, it's funded 33.5 cubic feet per second of water protected each year in stream, and that's permanent. And then there's also been 103 cubic feet per second in short-term transfers. Those have been temporary transfers, such as in-stream leases. And just to help you visualize some of these types of projects, when I talk about 2 units of measurement for water, I'll be referring to acre foot or cubic feet per second. An acre foot, you can think of an acre as comparable to a football field. If somebody were to had a 1 CFS, 1 cubic foot per second allowable rate that they could divert out of stream for their property, and for 24 hours had that on, that would actually cover the equivalent size of a football field 2 feet deep. So 1 acre foot equals about a half a CFS over a 24-hour period. Cubic foot, just to visualize a cubic foot, think about a 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot cube equals about 7.5 gallons. And if you think about that moving downstream, if you look at this quick visualization, here's 4 CFS moving downstream over 1 second. And so that's a rate of flow, rate of movement of water, and that's how the state manages water rights at diversions. 1 cubic foot per second, that rate of flow is equal to 448 gallons per minute, is another way to think of it. Let's see. Where have these projects been happening around the state? The blue dots represent where projects have been funded by OWEB. There's either completed or they're currently open projects being implemented. And the 2 projects we'll be talking about today are the red dots. One's in Union County in Northeast Oregon, and another project is in Southwest Oregon in Josephine County on a tributary of the Rogue River. And now just to give a quick overview of the review team process, applications come in, we're doing annual grant cycles, and those projects are reviewed by OWEB staff for completeness and eligibility, making sure they meet the eligibility criteria and rule. And if they do, those projects are sent out to a technical review team. We have, I believe it's 11 members on our technical review team of state, federal, and tribal experts that either are very familiar with water transactions, fish biology and fish movement needs, fish habitat needs, and also water quality needs. And we also have 2 contractor entities that are paid on contract. One's staff at the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and they help to review the water transaction soundness, also the organizational capability of the applicant. And then they also subcontract out to a water appraisal firm that makes sure that the water values look commensurate with values in that area. Out of that technical review team meeting, the review team members are looking at 15 different questions related to criteria for the program, and they'll review that, and then we'll convene as a group and share thoughts, strengths, concerns about projects, and the group comes to a decision, and OWEB staff take that recommendation they make, whether to fund, not fund, or fund with conditions, and that's brought here to the board. The evaluation criteria, I won't read through all of these, but there's 15 criteria for the program. These revolve around 5 main topics you'll see in the bubble diagram in the center. With water rights, there is a crucial and essential piece of the puzzle on determining whether a project is a good investment, and this involves the ownership, the use, the validity, and the reliability of the water right. Is this the most senior water right on a stream? Is it going, if it is put in stream, is it going to be protectable by the state? Those types of questions are looked at. And then also ecological outcomes. If the project is implemented, how is that going to benefit species, fish and wildlife that utilize that stream reach? How does it affect a water quality management plan? What is the overall benefit if the project's completed? And then for watershed context, what other types of projects are happening in that basin or along that stream? Is there a compounding effort of ecological uplift if this project is funded? Is it tied to a fish passage project or habitat work or a series of other in-stream flow improvements? And then organizational capacity, the ability of the applicant to develop the project thoroughly, do all the necessary paperwork, cover their bases with reviewing the water right and working with the water resource department staff, and then overseeing the project and monitoring it to make sure that that water is truly in stream. And then also looking at the cost effectiveness, how does the cost compare to market conditions for that region of the state? And that's accomplished often using a water appraisal, similar to a land appraisal, looking at the values of water either on an annual basis, a permanent purchase of the water, even looking at the values of land with water and without water to determine what that difference would be to determine a water value. So now we get to the two projects before us today. The first is the Illinois River Sweet Cron stream flow restoration. And just to clarify, that's not a mispronunciation or a misspelling. That was a misspelled farm stand sign years ago that caught on as the name of the farm and has stuck. But this project is located alongside the Illinois River, a tributary of the Rogue Basin in Southwest Oregon, in the Cave Junction area to the southwest of Grants Pass. And this project was brought forward by Trout Unlimited, and they're requesting $229,639 of a total project amount of $820,756 to fund an irrigation efficiency project that would go through the allocation of conserved water program. And the property owner has agreed to have 100% of the savings, the conservation of water, remain in stream permanently as part of the project. And the water right irrigation season there is a bit longer than many other places around the state, of April 1 to October 31. And the water right involved is 0.14 cubic foot per second. These are 1887 dates. These are senior water right dates for this part of the Illinois River, and they're considered to be very reliable is what we've heard from staff at Water Resources Department. And then the total volume each irrigation season would result in 59.41 acre feet per year staying in stream, where it will benefit species of endangered coho salmon, also Chinook salmon, steelhead, Pacific lamprey, and also help to improve temperature conditions in a stretch of the Illinois River where temperature is an issue for the salmon and steelhead that reside there as juveniles through the summer. But it's also a migration route towards the end of the irrigation season as Chinook are coming into the river and migrating up to upstream habitat. This project has been proposed to the Water Resources Department, Water Projects Grants and Loans Program, and their funding cycle is on a quicker timeline, and the Water Resources Commission did fund that portion of the project. The landowner is also putting in $50,000 worth of cost share work, proposing to trench in all the pipelines and the electrical conduit for the project. This is a 33-acre farm that is well known in the community with a farm stand. I believe they do corn mazes, pumpkin patch type events out on the farm, and it's on the main highway between Grants Pass and going down to the Redwoods, Crescent City. It's the main travel route through an irrigated valley. And the Illinois Valley Soil and Water Conservation District is teaming up with Trout Unlimited to focus on irrigation efficiency to improve stream flows. And this will be the first of what will hopefully be a series of projects demonstrating the benefit of this type of project. So it's a pilot project, and let's see what other they're anticipating from the design put together by NRCS. And they got a costings from an irrigation equipment supply company out of Klamath. They see that there'll be a 10% savings of the water right. They're currently using a combination of flood irrigation and drip irrigation on the property, growing hay, pumpkins, some fruit and vegetables for the local farmers market. So a variety of crops being grown on the property, but that's the savings that they're anticipating. The project would be 3 pivots, 1 full pivot to partial pivots. And if the project is funded, there will be a competitive bid process to make sure they're going to come up with the best project for cost of materials and labor to get it implemented. And I think I'll leave it at that for now for that project. And that project The technical review team reviewed this. There was some concern about the cost of the project versus the amount of water, but there was a decision to go ahead and fund the project, or recommend it for funding for the board to review and consider that. The second project before the board today in the Water Acquisition Grant Program is a Clark Creek Streamflow Restoration Palo In-Stream Lease Project. This also was developed by Trout Unlimited as the applicant. They're requesting $147,988 for a total project amount of $197,148. This is a 5-year in-stream lease for their irrigation season of May 1 to September 30th. It's a 1909 water right date. If you all may remember last year, just to describe where this is in Oregon, this is in Northeast Oregon. The Clark Creek is a tributary of the Grand Ronde River. The project's located just south of Elgin, Oregon, and about 20 to 30 miles to the northeast of La Grande, just to put it in perspective. But last year, there was a project before the board for permanent in-stream transfer. There was a property immediately to the east of this project, just upstream. Also, a 1909 water right date. There was a permanent in-stream transfer. This project would be additive to that. And if this project were funded, it would leave in stream 1.63 cubic feet per second, or 325 acre feet per year, for that lower 2 miles of Clark Creek, which is a flow limited stream, often having some dry stretches in the latter part of the summer. But it is steelhead habitat. Steelhead use the stream. There's steelhead spawning upstream, and any additional water that can be left in Clark Creek would benefit a section of the Grand Ronde River, which is flow limited and temperature challenged in the summertime, right where Clark Creek joins the Grand Ronde. So there's a further benefit for the project. This is one of the most senior water rights on the stream, would be reliable. However, there were questions raised by the technical review team as to the current and recent use of the water right. It was hard to look at aerial imagery of different types to confirm that the water right had been used. And based on that, the technical review team felt like more information would be needed before they could confidently fund this project. And it was not recommended for funding. When the applicant was informed of that, they chose to write a memo and asked OWEB staff to provide that to the technical review team members, just so the technical review team would have a better understanding about current and recent water use. And the new property owner had purchased the property in 2020 and has been using the water right, but not to its fullest extent and not as consistently as they could. But the water has been used, and so that was one of the questions. And then Trout Unlimited also wanted to emphasize that they have been working on water transaction projects across the state for many years and have the expertise and knowledge to not pursue a project unless the water right has been used. And they just wanted to inform the technical review team and the program in general that as other projects come forward in future years, that they're only going to work on projects where they can feel confident that the water right is valid and reliable and has been used. The project is proposed to be cost shared by the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation managed project, the Columbia Basin Water Transaction Program, funded by BPA, and that program's asked for more information about the project. But overall, the technical review team at this point has recommended this project not be funded at this point. But if more information comes in about the water right in future years, to consider it. So those are the two projects, and I'll put it out for questions.
And maybe before we go to questions, just briefly context and going back to what Lindsay, I think, teed up for Liz. So with the memo that Trout Unlimited requested go to the technical review team, which we were very supportive of, that was not to attempt to, after the initial TRT decision, to recommend not to fund. That was not to try to turn that on its head. Rather, it was to make sure that there was clarification such that there could be confidence, I believe, in the applicant organization, how they develop projects, and the potential for future projects to have more context, more information in applications, such that the TRT in the future could feel confident rather than questioning if there had been a gap in some aspect of project development. So we really appreciated that iterative back and forth, but wanted to be clear we were not advocating for introduction of new information after a TRT meeting, such that we would be turning our review process on its head or setting the stage for future applications.
Thank you, Renee. So I am going to rely on Barbara. There's no public comment on this. I misspoke earlier. So we are going to go into any board questions and deliberation, but I'm relying on Barbara to tell me who has questions in the room, and then I will monitor virtual questions.
Okay, I have three in the room. And then you've got one virtual.
Yep, okay.
So I'll do the three in the room right now. So Bruce, Russ, then Woody.
Thank you, Chair. This is a perfect example of why I find these so difficult. There are only two of them. And I look at the numbers and I just don't understand what we are basically, how much water are we buying for $250,000 in the first one? And how much water are we buying, putting back for the fish, in the second? So are we buying for the $250,000, 0.14 CFS? That's what we're actually buying.
Correct.
So we can, 100% of the savings is descriptive, but not actual. We're not dependent upon the savings. We are actually going to buy 0.14 CFS or 59.41, or are we guessing?
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if you add any additional things, but I want to say this is an estimation that came out of the NRCS design, and there is potential that could be a bit more, a bit less, depending on what is the actual result once all the piping, the pivot system goes in. The property owner, as part of the allocation of conserved water program, has 5 years to assess the project, and then they make that final determination of what the savings is, what remains in stream, and there'll be a flow meter on the point of diversion at the pump to document that reduced use of water, and that would be the savings. So it's approximately 0.14.
So we're guessing 1.4, and that's what we're basing the decision on. So then we go to the next one. And we've got $150,000 as our portion. And it seems to be an in-stream lease, which is pretty exact. I mean, we know what we're leasing at that point. And it's it's over 5 times the acre feet. I have trouble with how can 0.14 CFS be 60 acre feet and 1.63 CFS be 325 acre feet. The ratios don't seem to fit for me.
The different irrigation seasons, start and stop time.
Okay, so it's per second, but it's a time, it's a length.
The amount of days in the irrigation season.
So still, we're talking about $150,000 for 325 acre feet versus $250,000 for 60 acre feet, best guess. As an old business guy, it's hard for me to think that the first one that's recommended with all the uncertainty and the cost is a better deal for the fish than the second one.
So I think one important piece to note is that the use of allocation of conserved water for the first project for the Sweet Cron irrigation efficiency project, that is permanent. I recognize it's 0.14 CFS and that is permanently in stream, and that matters in terms of water valuation. So permanent is better. There are overlays of costs that Brian was talking about, essentially, you know, kind of a water valuation equates to an appraisal and considerations around in-stream targets, fish needs. So that's certainly that last piece, those latter considerations are part of what the technical review team considers. The team did struggle with the cost of this project and recognize it's getting water in the Illinois at the right time of year when it is important for species and for temperature considerations. And they, if you look at the evaluation, we're very clear on the concern about cost, but the benefits of this one, the pros definitely pushed it over to a recommendation to the board to fund this.
Russ?
So I have a totally different question on the Illinois. We're trying to increase visibility and awareness of who OWEB is. And I note in a recent poll that it's not even 1% of Oregonians who know what OWEB is. But I did hear that in the Illinois Valley, there are a lot of people who happen to come to this property, and the opportunity to have visibility of being a conservation partner with the owners of this property may in fact be there. Have we ever had a discussion about upping the size of a grant proportionally to be able to ensure the ability for OWEB to have signage at a specific location to increase our visibility in a remote community that is very important to the long-term future of the organization?
So I may actually have to do a phone a friend, but if memory holds, in our restoration grants, we used to have a requirement for signage at some point. I'm looking for Courtney. Yes, thank you, Mark.
She's coming.
We did have, and Mark could come up, we did have a requirement for that. I do not think it any longer is in that. One thing, and I don't want to steal, is that correct, Court? Yes. Yeah. I don't want to steal Mark's thunder, but Mark did actually pose a question about this could be interesting to see how this plays out through time, what we're talking about with this project 2, 5, 10 years from now. And one idea that popped into our heads was this could be a great opportunity for a Telling the Restoration Story grant, to just, you know, watch what is happening with this project, and if the intent with what Trout Unlimited is aiming for here to have more folks implement this on nearby properties, it could be interesting to see.
For the record, Mark Grunbemmer, Region 2 programmer. Hi, I don't have any rocks. One of the artifacts that and a good artifact that GWEB got, or OWEB got, was from GWEB. And that was a requirement that there had to be a sign on every restoration project. And so there was signs everywhere, even where nobody went. And it became clear that just having you will have a sign didn't mean a lot because they weren't maintained and this and that. But that kind of got dropped a lot when the statutory language changed, and because a lot of the signs were interpretive and educational, and as we got more to the definition with engagement, it was really clear that there was a really narrower use for the signs, or they had to meet a more specific criteria. So you could probably do it, but it would have to be clearly engagement. So I'll stop.
Yeah, Sarah O'Brien, Executive Director. I don't think I ever actually introduced myself, for the record. I'm sorry.
I love that.
Yeah.
I'm not ever gonna worry about it.
Bad habit. I'm sorry. I think there's an important distinction between what you said, Russ, and what Renee and Mark described. I am always enthusiastic about grantees continuing to spread the word about conservation outcomes, and to, you know, share appreciation for funders, great. To show a preference for grantees that give us publicity, and there's a difference there, right? And I think there's a difference between those two outcomes, and I want to lean towards the one that Renee and Mark described. It's great when people recognize OWEB. I don't think that should be a condition of our funding or preference. And I look even to our partners at Metro that will often put everybody else's logo on a sign rather than their own, or much more prominent than their own. And that centers, you know, the reception of the project in the community and local partners and values. And so I'm still, you know, coming to terms with our acronym and our branding myself, but I do want to be a little cautious on that road. To be able to, you know, tout partners' outcomes is different from being able to tout our brand. And I do want to be a little careful with that.
So I'll table that for a future conversation on communications. How about if we change cron to corn? Do they get it? No.
You know, as a native Iowan, I'm offended by that.
My favorite sign on a county road in Indiana was flea market ahead, spelled F-L-E-E. And I'm sure they wondered why people never stopped.
Woody.
Yes, for clarification, I posed a similar question at the Water Resources Commission meeting and then went ahead and voted to fund that part of the project. But the project in total of almost $900,000 cost relative to 33 plus acres, and I'm still trying to imagine how small the pivot towers are to get 3 pivots on 33 acres. And, you know, like in the easement process, we can't pay more than the market value of the easement relative to an appraisal. And I'm struggling to believe that this piece of property would appraise for the project cost. Maybe it would, but so how do you take a part of something and make it more valuable than the whole?
That's interesting.
Just a thought process.
Woody, if it's any consolation, I remember former board member Carl Wenner many times saying it would be cheaper to buy the land when we're talking about water acquisitions. The challenge is the land is not up for sale and there is a need for in-stream flow. And I think that is the challenge at times, depending on what the water right is, the type of instrument you're proposing to use. We have heard that from board members in the past.
And I also wanted to add that, just to remind you, we do have a water appraisal expert that is part of the technical review team that looks at these valuations, and it was considered to be comparable to other irrigation efficiency projects in the region and comparable value so for the water.
Kelly, you want me to just do a virtual and in person just to keep the flow going?
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to mention that Liza Jane had her hand up at one point, and I wanted her to know that I saw that. And so I have you on my list after Brian, if you still have a question. Okay.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, just a question on the Rogue Basin acquisitions. There was a pretty large effort made a couple of years ago to prioritize the investments in both in-stream flows and some of the riparian restoration work in the Rogue as a whole with the Rogue Basin partners and others. I'm kind of assuming that those analytical tools that were developed were helped shape kind of some of the priorities for these acquisitions, but I guess it's more of a question. Are those being used to help prioritize? And I know there's a lot of other dimensions, including willing partners and sellers and such that are kind of finer scale kind of considerations that are really important. But I'm just wondering if those broader tools are being used for these kinds of acquisitions, which I agree are quite important in that part of the woods or the landscape, excuse me.
Yeah, I do know that Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and Oregon Water Resources Department have teamed up on a stream flow prioritization assessment, and they have determined that the Illinois River is a priority to try to work with local water right holders to get water in stream to benefit fish populations. And I also know that the Jackson Soil and Water Conservation District actively works on irrigation efficiency projects. Also, the Rogue River Watershed Council also partnered with Trout Unlimited. There's a series of projects that have been implemented, leases, and irrigation efficiency projects that have come out of those efforts.
Brian, we're
Okay.
happy to follow up with TU. I
Yeah.
don't know if specifically they used any of the Rogue Basin Partnership. Maybe Kelly can answer that.
I know, I see you, Kelly.
Pick me. Kelly Coates for the record. I just wanted to say, because I was on the Rogue Basin Partnership Board for a number of years, haven't been on for a little bit though, that Trout Unlimited was a part of the Rogue Basin Partnership when we were going through the prioritization work. And I know that Trout Unlimited has also been developing some of their own in-stream flow tools to use as well. So my guess is that they've been having these conversations with folks. They're very familiar with what's going on in the Rogue and the priority areas. And the Illinois definitely is one of those priority areas for sure. So definitely we can follow up and ask them a little bit more about it just to see if folks are using that tool. But I do know that early on in those conversations, yes, they were a part of those. And I also did just want to address earlier, you can never change the sign from sweet cron to sweet corn because it will throw me off entirely. So we're going to have to keep that the same. I'm sorry.
Thanks for the follow-up on that, Kelly. I just, because I know there were some very big investments made on that with some of the NGO partners down there. And it's really important to have those prioritizations, but especially when we make those. Sometimes I've seen prioritization tools kind of sit and go forgotten and not get used. So that's really what I'm asking about. So good to know. Thanks.
Liza Jane?
I'm going to pass. Thank you.
Okay. I have Mark Webb. Go ahead. I'll get to Jamie. You had your microphone down first. I'm keeping track.
Okay, so I'd had concerns similar to Bruce and to Woody, and I did call Renee and talk with her, and then talked with Brian earlier today, and they've assuaged some of my concerns. It still seems like a lot of money, and I'm still confused about how you can get credible water appraisals when there looks like there were just 2 projects in that area. So I don't know how you get the data to do appraisals, but trusting the committee or the experts. I do think it's maybe worth the risk, in part because, as Brian shared with me, this is a pretty well-known location. And I've seen maybe 20 years down the road in the John Day Basin where you had some early adopters do this. A lot of years it's pretty dry, and then all of a sudden people start to become interested. And so it's an investment for me, not just in terms of the fish or the in-stream water, but that social support and agreement, which may come quite a ways down the road. So that at least is why I'm willing to go with it, even though it sounds astounding to me. And then the other thing, which I hate to admit convinced me, is that 230,000 will just do juniper treatments on 230 or 50 acres. And you probably get more bang for your buck with water in stream by buying that. So just a cost comparison that way, it becomes more reasonable for me, which means cutting juniper is pretty lucrative. So.
Are you going for a question or you have a comment?
I just want to make a quick comment on that if I'm correct on the math, even that 5-year lease would be buying the water we would buy for $150,000 for 5 years. It's going to take 27 years. If everything goes right, if it's at least this 1.4 or 59, it's going to be 27 years to get the same amount of water for $250,000. After that, it's gravy. I don't think I can vote for this one.
Just one more question.
All right, go ahead, Mark Webb. Sorry, Jamie, because you are next.
I really don't think I think you're doing not apples to apples, but apples to oranges. The significance of the amount of water is really quite different in the areas that they're in. And at least for Eastern Oregon, that sounds like not a junior water right, but it's not a senior water right. And I'm not sure you could protect it downstream in the same way. I don't
Jamie?
know that that's accurate, but.
Yeah, I really appreciate the discussion. I have a question and also a comment. First, the question, and actually I want to say I do support securing water rights as needed, but I think this discussion of cost comparison is a helpful one. So my question for staff is, just taking a big step back, you mentioned the purposes were regarding the volume water, adding water to the stream, and then also temperature control. And so my question is, are there any alternatives on how we can accomplish that same goal that may cost less? So that just kind of a perspective for these sites and for the overall need, because I know we're talking about acquiring the water acquisitions, but just stepping back and thinking, are there any alternatives to that? So that's the question. And then just a comment, I really appreciated the original visual of 1 foot, the acre foot of 1 foot covering a football field, because even though the expression goes, it never rains in Autzen, I think I've been at a game where we actually had the equivalent of 1 acre foot during the game. But that's a whole other matter.
Yeah, there's a few things I wanted to clarify. Just, I can't remember if I mentioned the dates of the water rights and their seniority, but the Illinois River project, that's a 1887 water right and is senior and considered very reliable by the Water Resources Department staff. And another thing about that project and the cost is there's an $84,000 contingency built into the portion of the funding that Water Resources Department funded. So just a little over 10% of the project is contingency, just because they developed this project knowing that it was going to be a while before they got final bids on the project from competitive bidders and built that into the project. So there's those two things. And then for the project in Eastern Oregon, it's a 1909 water right. Doesn't sound that senior compared to some valleys, but on this stream, this is among the most senior water rights. There's one more senior water right downstream of that project on Clark Creek, but that water right has been subdivided and is now apportioned to several residential lots, and they are not using that water right and don't have the infrastructure in place to even take that water right out of the stream. So that 1909 is considered senior.
So Jamie, to your question about alternatives, I would say, one, we review applications as they are submitted to us. We did not have a back and forth discussion about other alternatives. In terms of getting water in stream, that's a tougher one, because we could propose a significant floodplain restoration project. It might end up being more than the total project amount that Bruce is concerned with. If we're thinking about alternatives other than the instruments available to us for water acquisitions, it would be a permanent transfer, a lease, use of allocation of conserved water, or we're looking at different habitat restoration actions to try to slow, store, and then slowly release water in stream, which would take some significant design. So I don't have, and I can't respond to if, that's been part of the larger conversation. I think the other thing that just is an important context, and I definitely am not trying to pit programs against one another, but on average, you just paid $280,000 per restoration project that you funded. And we don't have a permanent protection. I understand it is for a relatively small CFS. There is no permanent protection attached to those restoration investments. So just a little bit of context.
Thank you. Chair, may I just follow up with a question?
Go ahead, Jamie.
Is there, and this may be for Renee, this may also be Sarah, do we have, I understand that was not part of this discussion, do we have a mechanism going forward to have some of that consideration of if there's a need in a region, what's really the best type of project? Because I do appreciate that we're responsive to projects that come in. And maybe that's just for future consideration, see if there's a way to have those types of conversations so we're maximizing bang for buck.
Yeah, I was actually gonna, sorry. Sarah O'Brien, for the record, I'm Executive Director. I should never have admitted that. I do want to remind folks as well, the comment Brian made at the beginning, or maybe it was Renee, about the source of this funding. I mean, there is legislatively, correct me if I'm wrong, there's legislatively allocated funding that can only be used for these kinds of water acquisitions projects. That is why we're not comparing them against other kinds of projects. It is a dedicated fund source. We're trying to get more of these kinds of projects going. That was why it was part of the drought package, is that there are relatively few partners, as TU commented in their public comments, that are qualified and capable to do this kind of project, water acquisitions generally. And I think, that's a roundabout way of addressing your question, Jamie, but I think that that's kind of the point, is that they're short on the ground, and we're trying to support folks in getting this kind of work up and running. We know it's important. We know, that was part of an effort to respond to a drought situation that will come again. And there just aren't a lot of opportunities out there. So I don't know if you want to elaborate. You guys know a lot more about the program and the intent than I do, but I think that's important context, and why we are kind of trying not to compare apples to oranges by keeping this in its own silo, I guess.
Yeah, no, understood. I'm just thinking of in more general, but that's probably a future conversation.
So Brian, you had your hand up. Did you want to say anything? No? Okay.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Well, hold on. No, I got stuff.
Oh, sorry.
I got people in the room.
Sorry, Barbara. I can only see the screen.
So Woody, Russ, Mark Labhart, Kelly.
Yes, you mentioned that there was one older water right down Clark Creek.
Yes.
And relative to where that hits the Grand Ron, what are the age of the water rights between there and where water righted acres run out before you get down to Troy? How far would that be able to be protected? Are there junior or senior water rights below that in its next tributary?
I'm just more familiar with the water rights on Clark Creek itself, not as familiar with the Grand Ron, but when I think about the geography and development there are likely water right irrigated acres between there and Elgin, and some after Elgin, but then it quickly gets into a canyon where there's no irrigation happening, for miles and miles, I would guess.
It's very limited between the town of Elgin and Troy, but there is some irrigated acres. And if you drive over the bridge in Elgin during the late season, it doesn't really look like much of a river sometimes. There's not much water there at all. And so when we're talking about a CFS and a half, if it makes it to the end of Clark Creek, does it then get just consumed in the Grand Ron relative to priority dates, or does it actually stay in the river to the Snake?
I can't answer that. I'm just not familiar enough with the water rights in the Grand Ron.
It's something that we do ask about primary and secondary reach. And so we could, in future cycles, provide a little bit more information about the assumed protective distance, if you will, because I think that there's more confidence around primary versus secondary.
Yeah, and as I looked at a map, the headwaters were between 5,000 and 6,000 feet, and I was just wondering if there was any information in the application of when the seasonal flow generally, if there was always water in the creek, or if it got consumed or just went away at some point in the year irrigation season.
There are good springs further up in the Clark Creek system that do run all summer, but down right at the very end of Clark Creek is where it often gets into intermittent flow by late irrigation season, late summer. And that's where these projects would provide that benefit to maintain rearing habitat, but also to increase the migration season for steelhead moving in or out. And let's see, there was one other comment that Jamie had asked, is there a way to know if this is a priority or if there's another way to improve this? And I think some of the criteria related to water acquisitions ask the applicant to look at any other plans out there, such as ESA fisheries species recovery plans. And the plan for coho recovery does identify addressing the flow limited artificial flow reductions from irrigation as a way to improve the coho population in the Illinois River, which is an important tributary to recover the overall Rogue Basin coho population. So addressing the flow limitations or these flow modifications is a priority action according to a state and federal fisheries recovery plan.
All right, Russ, please.
Okay, so I guess this is one of the outcomes of limited serial communications, that we have the conversations at these meetings in a public forum. We have not been able to have this conversation among the group or in even subgroups, but we have to have it in a very fresh, open manner. So if in fact coho in the Illinois are temperature limited and flow limited, I would like to know, quite honestly, independent of the funding source, if we are truly committed to the coho recovery in that basin, it really gets to a Carl Wenner question. Are there acquisitions of properties that are significant enough with significant controlled volumes of water that they control that would give us a better return on investment? We're being asked to make a investment decision in the absence of a comprehensive assessment of the Illinois system. That's what's my struggle with this project.
Mark Labhart.
So do I have to repeat my name after you say my name? Well, it's just Mark Labhart. Do I have to say Mark Labhart?
Say for the record, too.
Well, seems redundant, but anyway. So my question is I don't know too much about the Illinois River, but I'm sure it's really hot in the summer and really not much flow. But my question, I'm kind of piling on here a little bit, so I apologize, but is 0.14 cubic feet per second going to make any difference in a river? 0.14. I mean, we're talking very small cubic feet per second. Is it going to change the coho or the temperature or the flow that much to make a difference? I was whispering to my cohort here. I said, I play the lottery, and I know it's not lottery funding. I play the lottery because I know it contributes to a better Oregon. They've won the lottery here. So they're winning the lottery with $229,000. So question on that.
I'll respond. Yeah, Mark. For the record, Brian Walcott. The ODF&W has determined a flow target for the East Fork of the Illinois River. That's where the upper point of diversion is that they have for this property. And that flow target is 40 to 70 cubic feet per second. And then along the Illinois River, there's a flow target of 62 to 130 cubic feet per second. And that's a target. However, flows can get much lower in a bad water year. The recent drought years, flows have been much lower than that lower 62 CFS. And that's where it's incremental. But if you think about this as a pilot project that could generate interest among other water holders in the valley, it does have the potential to become a cumulative flow increase. But I agree that this project on its own, 0.14, is not going to be a measurable amount of water in stream. It's going to be within the margin of error if you're out there with a flow meter in the summertime. However, there will be a flow meter if the project's funded that would measure that reduced amount of use at the point of diversion.
And I do want to underscore that the technical review team struggled with this, and because of the potential for this to be a proof of concept. And I do think the technical review team does have an extensive amount of experience that I hope that we're communicating thoroughly through the evaluations. Where they landed was, this is expensive and it's worth the investment if this can be a successful proof of concept for other landowners, because our programs do work with willing landowners who want to engage in the types of projects available. So to the acquisitions point, we don't have folks currently approaching land trusts about selling property for this purpose. So I think the local partners are working hard to use the tools available to them with landowners who are willing to test drive different changes to their operations to see what could work. And in this case, the landowner, the hope is, could be a proof of concept.
Kelly, thank you for your patience.
Of course. Kelly Coates for the record. I I just wanted to say, I was really nodding emphatically as Renee was speaking just now, because it's one thing to pay money to have someone lease their in-stream rights to you for 5 years. It's another thing to be able to permanently protect some amount of in-stream flow, permanently protected in perpetuity. It is expensive. Water is expensive. And I am not surprised by the cost of this at all. I am also fully supportive of this because I see what the Illinois River looks like in the summertime because I live down here. It's desperately needed. I also think the proof of concept is really important. There are some basins where folks are really great at working with landowners and everybody's on board with in-stream flow, whether it's permanent or a lease. There are other places where people don't know about it and need to learn about it, and we have to have these proof of concept projects in order for people to see it on the ground, talk with the landowners, learn about it, and understand, that this is a tool in the toolbox that they can use. Part of this is speaking from experience. The tribe worked with Trout Unlimited a few years ago to get an OWEB in-stream flow grant for some flow in the South Umpqua River. It was not the amount of flow that would have a major ecological uplift within the South Umpqua, and we were very transparent about that in our OWEB application. But what it was the first in-stream flow grant for the Umpqua Basin. And from that, Trout Unlimited has started working with local partners in the Umpqua to branch out and continue to do in-stream flow restoration within the basin. And so from personal experience, I know that these projects are really important, especially in these areas that don't really know about it, or you don't have landowners that are really interested in doing it, or really it's an educational opportunity, frankly. So I'm very supportive of the work in the Illinois and that project. I also fully trust our technical review team with the do not fund recommendation for Northeast Oregon, because I know that they are being asked to clarify and resubmit in the future. So I know that they will have the opportunity to come before the board again with all of their information, so we can have more of a robust conversation about it, and the review team has all the information that they need to fully review it and potentially make a different recommendation into the future. Thanks.
All right. I have Lindsay, Brian, Liza Jane, then Russ.
Thank you. I will try to be brief. For the record, Lindsay McClary. So I guess I would just like to ask the OWEB board, and specifically the voting members, to really focus on what the task is before us. And there's legislative funding that's in this line item to do exactly what this is doing. And I don't disagree with Russ, but there is a land acquisition platform for funding for that. And so I support I support everything that Kelly has said. This is hopefully going to be an aggregate into the future. And really the OWEB ask is about a quarter of the total cost. And I really would like just us to focus on, what happens if we don't allocate this legislative funding? What does that mean? I think we have something here that fits. It feels like the acquisition conversation all over again, and we kind of get here. I think it is really doing good work on the ground, and we have to keep the focus there.
Brian.
Yeah, no, these are really good conversations, and I think I guess I got a couple of things to build on what both Kelly and Lindsay have just said. First of all, I have been part of these kinds of technical review teams with like the Columbia Basin Water Transactions Group. And I can assure you that these same questions that people are asking, which are really good questions, they come up and they get vetted by a team of experts that are spending days looking at these projects and bringing years and decades of expertise to the table and a broad range of experience across a huge area like the Columbia Basin. So it's the same team, as I understand, that reviews those projects that's helping support OWEB. So you're really leveraging a huge amount of technical expertise. So it's not to say that these aren't legitimate questions. I'm seeking to validate those questions, but I'm also want to give you some assurance that you have people that are really struggling with these exact same questions and coming to you with recommendations about it. So that's number one. So this isn't unique to OWEB, I guess. Secondly is we don't usually ask a single project to create uplift on or restore a whole population of or fishes or whatever, right? It's the cumulative decades-long investments in habitat restoration and stuff that make a difference. So I think we have to look at the in-stream flow stuff in the same context. And yes, this is a small amount of water, but I do think those points that came up where we're trying to make early investments to get longer-term outcomes on the social side of water rights, which is a huge part of this story. So anyway, I think this has been a really good discussion, but I just kind of wanted to give that a little bit of that perspective. And then to that end, I haven't been on the board that long, but I have noticed that it seems like there's a lot more comfort around supporting the habitat work than on the water transactions piece. And I guess I just wonder if that might warrant a future discussion and a little bit more development of the process and all the considerations that go. And this is good today, Brian. I just wonder if there needs to be more discussion because I've noticed this pretty regularly around the water transactions piece in particular compared to other work that's supported. So thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thanks, Brian. Liza Jane.
Oh, I can hold it no longer. I'm sitting here with the idea that we're talking about. This will help us in the community. People will see this is our way to tell the restoration story. But we fund tell the restoration story. And for Russ's comment that less than 1% of the people in Oregon from some survey don't know about OWEB, and here's a community that we feel we can target and say they really we need to do something there to help people learn about what the options are. I would like to ask us to consider separating that from this decision. And then the other point is going through Elgin a lot. That creek is dry. There isn't a puddle. There's nothing in there for the majority of the summer. And so I wish it was more. I wish we could do more there. And I just wanted to put that into the stew. Thank you.
All right, Russ, Mark Labhart, then Liz.
Liza Jane, I agree with you as it relates to the communication strategy. We have to have a broader conversation about it. What I'm getting out of this conversation, and Kelly, I've been down in the Illinois, and Lindsay, I've been there during the low flow when the water is hot and understand the limitations and what that does for the fish. But if in fact the coho recovery in the Illinois is a priority of OWEB, I hope that we are giving direction to Joe from the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts to come forward with the possibilities of acquisitions that get us in a cost-effective way to the recovery of that species, because it is such a high priority for us to be able to bring that species in the Illinois River back to a stable population. If in fact we're going to go down multiple paths, I concur with trusting and verifying with our experts that there is a tangible benefit from the acquisition of this water right, but I would not do it in isolation of directive to our partners to find available landowners willing to sell land to protect the coho population out into the future.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, may I respond to that briefly? Because I think it's a really important point to set in the context before we continue. Sarah O'Brien, for the record. I totally get your point, Russ, and I appreciate the conversation. I just have to bring up 2 points related to Russ and the previous couple. One is you guys are giving a level of scrutiny to these 2 grants, and I appreciate Brian's point. I honestly think it's just because there's 2 of them rather than 124. So please be careful what's going on with the applicants. We've not given anything like this kind of technical analysis to the restoration grants that you funded today. The second is, with respect for us, we don't direct. We won't direct Joe, and we won't direct anyone else. We're not a conservation implementation organization. We're a grant-making organization. And so we have to do our best with what folks give us. They understand their communities, they understand their landscapes, they understand what can be done out there. Can we encourage, can we communicate? We can do so many things. But we got to work with what people are doing at the local level here, and that's our roots. That's our roots in the Oregon Plan. It's classic Kitsap-Aryanism. If I direct from here, we're going to have a problem. And if we're taking the opportunities that come to us from local communities and doing our best to prioritize what's most strategic and technically feasible with the dollars that we have available, then that's the way OWEB classically works. And I think it's a huge value in this state and in this organization that allows us to do the work the way that we do. So please just be careful with that, because we don't identify strategic priorities on the ground and then get people to bring us proposals like that. We respond to community priorities and values and projects, and I think that's really important. I am sorry for the pontificating, Chair. I stand down.
So I got Mark and Liz, but I'm questioning, do you have questions on the applications, or are you doing overarching comments? Because I think we're ready to call the vote.
Application.
Okay, go ahead, Mark, please.
So Mark Laphart. So I agree with what Lindsay and Kelly say. The issue that I have, though, is that it is the dollar amount that I have a problem with. And you can say, well, it's going to set the tone for future. It is, if I went to a legislator right now and I said, we're going to give $250,000 of money that you want to go to water rights for 1/10 of a cubic feet per second, or 1.14 cubic feet to be exact, they're going to go, what? I mean, some of them are going to go, well, that's not really our intent. We'd like you to get 20 cubic feet per second for that amount of money. It's not the principle of the issue that we shouldn't be buying water rights for me. I totally support that. It is the amount of dollars that we're expending for that small amount. And we're speculating that, does it help bring others along? Well, it might. Somebody's going to say, man, that's a gold-plated deal. I'm going to go for that, because I'm going to get $250,000 for 1/10 of a cubic feet per second. That's my issue. So I'm still not sure exactly how I'm going to vote, but don't read me wrong that I don't support spending the dollars that the legislature allocated to do these. I'm just trying to be a due diligence about the amount of dollars that we're spending on this for really good projects. That's my only issue, and I'm still not sure how I'm going to vote.
Again, is these overarching, or are they for these grants? Liz?
Yes, I'm going to say it's for these grants because I'm not too sure what overarching you mean. So
Because we're going down some philosophies and.
Well,
just-
I think
want
it's for
specific
the,
questions.
yeah, okay.
for the grants.
So I'm going to reflect on what Liza Jane said, and then I'm going to disagree, Liza Jane, my friend. There was a previous field trip that we were on, and I remember Liza Jane saying that on your property, Liza Jane, you were doing some in-stream work, and your neighbors were saying, why are you working? Why are you doing this? And, working with, government. And I think that's what I recall. So I used to work, Kelly, I used to work in the Illinois Valley and on the Glease Ranger District. And back then, 25 years ago, it was a tough group. And I'm like, Mark, should I be saying this in the microphone? But, it was a tough group. It was pretty anti-government to go down there in, Cave Junction, the Illinois Valley. And so what I'm leaning into is the fact that it may not be the best economic deal, but what we're getting is an example where maybe in this proof of concept, we're putting a seed down there and it can gather. So that's all I wanted to say. And I don't know if it was overarching or not.
Bruce, and then we're going to call for the vote.
So it is not $250,000 for a third of an acre foot a day. It's $820,000. We're only paying a portion of it. I think in response to our director, I think our comments and discussions when we talk about conservation easements have just as much rigor in the deliberation as we do on water. It's because the value tends to fluctuate much more than it does on the type of projects we do in restoration. It's easier. They're just totally, they fluctuate so much that I think it begs questions. Proof of concept. The concept is that we would, if somebody should explain to me, is it that if we can fund savings, irrigation savings, and put the water, 100% of the water back in stream flows, that's a good thing. I agree with that. We're picking such a high price to do a proof of concept. We're spending such a high price to do a proof of concept that I'm uncomfortable with it. But I will not vote against it based on my colleagues. I will abstain on this vote.
Kelly.
Thank you, Barbara. I just want to ask a clarifying question of Renee and Brian, and that is the cost of the water has been evaluated by someone, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So I am going to move us forward, and I am going to ask if anyone would be prepared to make a motion.
I think we'll just do two.
I see Jamie.
Okay, hold on, we're having.
Pause just procedurally.
Yep, first.
I'm concerned that in the past, I feel this board has forgotten the details of our funding grant decision rules. I'd like to remind members, Sarah O'Brien for the record, because we have 11 voting members present, right, Nicole?
Right.
It can only pass with 9 yes votes. So that includes abstentions as well as noes. So I just want to clarify our voting rules. If we have, Nicole, if we have 3 noes.
We have 3 noes, then it fails. And if we have, 11, we can have to have at least 6 yeses and no more than 3 abstentions.
Okay, I just don't want to forget that and remember mid-vote. So thank you for that.
Laura, question. I'm sorry. We do have FIP priorities, correct? At OWEB, I'm a new member, relatively new member. The
Yes.
board develops priorities or geographies, correct?
The board utilizes existing priorities from others. So for example, for the native fishes
Right.
FIP, that is a combination of federal recovery plans, state conservation plans, tribal recovery plans that are overlaid and then utilized for that. FIP.
And ODFW is going through a update of its conservation strategy,
Russ,
which we rely
it's not in
upon.
regards to the grant. Can we?
I'm just, it has a lot to do with the grant. So if in fact, you're trying to get the votes in support of the project, I'm trying to get clarity. So I understand that there is a state agency that is doing an update of conservation strategy. We can develop new FIPS if we choose to for geography. In the interim, we are being asked to support a flow-limited recommendation to be able to do a modest gain at a very high price. And I think that's the reality that we're faced with. If in fact we care deeply about this geography, there are tools that are in fact available to us to be able to prioritize this geography going into the future.
So Kelly,
I know you'll hit me, but I do have a question.
Kelly,
Yeah, so I asked if anyone would be willing to propose a motion, and I did see that Jamie had her hand up. Jamie, are you ready to propose?
Yes.
Okay.
And so I'm Jamie McLeod-Skinner, happy to make a motion, and I appreciate this discussion. I will say that my expert colleagues have impressed upon me that this is not just simply a telling of the story, but this is also a sound investment for this location, these locations at this time. So with that, I move the board award funding for water acquisition grants as specified in Table 1 with project-specific funding conditions described in Attachment A with an award date of April 2nd, 2025.
Thank you, Jamie. Is there a second?
Madam Co-Chair, I second.
Okay. And then any further discussion?
I did want to make one more point.
That's during discussion. Go ahead.
So, on your slides
Microphone, please.
your slides earlier, statewide, we've put in stream 33 CCFs over the years.
Yes, 33 and a half permanent, 103 on a
So just on the permanent, when did that start?
2001.
So this is just a back of the napkin sort of deal, but when I divided, was it 5 million? Is that what it's cost us?
6 million have been invested so far, 5 million from lottery, 1 million so far
So
from the
even
drought
more.
package.
So I did 5 million by 33, so that's $151 per CCF. And then this is sort of a joke, but my fencing material is multiple times higher now than it was in 2001. So I just multiplied 151 by 1.5 to sort of roughly take account of inflation and the like. I don't know how accurate that is, but that puts it at $227 per CCF, which puts us in the ballpark as I understand it. So even if we're ignoring the experts, which we shouldn't, just sort of inflation and the like, we're in the ballpark. So it sounds outrageous, but I can also tell you that fencing sounds outrageous. I'm a fencer and I wouldn't pay for what I could make nowadays. So it's just another way to go about it.
Barbara, is there any additional discussion in the room?
No.
Okay. I'm not.
Oh my God.
I'm not. I am going to take that as a no. And I'm not seeing any virtually either. So I think for this one, we may want to do a roll call vote.
Go for it.
Okay. Liz Ekhawa,
Aye, yes.
Barbara Boyer,
Aye.
Bruce Buckmaster,
Abstention?
Kelly Coates,
Aye.
Russ Hopelick,
Aye.
Mark Labhart,
Abstain.
Liza Jane McAllister. Can you unmute Liza Jane?
I don't want to. Aye.
Okay, and Lindsay McCleary,
Aye.
Jamie McLeod Skinner,
Aye.
Mark Webb,
Aye.
Woody Wolf.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
All right.
The beer over this.
A margarita.
Thank you, everyone.
No, those are for grant awards. I guess this was a grant award. It's like.
I want that bowl of Fruit Loops.
Okay. We could all use a bowl of Fruit Loops right about now, I think. I'm gonna pass it to Barbara for land acquisition, but I also see Jamie's hand raised, so I just want to recognize that.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to mention, I think while there was concern about the discussion, including a lot of big picture concepts, I think that just speaks to Brian's comment that we may need some more policy discussion around this or related topics, just to be able to provide some clarity for future ones. So.
Yeah, Jamie, that was my takeaway too. It's in my notes.
So noted. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
All right, we are now moving down to agenda item H, which are our last agenda item of the day. Land acquisitions.
Something simpler.
I'm not pleased.
Well, in this.
Kelly, are you chairing this one?
No, I am, Barbara.
Okay. So we should hold? Go ahead and start. Okay. Oh, okay. I know. Okay, so good afternoon again, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager. I believe, yes, I see Miriam Forney, OWEB's Acquisitions Coordinator, Land Acquisitions Coordinator. Miriam's joining us virtually, and we have Joe Mall, who's Executive Director of Mackenzie River Trust, with us too. I'll give Joe an opportunity to introduce himself in just a second. So to orient you to where we are on agenda item H, which is follow-up from a conversation that we started with you in January about a proposed partial release of a conservation easement associated with the Willamette Confluence Preserve. That is a project with Mackenzie River Trust. So we're on page 471 of your ebook. I'll just kick us off by orienting to the staff report and then giving us an outline of run of show before I turn it over to Joe to introduce himself. So in terms of the staff report, the content of the body of the staff report is really just a recap of the situation. We talked with you in January about some of the unauthorized access challenges for a few small portions of Willamette Confluence Preserve that prompted the conversation about this partial release, proposed partial release. This would be the first time that the agency has contemplated that, and really the intent in talking with you all about this is I think looking for practical solutions where unique situations like this occur, and being able to have an open conversation about where some flexibility might be warranted. So with the staff report, attachment A again shows the map of the parcels that we're discussing. I believe we showed that to you in January. And then attachment B, you all had some really great questions for us in January on the specific situation at hand with the parcels of concern, some broader questions about Is there a way to kind of get out in front of some of these similar challenges that could come up in the future? And then I think just some broader kind of philosophical questions about recreational use and access, what's the nexus with land acquisition? So attachment B outlines joint responses from OWEB staff and Mackenzie River Trust staff, given that in some cases it made sense for both entities to help answer the questions from different perspectives. In other cases, it made more sense to kind of focus on one or the other, but just bundling those together. And then we did on Friday ask Nicole to send you a supplemental information document, which is a chronology of kind of the issue coming to the agency and then some of the specifics about different components of the discussion related to repayment, if there is a partial easement release. So we'll do, after Joe introduces himself, we'll do a relatively brief staff presentation. Miriam will lead us in that. We'll have the opportunity for Joe to provide some targeted public comment and then open it up for clarifying questions that you all may have for both the agency and for MRT, because I know it's a lot of new information coming at you given the first ever consideration. And then we'll transition to board deliberation. Miriam and I are happy to answer questions to the degree that's useful during board deliberation. And then also just given the supplemental information that came, including the repayment discussions thus far, if there's any additional background information, explanation that you need on that, happy to do that during the Q&A also. So I think I'll stop there, ask Joe to introduce himself, and then we'll turn it over to Miriam.
Thank you, co-chairs Coates and Boyer. For the record, Joe Mall, I'm the executive director of Mackenzie River Trust. I am not the Joe associated with Colt. It's Joe Botafuco, so I think he's going to go by Joey, and I might go by Joseph. Yeah, I appreciate the time, and I don't know if, Madam Chair, it would be a good idea to distribute some chocolate given the last, but I'd be happy to do that if it's appropriate.
Okay, so I think with that, thank you, Joe. Miriam, I'll turn it over to you and I'll start advancing slides and just let me know if I'm behind.
Will do. Thanks, Renee. For the record, Miriam Forney, Land Acquisition Coordinator. OWEB provided $2.5 million to the Nature Conservancy for the purchase of Willamette Confluence Preserve in 2010. And as a result, OWEB holds a conservation easement on the property. OWEB made grants for restoration of the property before ownership was transferred from TNC to Mackenzie River Trust in 2023. The preserve is in Lane County. It's a convergence of the middle and coast forks of the Willamette River. A small portion of the approximately 1,270 acre property is located north of the Middle Fork Willamette River, and the remainder of the property is located south of the river. Two parcels totaling approximately 5.5 acres lie north of the Middle Fork Willamette River and adjacent to Georgia Pacific Park, which is managed by Willamette Lane Park and Recreation District. The park, Georgia Pacific Park, is open to the public and includes a heavily used pedestrian and cycle trail located near the parcels. These circumstances have resulted in unauthorized use of the parcels. The areas shown within the red half circles on this map are the two Willamette Confluence Preserve parcels being accessed by users of Georgia Pacific Park. And the park is the heavily treed area just north of the red half circles. Due to the unauthorized use of the two parcels and the high cost of enforcing access restrictions, MRT discussed a proposed plan by which OWEB would release the conservation easement from the areas after MRT returns a portion of the grant funds OWEB provided for the purchase of the property. MRT's intention is to transfer ownership of the parcels to Willamette Lane after the conservation easement is released from them. The easement will remain unaltered for the remainder of Willamette Confluence Preserve. Release of the easement and the subsequent transfer of ownership of the parcels would enable them to be managed for recreational uses by Willamette Lane and allow MRT to focus its resources on conserving fish and wildlife habitat on the approximately 1,260 acre portion of the preserve lying south of the Middle Fork Willamette River. As Renee described at the top, the board posed a range of questions when in January, staff sought input about additional information board members would like to know about the proposal. And the questions are generally grouped as, first, the situation that caused the request for the partial release of the Willamette Confluence easement. Second, if and how OWEB should strive to avoid similar challenges and structure a process for considering similar requests in the future. And finally, third, larger questions about the interplay between conservation investments and activities such as recreational use. The staff report includes responses to the board's questions about the situation at Willamette Confluence Preserve. As the owner of the property, MRT is best suited to answer many of the board's questions about the circumstances that led to the request for the partial release. Several questions, as Renee pointed out, posed by the board also warrant or require input from OWEB staff. MRT and OWEB staff did coordinate to develop the responses to the board's questions that are shown in attachment B to the staff report. The board received supplemental materials last Friday describing a chronology of the discussions of various compensation options for repayment of grant funds associated with the proposed partial release of the easement. An appraisal and boundary survey are often completed when an intended transaction will affect less than an entire property. In working with OWEB's due diligence contractors, staff determined that an appraisal and boundary survey for the requested release of the conservation easement from the parcels, in addition to OWEB's review of the items, could exceed $75,000. OWEB staff proposed a repayment calculation approach with the intent of avoiding such high costs of an appraisal and those associated activities. The proposed approach connects back to the calculation of liquidation value referenced in the Willamette Confluence Preserve easement. And it also utilizes data from the Lane County Assessor's Office for real market value of privately owned parcels that are similar to the areas proposed for partial release. For OWEB's purposes, in voluntary land transactions, fair market value is determined by a licensed appraiser conducting an appraisal. However, the Lane County Assessor's data are a credible source of information about the market value of land in Lane County and can reasonably be used by OWEB in this case to determine the amount of grant funds to be repaid, thereby avoiding the need for an appraisal. It's important to note that the data are compiled by the county assessor for taxation purposes. Properties for which taxes are not paid, such as many land trust owned properties, including Willamette Confluence Preserve, typically aren't the focus of assessors, and assessors often roll over valuation data from year to year for these properties rather than updating the data. Staff used 2024 Lane County assessors data for privately owned parcels that are on the tax roll in determining the amount of grant funds to be repaid. MRT raised questions about the repayment calculation. Those are described in the supplemental document, and they include questions about using assessor's data for different parcels and raising again the concept of a land trade. If needed during the Q&A, OWEB staff can outline the alternatives regarding the repayment calculation. Renee, with that, I'll turn things back to you.
Great, thanks, Miriam. So I think at this point, we'll ask Joe if he has specific public comment to provide to the board, and then we'll open it up for Q&A. And I'll stop screen sharing maybe so we can. I'll stop for you. Thank you, Nicole. Go ahead.
Thank you again. For the record, Joe Mall, Executive Director of the McKenzie River Trust. I think many of you know I also sit with Woody on the Water Resources Commission, and like Woody had some very, we had a conundrum talking about investments of state funds. And I know that at the core, what we're asking about here is that too. So respect and I really appreciate how you're grappling with it. It is not easy. At the end of the day, you are venture capitalists, full stop. And I think that venture capitalists are known for putting a lot of money into a lot of things. Many of them work, many of them do not, and moving forward. And I think that that's a helpful approach to take. And efficiency in getting these things done is a premium, and that's, I guess, what the appeal I would like to make to you today with just three points. In the context of now over 1,300 acres as it's mapped, that was conserved with OWEB funding, this request is small. It's 5 acres, a little bit more than 5 acres. In the annual high water events on the Willamette River, like we continue to have this year, more than that acreage erodes from places like Green Island and Finrock Reach. And many of the areas that are funded, there's no question that that land is now coursing past us in the river. So these riverine properties especially are extremely dynamic and they're shifting. So from a pure cost benefit analysis, I think it's important to keep that in mind. If we were able to transfer this property unencumbered to the Lanolene District, it will still provide habitat and public benefit. It's not going to become an ice cream shop or anything. In fact, the first discussion came because Willamette did an update to their natural areas mapping, and even before MRT had, before the transfer had occurred, and came to us and said, hey, that's a really popular swimming area. Can we map that? Because it's a great natural area and it's great for us to be able to take students and other things there. And I said, well, don't map anything yet. We don't own it. And let's talk about that, because from a management standpoint, it makes a lot more sense for you all to manage it on that side of the river, because to access that side of the river is a 30-minute drive around from the main area. But the point is, it will continue to provide riverine habitat and great public benefit for a number of reasons. And finally, even if OWEB interprets statute, rule, and DOJ guidance as inflexibly requiring some compensation, I'd encourage you to direct staff to find a way to simply swap acres for this. I think that you work with the information that you have at hand in the documentation, and that liquidation concept. Really, that comes from a situation where if an easement were to be null and void because of a highway or some other public thing coming through, you want to recapture all of that. But in this case, nothing's being liquidated. The river may eventually liquidate it and send it downriver, but it still will provide public benefit. We acquired, subsequent to our acquisition of the larger parcel, a 12-acre inholding with private donor dollars. It is currently unencumbered. It has similar habitat values. It's right down the stream. It would be some equivalent to mutual quitclaim deeds that DSL and landowners do all the time when it comes to river shifts and things. So I would encourage you again to direct staff to try to see if we could make a swap work. And with that, I'm all ears on what kind of questions and things that you all have. Thank you.
All right, opening it up to questions. Did you want to? Okay, Mark Labhart.
Mark Labhart. So I want to first start off with, I really appreciate the board question, MRT response, and then OWEB response. That was really helpful to me, the write-up. So my question, and I don't know if it's Miriam or all of you who would be able to answer this question. Have we talked with legal counsel, and do we have we have to follow the rules and regulations, statutes, and laws. Have we had that conversation about following? I'm trying to figure out whether it's pretty clear here what wiggle room or not wiggle room, or what the statute and the rule says from a legal standpoint, not from a this looks good or not. So Miriam or
Mark, is your, Sarah O'Brien, is your question specific to Joe's proposal of a land swap or around the general release of the easement?
both?
Do you want to start, and then I'm happy to chime in on the latter part?
Well, I actually was going to start with the latter. When we initially were approached by MRT, the idea of a land swap came up, land trade, and there's information in the supplemental document about this, Mark. So previously,
this had come up in the context of use of Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery funding, which required a replacement property. And in that analysis, given that statutorily there is direction that the board would create rules and procedures around how it would grant, there's nothing in rule or procedure about a land swap. So that would be something that would need to be built to do that. And considerations of, I think, for lack of a better term, and I am not an appraiser, what are the sideboards? Like, what is the guidance? How do we set the parameters for that in a way that I would say not only follows administrative rule, but adheres to appropriate standards? So from that perspective, the land trade concept was something that was put aside multiple years ago. I don't remember exactly when that was. In terms of I think your other question was, well, no, I'll just go to Sarah at this point.
Yeah, just to clarify a little bit more, we talk to contact counsel about this and about all these things all the time. We've had not asked for a formal opinion. We don't believe we can legally do a land swap. And I would add to what Renee said, as a public organization, and this was a surprise to me as someone that hasn't run a public organization in the past, how big of a deal this is. We can't do something that's not specifically authorized in statute. And there just isn't something that we can point to. I think if the board directs us as Joe requests, we will go to council, we'll request a formal opinion. The plain read seems to be that we just don't have the authority to do this. If we could find through formal analysis somewhere in statute, and by the way, we have to pay for that time with DOJ, that there is a statute that we could hook some kind of land swap arrangement to. And I know, Joe, coming from nonprofit world, that I sound inflexible, and I hope you trust that I'm not just an inflexible person at this point.
I know you're not.
We would, as Renee said, we would have to create a program. We would have to start rulemaking. We would have to structure ourselves a land exchange program that allowed us to do this. We just flatly don't believe we have the authority to exchange land. It subverts our existing statute and rule in the competitive grant making process. And there is no place to hook it on within our legal authorities as far as we can tell.
Mark, the other piece you had mentioned about connecting with council, we did pursue the partial release concept with them, and knowing this is the first time we've ever explored this, but that is something that by referring to, well, confirming the situation out at Willamette Confluence, articulating with the board, having a conversation with you all about what that means relative to expectations of the easement we hold, and then essentially kind of following those components within the conservation easement, including the reference to the liquidation value and, our attempt to not result in $35,000 to $75,000 in costs for an appraisal, coming up with an estimated amount that has a line of sight to that was acceptable from our exploration with contact counsel about this is a challenging situation. The idea of MRT continuing to throw a lot of resources at this does not make a lot of sense from a logic standpoint. Is there some space for flexibility in the partial release of the conservation easement is what we heard was within your space of authority.
I have Woody, Russ, and then Bruce.
Yeah, Joe, I'm just going to walk through this and tell me where I'm wrong. Never. Okay, so you received some money to protect some ground, and relative to the cost, most of the time, there's always an appraisal required, and the due diligence is expected to be excessively high relative to the value of the property. And you're not going to protect it in that capacity anymore should the partial release be granted. And it's excessively costly to maintain it the way it currently sits. So why the pushback on what, from the outside looking in, looks like a relatively small amount of money to solve the problem?
kind of lost the question, but let me pause for a second. So just understand that the Nature Conservancy received the money to purchase this. OWEB's $2+ million was a part of a $23 million purchase, the bulk of which was paid for by BPA. The Nature Conservancy acquired it. They said, we shall hold it for no longer than 10 years, more or less, and do the restoration, but we want another long-term holder. So the McKenzie River Trust and partners came together and said, hey, if MRT holds it, collectively, we can do some really neat things out there. Thank you for, in the package today, funding the Willamette Confluence Stakeholder Engagement Grant, which is part of what's going on there. So the dollars, I don't want to make this too long. If you're an appraiser, you're not going to look at those 5 acres and say, that's buildable, that's purchasable. There's no public access. There's all sorts of reasons that it's just not going to show up in an appraisal the same way that it does on an average parcel in Lane County or any other sort of things like that. So it's kind of a futile exercise in our estimation. And earlier in the day, there were frequent references to making sure that all of these projects are successful. What was your donut there in the center? It was projects.
Bubble diagram.
Diagrams, yep.
Yeah, in your bubble
Sweet spot,
diagram.
yep.
Right there, the sweet spot is the collective project of the Willamette Confluence still working? Heck yeah, it's a fantastic project. It's growing by the day, becoming more complex by the day. This is a hangnail, but there's potential for it to be really productive in a more community engagement oriented way by just transferring the stewardship of it to another partner without the restrictions of the easement and the binding restrictions that you hear now. That's the request. And we're again back to that earlier, you are venture capitalists here. You need to move through things quickly and be very efficient. We can do that if we find a way to simply, yeah, let's pull these acres out. If you want some more acres, we got 12 downriver, we can, it's an in-holding. Let's not worry about money back and forth. Maybe if an exchange can't happen, maybe just no money needs to change hands. It can just be taken on faith that it's still in good public hands. I don't hear anybody knocking on OWEB or any other agency's door saying, hey, what about that 1% of that grant that you overrun? I want to hold somebody accountable for that. That just doesn't happen in this state. So that's why I'm taking this sounds familiar to you because I talk like this about staff discretion and agency discretion and commission discretion all the time on Oregon Water Resources, because I think we have far more than we often interpret from guidance that we get from DOJ. We do not get directives from DOJ, we get guidance from DOJ. And I think it's an interpretation of risk, and I think this is such a small risk, truly good benefit project that I would love us to take a toe into a little bit more, less formal, less rigid. Let's figure out a way to make this work. No idea whether I answered your question.
I think he was asking why you don't want to pay the small price tag we've already offered.
Oh, thank you, Sarah. Our peers at Bonneville Power Administration, as with other federal administration, are suffering right now. So another thing we want to do is make this easy for the BPA test that this will also have to pass. If we start a process with a precedent that says, well, OWEB is going to pay its 10% or get its 10% back, that sort of compels us to pay BPA the balance. I sure as heck do not want to see that happen. Doesn't make sense from a public investment of funds from an efficiency perspective. So that's another element for us.
Russ.
You answered my question on the BPA. Thank you.
Bruce.
First, this report, the work that went in, the self-reflection and the detail from both staff and MRT was excellent. I think it was as great a thing as I've read at my time. So it just...
It's better than water acquisitions.
Kind of brought that up for Renee.
This was a problem we got into, and we said, okay, and then analyzing the problem. Do you have a solution, Renee? I read through it and I was trying to understand exactly what our solution is.
What is proposed, if you go to the supplemental information that Nicole sent,
Yep, got it right here.
Chronology. So, and I want to say on the record, full stop, we do not have an appraiser on staff. What our interest was is recognizing that estimate of $35,000 to $75,000 for an appraisal and all of the associated costs. What would have a line of sight in some way to liquidation value in the easement and be a best estimate? It's not an appraised value. The only way you're going to have the official dollar is by doing that, is by going to an appraiser. We, as Miriam described, used Lane County Assessor's data, came up with an average amount, did the calculation that would come up to a repayment amount of slightly less than $9,000 to the agency with an attempt of balancing logic and practicality with accountability. So the preferred staff option is under number 1, I would describe on the middle of page 2, that the board would approve a partial release. And there are kind of 2 options within that, either utilizing the methodology that staff proposed as that best estimate, it is not an appraised value, or you direct us to talk with MRT about an appraisal is also on the table, and work with MRT to select between those 2. Otherwise, you could go you direct us to get an appraisal. A third option is you would direct staff to delve more deeply into alternative proposed repayment options that look at different parcels, recognizing we don't know exactly how we will do that. Because typically licensed appraisers don't like to use non-approved techniques, but you could direct us to explore that. And then I think what Joe just described is a 4th option that's not listed here is directing the agency to work with council to explore some of the other things that Sarah described. But our preferred option would be number 1. Would have some sideboards, but it would work with MRT to select between those 2.
So the 9,000 that we came up with, based on the averages in Lane County and all that, is actually pretty meaningless. And I mean, it gets lost in the rounding of what we do and what MRT does. We want it to be legal. We don't want to have to enforce. As I read it, we don't want to have to enforce a conservation easement, and if we have a conservation easement, we have to enforce it. So we want out of that. What's the difference between $1 and 9,000?
You asking me or MRT, because we might have different.
Well, as far as the legality, saying, okay, we just want rid of this. This is a problem for us. It's a problem for you. There needs to be money changing. 9,000 is a somewhat arbitrary number based on a guess in Lane County. So what's the difference between 9,000 and $1? If you need $1, I'll loan it to you. I'll give it to you.
If I may, for the record, Joe Mall, there's precedent for that. In cases in Oregon, when you do a purchase and sale agreement or an option agreement, legally, you need to have a nominal amount. So it's not uncommon to have a $100 purchase and sale agreement or something like that. So I do think that
He's already up to 100.
$1, whatever it is. Yeah, I think don't get me wrong, I do not want to see many OWEB dollars in staff time, in DOJ fees, and anything spent on this. I don't think it needs to be. I think we can find a very cost-effective way to achieve, again, not getting rid of a problem, but the opportunity for engaging the public that uses a very well-used bike path in an area with a really nice swimming hole in the summer in a beautiful natural area right across the river from a protected area. Just as a note of fact, we don't call it preserve anymore, simply referred to as Willamette Confluence for that very reason, just so that it sort of breaks down this mental barrier we have about we need to keep people out of natural areas. So it's an opportunity, but I think I would withdraw the request if I heard you all were going to be spending tens of thousands of dollars of staff time and other sorts of things. So my request is that we do it. Let's get this done very time and cost effective.
Go ahead, Sarah. I would also like to respond to Bruce's question, Sarah O'Brien. there are two concerns I have with a $1 solution. One is that this is going to happen again. And I would feel much better about doing our first ever easement release if we created a methodology that balanced simplicity with transparency and repeatability. And it may not be a hangnail next time. And we are setting a standard here for the way that we deal with what the management of what is supposed to be a perpetual legal agreement. It is a perpetual legal agreement. And I agree philosophically with many of the things we've discussed today. I think we have a responsibility to make sure that we do this in a way that's consistent with the way that we think public dollars should be invested in these kinds of agreements. I will also share a data point that fairly recently we had, I think it was a board action to reduce our match requirement for certain kinds of grants to $1. And we got told that we were thumbing our nose at statute. And so maybe real estate is different, I don't know. But we really did try to come up with a reasonable number. We have taken several steps in the direction of flexibility and simplicity here compared with, I think, what we would traditionally or normally have done. I would be careful with this one. I really would. It's not just this. It is the way that we deal with easement terminations or cancellations in the future. And real estate, I'm sorry, but real estate has a value. And I do want to mention in passing, I don't understand it very well, so I'll have to defer to either Miriam or Renee if it goes any deeper. There is concern about basically gift-like nature of an exchange taking place that is a benefit to, you should describe it, Renee. I just can't describe the gift nexus without sounding
Let's just
silly.
cut straight to the chase. Miriam, could you describe no profit in 541960, please?
Yes, there is a statute that states very loosely that a party can't profit from the sale of a property. And we would need to consult with DOJ about how that statute does or doesn't apply if the easement were released for no payment.
And that's the title restriction statute that sits within the OWEB statutes. After this was still Measure 66, there was concern about what if OWEB funding is used to acquire something and then someone sells it off and could, in fact, gain profit from it. And so there was an additional title restriction statute added into our statutory segment.
I've got Mark, Webb, Russ, and Woody.
One thing I haven't heard is what the cost to OWEB is for enforcement, and whatever that amount is, why wouldn't you just take it off the 9,000? I assume it's going to be zero purchase then. So I feel like that's not being part of the conversation, because that is an actual cost to us, and it would go into any kind of, not the appraisal process, but the value of the ground to us vis-a-vis the value of giving it. It might be a whole lot cheaper to give it away. So just wondering about that.
I don't know.
Well,
That is, we would have to pursue that with council for sure.
just suppose it was
Whether that's a
half
value
of
calculus or
TE
not.
at regular rates in Lane County. Then it's hard to see if that goes on indefinitely, that if you give the land to McKinsey or whoever's we're talking about, that there's a sense in which they profit in the way that you're talking about, because it's an ongoing cost to us. It adds up over time.
So I think there may be a confusion about roles.
Okay.
So we hold the easement. It's MRT's responsibility to carry out,
Oh, it's their cost to enforce it.
Yes, and that is
To manage the lands consistent with the terms of the
Okay, I
easement.
misunderstood.
and those were some of the numbers in the responses, I believe, Mark. I think the estimate was
You mean our stuff?
10, yeah, the 10.
I forget.
$1,000 a year.
It's like $10,000
If I may, it's important to understand that OWEB has a responsibility to enforce the terms of the conservation easement that it holds. Currently, my understanding is that OWEB does that by periodic contracting, and you're currently doing that now. In contrast, accredited land trusts have to do that annually to monitor the terms of the conservation easement. That's just it is a way that OWEB has chosen to secure its investment, was by enforcing a conservation easement as opposed to, for example, a grant agreement. But your calculus is still real. I mean, if OWEB chose to, if MRT let somebody build a hot dog stand over there, OWEB would have to enforce the conservation easement against MRT and say, you can't do that. That would cost you legal fees. So that would, and we'd get in this crazy legal battle. I mean, it's unreal. This isn't going to happen. But that's what we're trying to avoid collectively, is collectively for the good of the people of Oregon and water. How can we do this all together? And we have partners ready to help us.
Does seem like a silly problem, given the amount of money we just spent on a little bit of water.
That was gonna come up.
I have a question for Sarah, for our director, if it's all right.
Are comfortable with that? I think we have a line.
Yes, there's a big line.
I didn't see it. We don't have the lights.
I've got Russ, Woody, Mark Labhart, Jamie, and I was going to make a proposal, so.
So, Joe, I'm sorry, I apologize. I should have dealt with this before Nancy transferred it, and I feel guilty about that.
Thank you for having that. Thank you for having the.
Yeah, it may cost me. The way I look at this is we have a 5-acre liability problem that we're trying to resolve. Did I understand you to say that you have a 12-acre asset that is of a natural area of high quality that you're willing to put into the portfolio with similar restrictions in return for the release of the easement to Willamette for these 5 acres?
We have a 12-acre in-holding in the original purchase that you made. You remember the old, it used to be a filbert orchard.
Okay, I know which one you do. Yep.
Down by the power lines.
Right.
So it's unencumbered. So if we could do some sort of, if you want to just redraw the boundaries of the conservation easement, it can be done there. There's
Okay, so
available there.
have you raised that with the BPA as something that they would?
In principle, and they said, well, you're making good progress with OWEB, let us know how that goes, and now several of those staff are gone in BPA, so we want to work this through. We also are working with Lane County to see how we would do this, so multi-step.
I'm sorry, I want to clarify my statement earlier because Mark asked about council, and I want to clarify, I don't think I can do that legally. If you want me to pursue it, I will, but I really legally don't think I can do that, and I'm not blaming council for that.
Woody?
Yeah, I mean, circumstantially, I agree with you, Joe, and I would love to see this just be released. But I think, to me, the greater concern is what Sarah raised, and it's we're kind of doing something unprecedented. Russ has dealt with this a little bit, but partial releases of easements are very uncommon. And I'm as a public body, I'm not really comfortable with forging the way just to get this done. I would like to have a structure that a legal entity that's guiding us says, yeah, you can do this way without getting yourself in trouble. That's my concern.
Mark Labhart.
So I agree with what Sarah's saying. I use this statement a lot: what you permit, you promote. So what we're going to permit today is what we're going to promote. So we need to be really careful with what we permit. I don't like the motion, and I'm going to propose, maybe Barbie, you were going to do the same thing, but just for sake of discussion only, I'm not making a motion, but just for discussion purposes, I would say I move the board approve a partial release of the conservation easement for the portion of Willamette Confluence Preserve project described in item H of the staff report. The board directs staff to work with the McKenzie River Trust for calculation of the repayment amount, then initiate a partial release process. In other words, we punt back to staff to say, we're giving you directions to negotiate with McKenzie River Trust. If you can't come to an agreement, then it comes back to us. But rather than us sit here trying to decide what the amount is or not, we've got two smart people here, or maybe 4 or 5 smart people. Let them sit there. And I think McKenzie River Trust wants to try to resolve this. I think we want to try to resolve this, and we direct staff to, as stated here, initiate a partial release process from a financial standpoint.
Just to clarify, I mean, we have tried, and that's the process we've been on. The reason that we come to you at this point rather than continuing the negotiation is we hit a limit where we were did our best on comparables. MRT responded with some other properties that they suggested we take under consideration that would have dramatically reduced the price. And I don't feel comfortable doing that outside of the board's purview and outside of the public eye. And so that is part of why we brought this discussion to you at this phase, was we've kind of reached the end of what we're comfortable with.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I think we could have been clearer about that. It's a complex thing that's changed in the last couple of days or weeks anyway.
So our amount is
If
9,000?
the board directs us, I mean, we can work in, we could look at and consider, especially with council, the properties that MRT suggested that we add to the analysis. We have some concerns about that, but my biggest concern was proceeding down a path of negotiating down without daylighting this in a public meeting and to the board to clarify where we were going. I felt really uncomfortable with continuing the conversation, not because Joe's made me uncomfortable or anything like that, but just because it was like, this is a public investment and I am a public official, and I'm sorry, Joe, I'm not a venture capitalist, and there's a limit to my ability to negotiate this in the back room if it's not what I would consider to be a repeatable methodology. So we didn't give you that much background, Mark, so
So just to clarify, what's the number? Is it 9,000?
It's just under $9,000 based on the parcels that we incorporated into our estimation methodology. MRT had flagged some other parcels, and now we're getting into the space of, we are not appraisers. Where do we go from here? That is the challenge, and certainly, as Sarah mentioned, not doing that without full transparency for the board, given the connection to the liquidation value and the easement, no profit statute, and the precedent-setting nature. We need direction from the board.
Jamie?
So first a question, then a comment. The question is, do we have to make a decision today?
No, that's what I was going to jump in and say.
Yeah.
We do not have to.
So I really want to underscore what Sarah said before, and I think Woody also made a comment of being mindful of the precedent we're setting. Actually, a couple of people made this comment. This may just be a hangnail right now, and we're lucky it's just a hangnail, but I anticipate we have major surgery coming up on other projects. I've often wondered the what ifs of this type of situation, because, inter perpetuity is a long time, and reality hits and different issues hit. So this is going to happen again. So I propose that, and Chair, let me know if I'm out of order, but what I want to propose to my colleagues is that we not take action today, that we refer this to either an existing committee or an ad hoc committee that's specific to the purpose of reviewing this with council and coming up with 2 things. 1, a recommended general process for this type of issue, and 2, a specific recommendation for this project, and then bring it back to the full board, ideally at our next meeting, but in terms of staff time at a future meeting as soon as that's able to be addressed. And that's what I want to recommend to my colleagues.
Thanks, Jamie, because that's exactly what I was going to recommend, was we don't have to make a decision today. We can table this until July. I'm not comfortable taking a vote at all on it. Just the whole precedence, I still want to digest it. What I heard today is kind of new, and I'm just not comfortable making any decision today at all. I mean, I think we need some time. Go ahead, Bruce.
Thanks, Chair. I agree. I do have a comment for our director, and that's that the precedent, we talk about precedent, all precedents are not the same. And so when we talk about an issue like this on the relief of an oversight at as an error, correction of a situation, rather than somebody wanting to get rid of a conservation easement so they can do something to develop it or whatever. I mean, there are all kinds of reasons that are different. The precedent of how we correct an error is one thing, and I think I'm less concerned than I think you are on if we do this, then we're opening up a can of worms that for releasing conservation easements willy-nilly. So but I agree with what our both Barbara and Jamie said.
Liza, Jane, Russ, and then we're done. You just did.
Thanks, Barbara. I think the precedent is very valuable. I think when we talk easements, there's always the question of, is it really forever? And I think it's important what we're doing and having this conversation right now. I have one question that I'd like to add to a little seasoning while we all digest this, is if we choose wisely not to get an appraisal, would that mean in the future that we would be questioned whether we chose to get an appraisal in a similar but different situation? Was that a clear question?
Yeah, I mean, I think potentially. I mean, that's what I was describing, that I feel like we've already kind of crossed our usual lines here. Like, I think we've already started heading into some space that's a little bit uncomfortable for us for that reason. Appraisal is how you do these things.
Okay.
And it seemed crazy in this case. And so we tried to find a good alternative. So yeah, I think that would be a good thing to address. I'm curious whether members might consider, either in committee or with the full board, requesting an executive session with council to be able to address some of the legal questions here. It's something that OWEB hasn't done very often, but when I was speaking with our contact counsel the other day, she reminded me in general that that is an option. If you guys would like to speak with who is effectively your lawyer, that is always an option.
I support that. Russ?
That was exactly what I was going to get at. We need a credible methodology to deal with all the tools that are in the toolbox. I don't believe that we have identified all the tools that are available to us. And I think our Department of Justice counsel can rely upon external experts. I know it comes at a cost, but there are multiple ways to address this. We are not the only state agency in the nation that has dealt with this. It is a practice, doesn't happen often, but we're talking about the potential of solving a liability issue with the conservation benefit of something else. I believe there is a way to be able to address this. From my experience nationally, I think that there are real estate experts that our Department of Justice can rely upon to get advice and counsel, and I would love to have a conversation face-to-face, perhaps in closed session, to be able to resolve this with something that we could replicate if need be in the future.
All right, so what I'm hearing is what?
I think that Joe.
Oh, sorry.
Again, thank you. This is great. I really appreciate the depth of thought and the collaborative spirit, and I can't emphasize enough how in the 20 years that I've been in this role, collaboration with OWEB staff has been stellar. Everybody that I've dealt with has wanted to work these through for the benefit of fish and wildlife habitat in our communities. I just do want to make one thing clear. I want this to be completely daylighted. This is not a backroom deal that we're looking for. My thesis, my proposal is that we do have more discretion, and I do think that the people of Oregon would actually be relieved to see us use that discretion and solve some problems. So I'd like to see it. You looked earlier at an upland in an area in the Tillamook, I think, that's suffering, so to speak, from reed canary grass infestation. We made some assumption that was going to work. It didn't work. We're trying to do something else now. I see this as something very parallel. And for some reason, we get wrapped around the axle when it comes to land acquisition rather than habitat restoration or community engagement. The sense of what must be done, can't be done. gets lost. And I would just ask us all to reflect on that a little bit and maybe come to the land acquisition table with a little bit more understanding of how dynamic this all is, and therefore how flexible we probably want to be in this. And thank you very much. Really appreciate the time and effort on
Can I
this.
just repeat, send back to Joe the kudos? I think I want to be really clear because Joe and I have known each other for a while and we have been pretty informal. I am not in any sense concerned about MRT's intent, what they're going to do with the property, the transfer. We do have a lot of grantees that are wrestling with trespass issues that are very, very expensive and very, very comprehensive. And so it is not a concern at all about what MRT intends to do with this property or even somebody selling it for a banana stand or whatever. But it is that this kind of access is a really big issue for a lot of our grantees. And that is not some nefarious purpose is what I want to plan for, but the reality that folks are really dealing with a lot of excess and trespass that is actually really damaging and undermining conservation. They're spending a heck of a lot of money to try to defend the purposes of those easements, and we're working with them very closely on it. So that is the precedent I'm trying to plan for.
All right, great discussion, everybody. Thank you. Before I adjourn, we want everybody to stay on the screen because we want a photo with Chris. So we're all gonna stand in front of the screen.
And be present.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Jamie. I have not adjourned yet, so go ahead.
Can you just clarify, it sounds like we're all coming together around some consensus, but was there formal direction?
No vote. We're tabling it until July.
Because there was never an action. Mark's
Right.
discussion was not a motion.
No, I understand that, but I know it's being tabled, i.e. not discussed at all before July, or there's going to be action on it between now and July.
Should it go to committee first? Or should we try and have an executive session?
We can't do it in June in committee. I think we'll have to bring it back to the July meeting. I normally would love to send this to the Acquisitions, Restoration, Emerging Issues Committee, but we have a fully stacked 3 hours in June, so.
Can we do
I think
executive
we're gonna
session in
have to
July?
Bring it back to July.
Okay.
Or what about an ad hoc committee or an ad hoc board meeting specific to this issue?
Can we bring that offline and bring it back on the record tomorrow, Jamie? I appreciate the clarity for sure, but we're already losing some folks here, so I want to make sure we have the full group back for that.
Meeting's adjourned till 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Don't hang up, guys.